Slavoj Žižek was born in Ljubljana, Slovenia, in 1949, and is a professor at the European Graduate School, International Director of the Birkbeck Institute for the Humanities, Birkbeck College, University of London, and a senior researcher at the Institute of Sociology, University of Ljubljana. He has been a visiting professor at Columbia University, New York, and the University of Paris 8, as well as at a number of other prestigious institutions on both sides of the Atlantic. In his home country, he was a prominent political figure in the 1980s. He wrote a regular column for the newspaper Mladina and, in 1990, finished fifth in the election for Slovenia's four-person presidency. His international reputation as a writer and philosopher was secured in 1989 with the publication of The Sublime Object of Ideology, a book which applied the author's pioneering distillation of Lacan, Hegel, and Marx to an analysis of agency and modern ideology. A string of much lauded works have followed, including For They Know Not What They Do, 1991, The Ticklish Subject, 1999, Welcome to the Desert of the Real, 2002, The Parallax View, 2006, and In Defense of Lost Causes, 2008. As well as providing original insights into psychoanalysis, philosophy, and radical political theory, he has, through employing his extraordinary scholarship to the examination of popular entertainment, established himself as a witty and deeply moral cultural critic. He has been the subject of two feature-length documentaries, Slavoj Žižek, The Reality of the Virtual, 2004, and Žižek, 2005. He also presented and wrote the three-part British TV documentary A Pervert's Guide to Cinema, 2006. His compelling, charismatic presence and puckish sense of the absurd have prompted the press to dub him the Elvis of cultural theory and an intellectual rock star. However, these jocular monikers belie a seriousness of purpose that has been nothing short of startling in an era marked by despondency and disengagement on the left. More than an academic or theorist, Žižek has the gravitas and drive of a breed once thought extinct, the revolutionary. He has made philosophy relevant again for a whole generation of politically committed readers. The Ticklish Subject. The Absent Center of Political Ontology. Slavoj Žižek. Preface to the new edition. Why Lacan is not a Heideggerian. The Ticklish Subject focuses on the reassertion of Cartesian subjectivity. One of the main philosophical proponents of the critique of subjectivity is Martin Heidegger, who was a key reference point for Lacan, at least in the 1950s. For this reason, it is crucial to clarify Lacan's reference to Heidegger, in particular, how he gradually moves from accepting Heidegger's critique of the Cartesian cogito as another version of the Freudian descent ring of the subject to the paradoxical and counterintuitive embrace of the cogito as the subject of the unconscious. Lacan's starting point is Freud's notion of a primordial Beijahung, affirmation, as opposed to Verwerfung, usually mistranslated as foreclosure. Lacan reads Beijahung as primordial symbolization, against the background of Heidegger's notion of the essence of language as the disclosure of being. When we confront a fact that clearly runs against a deep conviction of ours, we can react to it in two basic ways, either simply brutally rejecting it, or endorsing it in a I'm aided form, as something not to be taken literally, but as an expression of a deeper/higher truth. We can, for example, either reject outright the idea that there is a hell, a real place where sinners suffer endless pain as punishment for their bad deeds, or we can claim that hell is a metaphor for the inner turmoil we suffer when we do something wrong. Recall the well-known Italian expression se non è vero, è ben trovato, even if it is not true, it's a good story, or, to put it another way, if it's not true, it should be. In this sense, anecdotes about famous people, even when apocryphal, often characterize the core of their personality more appropriately than would the enumeration of their real qualities. Here also, truth has the structure of a fiction, as Lacan put it. There is a wonderfully obscene Serbo-Croat version of this expression which perfectly renders the proto-psychotic rejection of the symbolic fiction, se non è vero, jebum ti mater. Jebum ti mater, pronounced Yebum ti mater, meaning I'll fuck your mother, is among the most popular of vulgar insults. The joke, of course, relies on the perfect match in scansion, each phrase having the same number of syllables, with the stresses in the same positions, between e ben trovato and Jebum ti mater. The meaning thus becomes an explosion of rage with an incestuous twist, attacking the other's most intimate primordial object. It better be true, because if it is not, I'll fuck your mother. These two versions thus clearly enact the two reactions to what literally turns out to be a lie, furious rejection, or its sublimation into a higher truth. In psychoanalytic terms, their difference is that between foreclosure Verwerfung and symbolic transubstantiation. However, things quickly get complicated here. Apropos the ambiguous relation in Freud and Lacan between Auslösung, the expulsion of the real which is constitutive of the emergence of the symbolic order, and Verwerfung, the foreclosure of a signifier from the symbolic into the real, sometimes they are identified, sometimes distinguished. François Balmes makes the following appropriate observation. If the Auslösung is what we say it is radically different from Verwerfung. Far from being the mechanism proper to psychosis, it would be the opening of the field of the other as such. In a sense, it would not be the rejection of the symbolic, but would itself be symbolization. We should not think here of psychosis and hallucination, but of the subject as such. Clinically, this corresponds to the fact that foreclosure doesn't prevent psychotics from dwelling in language. Point 1. This conclusion is the result of a series of precise questions. The fact is that psychotics can speak, that, in some sense, they do dwell in language. Foreclosure does not mean their exclusion from language, but the exclusion/suspension of the symbolic efficacy of a key signifier within their symbolic universe. If a signifier is excluded, then one must already be in the signifying order. Insofar as, for Freud and Lacan, Verwerfung is correlative to Beijahung, the affirmation, the primordial gesture of subjectively assuming one's place in the symbolic universe, Balmes's solution is to distinguish between this Beijahung and an even more originary, or primary, symbolization of the real, the quasi-mythic zero level of direct contact between the symbolic and the real which coincides with the moment of their differentiation, the process of the rise of the symbolic, of the emergence of the primary battery of signifiers, whose obverse, negative, is the expulsion of the pre-symbolic real. When the little wolf man, at 1 year old, observed his parents' coitus et ergo, the event left a memory trace in his mind. It was symbolized, but it was just stored there as a libidinally neutral trace. It was only later, after more than 3 years, when Wolfman's sexual fantasies had been awakened and he became intrigued by the origin of children, that this trace was bejad, properly historicized, activated in his personal narrative as a way to locate himself in the universe of meaning. Psychotics accomplish the first step, they enter into the symbolic order. What they are unable to do is subjectively/performatively engage in language, historicize their subjective process, in short, accomplish the Beijahung. As Balmes perspicuously noticed, it is for this reason that the lack occurs at a different level in psychosis. Psychotics continue to dwell in the dense symbolic space of the primordial full, maternal, big other. They do not assume symbolic castration in the proper sense of a loss which is in itself liberating, giving, productive, opening up the space for things to appear in their meaningful being. For them, a loss can only be purely privative, simply depriving them of something. In a risky interpretive move, Lacan links this primary symbolization, which is accessible to psychotics and precedes their subjective engagement, to Heidegger's distinction between the originary dimension of language as the disclosure of being and the dimension of speech as the bearer of subjective significations or as the means of intersubjective recognition. At this originary level of naming as showing, Sagan as Zijan, the difference between signification and reference falls away. A word which names a thing does not mean it, it constitutes/discloses it in its being, it opens up the space of its existence. This level is the level of appearing as such, not appearance as opposed to the reality beneath it, but pure appearing which is entirely in its appearing, behind which there is nothing. In his seminar on psychoses, Lacan provides a nice description of such pure appearing, and of the concomitant properly metaphysical temptation to reduce this appearing to its ground, to its hidden causes. The rainbow, it is just that say Sella. And this it is just that implies that we will engage ourselves to our last breaths to learn what is hidden behind it, what is the cause to which we can reduce it. Note how what from the very beginning characterizes the rainbow and the meteor, and everybody knows it, since it is for this reason that we call it a meteor, is precisely that there is nothing hidden behind. It is entirely in this appearance. What makes it persist for us, to the point that we never cease to ask questions about it, consists solely in the originary it is just that is to say, in the nomination as such of the rainbow. There is nothing else but this name point to. To put it in Heidegger's terms, the psychotic is not weltlos, deprived of the world, he already dwells in the opening of being. As is often the case with Lacan, however, this reading is accompanied by its asymmetrical, true, opposite, by a reading which attributes to psychotics access to a higher level of symbolization and deprives them of the lower basic level. Insofar as Lacan reads the Freudian distinction between representations of things Sachvorstellungen and representations of words Wortvorstellungen as internal to symbolic order, as the distinction between primordial symbolization, the establishment of the originary unconscious battery of signifiers, memory traces, in the language of the early, pre-psychoanalytic, Freud, and secondary symbolization, the conscious/preconscious system of language, this gives him a paradoxical definition of the psychotic's predicament. A psychotic is not, as is commonly claimed, someone who regresses to a more primitive level of representations of things, who treats words as things. He is, on the contrary, someone who precisely disposes of representations of words without representations of things. Point 3 In other words, a psychotic can perfectly well use language in an ordinary manner, but what he lacks is the unconscious background which gives the words we use their libidinal resonance, their specific subjective weight and color. This is also one of the ways to understand Lacan's misleadingly eccentric claim that normality is a species of psychosis. Our normal common sense understanding of language defines it as an artificial secondary system of signs used to transfer pre-existing information, etc., but what this definition ignores is the underlying level of subjective engagement, of the position of enunciation. The paradox of the psychotic is that he is the only one who fully fits this definition, that is, who effectively uses language as a neutral secondary instrument which does not concern the speaker's very being. Certain signifiers do not pass into the unconscious writing, and this is the case with the paternal signifier in psychosis. This does not preclude their presence at the preconscious level, as we can see in the case of the signifiers which we call foreclosed in psychosis and which are at the subject's disposal in his language. Point 4. This oscillation seems to indicate that there is something wrong with the solution that distinguishes the two levels, the level of primary symbolization and the level of Bejahung/Verwerfung. Solutions which rely on simply distinguishing between different levels are a priori suspicious. What gets lost is the basic paradox of the symbolic, which at the same time involves the expulsion of the real from the symbolic and the rejection of a signifier, that is, in the case of the symbolic other, external and internal limitation coincide. The symbolic order can only emerge as delimited from the real if it is also delimited from itself, missing/excluding a central part of itself, non-identical with itself. There is thus no Auslösung without a Verwerfung. The price the symbolic has to pay in order to delimit itself from the real is the truncation of its own being. This is what Lacan is aiming at with his formula that there is no big other, no other of the other, and, as late Lacan recognized very well, this implies that, at a certain most basic level, we are all psychotics. However, one should be more precise here. The signifier which is foreclosed is not simply missing, lacking, but is a signifier which stands in for the barred a, for the lack of signifier, for the incompleteness inconsistency of the symbolic field. What this means is that the problem of the psychotic is not that he dwells in a truncated symbolic order, other, but, on the contrary, that he dwells in a complete other, an other which lacks the inscription of its lack. There is thus no need to posit two phases: first symbolization, the rise of the primary battery of signifiers, through the expulsion of the real, then the exclusion of a signifier. The two processes are one and the same, and psychosis comes afterwards, in a second stage, when, or if, the signifier which stands for the very inconsistency of the other, which registers this incompleteness, is foreclosed. In what precise sense, then, does that which is foreclosed from the symbolic return in the real? Let us take verbal hallucinations. Their content is massively symbolic, and they are, at the level of their ordinary meaning, fully understood by the psychotic subject. So, again, in what sense do they belong to the real? Two interconnected features make them real: isolation and certitude. They are foreclosed in the precise sense that they don't exist for the subject. They exist, persevere, and impose themselves outside the symbolic texture. They are isolated from their symbolic context, which is, by definition, the context of trust and supposition, the context in which every presence arises against the background of its possible absence, and every certitude is accompanied by a possible doubt. In other words, the context in which every certitude ultimately has to rely on a basic wager to trust the symbolic order. In religion proper, one does not know God, one takes the risk of trusting Him, believing in Him. A psychotic, on the contrary, proceeds like the Slovene punk group Slavoj, who, in an interview in the US about their relation to God, answered with the reference to the "In God We Trust" printed on every dollar bill: "Like you Americans, we believe that God exists, but unlike you, we do not trust Him." Or, as Bohms puts it succinctly, it is not that psychotics believe in the voices they hear, they simply believe them. 5 This is why psychotics have absolute certitude about the voices they hear. They do not trust them, of course, they take them for evil voices, voices which want to hurt them, but they simply know that these voices are real, and it is this very absolute certitude that makes the voices real. The underlying problem here concerns the relationship between the real, the symbolic, and the lack. When Bohms describes the radical ambiguity in how the early Lacan, in the 1950s, defines the terms of this triangle, he shifts between the thesis that the symbolic introduces the lack of being into the real. Prior to the rise of the symbolic, there is no lack, just a flat positivity of the real, and the thesis that being arises only with the symbolic. Prior to the symbolic, there is no being. He wisely abstains from offering the all-too-easy Heideggerian solution that we are simply dealing with two different senses of being. Being, that is, in the ontological sense of the openness within which things appear, and being in the ontic sense of reality, of entities existing in the world. What arises with the symbolic is the ontological horizon of being, while its obverse is lack of being, i.e., the fact that a human being as the there of being Dasein lacks its place in the positive order of reality, that it cannot be reduced to an entity within the world, because it is the place of the very openness of a world. Bohms seeks the solution in a totally different direction. He notes that Lacan resolves the problem by way of making out of this question its own response, of perceiving the question as its own answer. 6 That is to say, being and lack of being coincide, they are two sides of the same coin. The clearance of the horizon within which things fully are, or exist, only emerges on condition that something is excluded, sacrificed, from it, that something in it is missing at its own place. More precisely, what characterizes a symbolic universe is a minimal gap between the elements and the places they occupy. The two dimensions do not directly coincide, as is the case in the flat positivity of the real, which is why, in the differential order of signifiers, absence as such can count as a positive feature, as Sherlock Holmes put it in his immortal line from The Silver Blaze. What was curious about the curious incident of the dog in the night time was that the dog did nothing. That it did not bark when one would have expected it to do so. And Lacan's basic ontological hypothesis is that, if this minimal gap between elements and their structural places is to occur, something, some element, has to be radically, constitutively, excluded, Lacan's name for this object which is always, by definition, structurally, missing at its own place, which coincides with its own lack, is, of course, the objet patia as the object cause of desire or surplus enjoyment, a paradoxical object which gives body to the very lack of being. The objet patia is that which should be excluded from the framework of reality, that whose exclusion constitutes and sustains the frame of reality. What happens in psychosis is precisely the inclusion of this object into the framework of reality. It appears within reality as the hallucinated object, the voice or gaze which haunts a paranoiac, etc., with the logical consequence that this inclusion leads to the loss of reality, that the subject's sense of reality disintegrates. Throughout his work, Lacan varies Heidegger's motif of language as the house of being. Language is not man's creation and instrument, it is man who dwells in language. Psychoanalysis should be the science of language inhabited by the subject. 7. Lacan's paranoid twist, his additional Freudian turn of the screw, comes with his characterization of this house as a torture house. In the light of the Freudian experience, man is a subject caught in and tortured by language. 8. Man does not dwell in a mere prison house of language, the title of Frederick Jameson's early book on structuralism. He dwells in a torture house of language. The entire range of psychopathologies deployed by Freud, from conversion symptoms inscribed into the body up to total psychotic breakdowns, are the scars of this permanent torture, so many signs of an original and irremediable gap between the subject and language, so many signs that man can never be at home in his own home. This is what Heidegger ignores, this other dark torturing side of our dwelling in language, and this is also why there is no place for the real objectessence in Heidegger's edifice, since the torturing aspect of language concerns primarily the vicissitudes of the libido. And, incidentally, it is also the ultimate reason why, against Heidegger's historicization of the subject as the modern age agent of technological mastery, against his replacement of the subject with Dasein as the name for the essence of being human, Lacan sticks to the problematic term subject. Thus when Lacan implies that Heidegger misses a crucial dimension of subjectivity, his point is not a silly humanist argument to the effect that Heidegger overly passivizes man, turning him into an instrument of the revelation of being, and thus ignoring human creativity. Lacan's point, rather, is that Heidegger misses the properly traumatic impact of the very passivity of being caught in language, the tension between the human animal and language. There is a subject because the human animal does not fit language, the Lacanian subject is the tortured, mutilated, subject. This is how Lacan locates rituals of initiation that require the violent cutting and mutilation of the body. The rituals of initiation assume the form of the changing of form of these desires, of conferring on them in this way a function through which the subject's being identifies itself or announces itself as such, through which the subject, if one can put it this way, fully becomes a man, but also a woman. The mutilation serves here to orientate desire, enabling it to assume precisely this function of index, of something which is realized and which can only articulate itself, express itself, in a symbolic beyond, a beyond which is the one we today call being, a realization of being in the subject. 9. The gap that separates Lacan from Heidegger is here clearly discernible precisely on account of their proximity, in particular, on account of the fact that, in order to designate the symbolic function at its most elementary, Lacan still uses Heidegger's term being. In a human being, desires lose their mooring in biology, they are operative only insofar as they are inscribed within the horizon of being sustained by language. However, in order for this transposition from the immediate biological reality of the body to the symbolic space to take place, the subject has to live with a mark of torture inscribed onto his or her body, that is, his or her body has to be mutilated. This brings us, finally, to the topic of jouissance. Philippe Lacoué-Labart located very precisely the gap that separates Lacan's interpretation of Antigone from Heidegger's, to which Lacan otherwise abundantly refers. What is totally missing in Heidegger is not only the dimension of the real of jouissance, but, above all, the dimension of the between two deaths, the symbolic and the real, which designates Antigone's subjective position after she is excommunicated from the polis by Creon. In exact symmetry with her brother Polynices, who is dead in reality but denied the symbolic death, the rituals of burial, Antigone finds herself dead symbolically, excluded from the symbolic community, while biologically and subjectively still alive. In Giorgio Agamben's terms, Antigone finds herself reduced to bare life, to a position of homo sacer, of which the characteristic and most extreme case in the 20th century is that of the inmates of the concentration camps. The stakes involved in this omission by Heidegger are thus very high, since they concern the ethico-political crux of the last century, the totalitarian catastrophe in its most extreme expression, and this omission is quite consistent with Heidegger's inability to resist the temptations of Nazism. But the between two deaths is the hell which our century realized or still promises to realize, and it is to this that Lacan replies, he wants psychoanalysis to respond to it. Did he not say that politics is the whole of metaphysics? The scene with Heidegger, and there is one, is in its entirety located here. Point 10. This also accounts for the disturbing ambiguity of Heidegger's description of the deaths in extermination camps. These are no longer authentic deaths, since an authentic death requires the individual's assumption of his own death as the possibility of his highest impossibility, but just another anonymous industrial technological process. People did not really die in the camps, they were just industrially exterminated. Heidegger thereby obscenely suggests that the victims gassed in the camps somehow did not die authentically, thereby translating their uttermost suffering into subjective non-authenticity. The question he fails to raise is precisely, how did they subjectivize, relate to, their predicament? Their deaths were indeed an industrial process of extermination for their executioners, but not for themselves. Bohms here makes an enlightening remark. It is as if Lacan's implicit clinical reproach to Heidegger's existential analytic of Dasein as being towards death is that it is appropriate only for neurotics and fails to account for psychotics. A psychotic subject occupies an existential position for which there is no place in Heidegger's mapping, the position of someone who, in a way, survives his own death. Point 11. Psychotics no longer fit Heidegger's description of Dasein's engaged existence. Their life no longer moves within the coordinates of freely engaging in a futural project against the background of assuming one's past. Their life is outside care, Zarga, their being is no longer directed towards death. This excess of jouissance that resists symbolization, logos, is the reason why, in the last 2 decades of his teaching, Lacan, sometimes almost pathetically, insisted that he considered himself an anti-philosopher, someone who was rebelling against philosophy. Philosophy is ontology, its basic premise, as Parmenides, the first philosopher, already put it, is that thinking and being are the same. There is a mutual accord between thinking, logos as reason/speech, and being, a premise which is maintained right up to Heidegger. The being philosophy has in mind is always the being whose house is language, the being sustained by language, the being whose horizon is opened up by language. In other words, as Wittgenstein put it, the limits of my language are the limits of my world. Against this ontological premise of philosophy, Lacan focuses on the real of jouissance as something which, although it is far from being simply external to language, it is rather extimate with regard to it, resists symbolization, remains a foreign kernel within it, appears within it as a rupture, cut, gap, inconsistency or impossibility. I challenge any philosopher to account now for the relation between the emergence of the signifier and the way jouissance relates to being. No philosophy, I say, responds to this task today. The wretched aborted freaks of philosophy which we drag behind us from the beginning of the last 19th century as a code of degrading habits, are nothing but a way to play with rather than to confront this question, which is the only question about truth and which is called, and named by Freud, the death drive, the primordial masochism of jouissance. All philosophical speech runs away and withdraws here. Point 12. It is in this sense that Lacan designates his position as that of the realism of jouissance, the realism of jouissance whose natural enemy cannot but appear to be Hegel's panlogicism as the climactic point of ontology, of logic, the self-deployment of logos, as the total explanation for being, through which being loses its opacity and becomes totally transparent. But does Lacan not proceed all too quickly here? Are things with Hegel really so simple? Is the obverse of Hegel's basic thesis that there is nothing which is not logos not, following Lacan's formulae of sexuation, the assertion of a non-all, not all is logos, that is, logos is not all, it is corroded and truncated from within by antagonisms and ruptures, it is never fully itself? Perhaps Lacan was somehow obscurely aware of all this, as is indicated in the above-quoted passage by his curious and unexpected limitation of his brutal dismissal of philosophy to the wretched aborted freaks, which we drag behind us from the beginning of the last 19th century, that is, to post-Hegelian thought. In other words, the obvious thing would have been to say that it is precisely post-Hegelian thought which breaks with ontology, asserting the primacy of a translogical will or life, the anti-logos, anti-philosophy, that runs from the late Schelling through Schopenhauer to Nietzsche. It is as if Lacan here had learned Heidegger's lesson, Marx's formula being determines consciousness is not radical enough, all the talk about the actual life of engaged subjectivity as opposed to mere speculative thought remains within the confines of ontology, because, as Heidegger demonstrated, being can only arise through logos. But in contrast to Heidegger, Lacan, instead of accepting this accord, sameness, between being and logos, tries to move outside it, to a dimension of the real indicated by the impossible join between subject and jouissance. No wonder, then, that with regard to anxiety Lacan prefers Kierkegaard to Heidegger. He sees Kierkegaard as the anti-Hegel for whom the paradox of Christian faith signals a radical break with ancient Greek ontology, in contrast to Heidegger's reduction of Christianity to a moment in the process of the decline of Greek ontology in medieval metaphysics. Faith is an existential leap into what, from the ontological view, cannot but appear as madness. It is a crazy decision unwarranted by any reason. Kierkegaard's God is effectively beyond being, a God of the real, not the God of philosophers. Which is why, again, Lacan would accept Heidegger's famous statement from the 1920s, when he abandoned the Catholic Church, that religion is a mortal enemy of philosophy, but Lacan would see this as the reason to stick to the core of the real in religious experience. The Lacanian subject names a gap in the symbolic, its status is real. This is why, as Bohms has pointed out, in his crucial seminar on the logic of the fantasy, 1966-7, after more than a decade of struggling with Heidegger, Lacan accomplishes his paradoxical and, for someone who adheres to Heidegger's notion of modern philosophy, totally unexpected move from Heidegger back to Descartes, to the Cartesian cogito. There really is a paradox here. Lacan at first accepts Heidegger's point that the Cartesian cogito, which grounds modern science and its mathematicist universe, announces the highest forgetting of being, but, for Lacan, the real of jouissance is precisely external to being, so that what is, for Heidegger, the argument against the cogito is, for Lacan, the argument for the cogito. The real of jouissance can only be approached when we exit the domain of being. This is why, for Lacan, not only is the cogito not to be reduced to the self-transparency of pure thought, but, paradoxically, the cogito is the subject of the unconscious, the gap/cut in the order of being in which the real of jouissance breaks through. Of course, this cogito is the cogito in becoming, not yet the residential cogitans, the thinking substance which fully participates in being and in logos. In the seminar on the logic of fantasy, Lacan reads the truth of Descartes' cogito ergo sum more radically than in his earlier seminars, where he played endlessly on the variations of subverting the subject. He started by decent ring being with regard to thought. I am not where I think, the core of being, Kern unseres Wessens, is not in my self consciousness. However, he quickly became aware that such a reading leaves all too open the path to the irrationalist Lebensphilosophie topic of a life which is deeper than mere thinking or language, a topic which runs counter to Lacan's basic thesis that the Freudian unconscious is structured like a language, and is therefore thoroughly rational/discursive. So he passed on to a much more refined I think where I am not, which dissentates thinking with regard to my being, the awareness of my full presence, the unconscious is a purely virtual, inexisting, insisting, other place of a thought which escapes my being. Then, there is a different punctuation, I think, therefore I am, my being is devalued to an illusion generated by my thought, and so on. What all these versions share is the accent on the gap that separates cogito from sum, thought from being. Lacan's aim was to undermine the illusion of their overlapping by way of pointing up a fissure in the apparent homogeneity of thinking, being. It was only towards the end of his teaching that he asserted their overlapping, a negative one, for sure. That is to say, Lacan finally grasps the most radical zero point of the Cartesian cogito as the point of the negative intersection between being and thinking, the vanishing point at which I don't think and I am not. I am not a substance, a thing, an entity, I am reduced to a void in the order of being, to a gap, a bead. Recall how, for Lacan, the discourse of science presupposes the foreclosure of the subject. To put it in naive terms, in this discourse, the subject is reduced to zero. A scientific proposition should be valid for anyone who repeats the same experiment. The moment we have to include the subject's position of enunciation, we are no longer involved in science, but in a discourse of wisdom or initiation. I do not think, here, again, Lacan paradoxically accepts Heidegger's thesis that, modern mathematized, science doesn't think, but, for him, this precisely means that it breaks out of the framework of ontology, of thinking as logos correlative to being. As a pure cogito, I do not think, I am reduced to a pure form of thought which coincides with its opposite, that is, which has no content and is as such non-thinking. The tautology of thinking is self-canceling in the same way as the tautology of being, which is why, for Lacan, the I am that which I am announced from the burning bush to Moses on Mount Horeb indicates a God beyond being, God as the real point. 13. Introduction, a specter is haunting Western academia. The specter of the Cartesian subject. All academic powers have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this specter, the New Age obscurantist, who wants to supersede the Cartesian paradigm towards a new holistic approach, and the postmodern deconstructionist, for whom the Cartesian subject is a discursive fiction, an effect of decentered textual mechanisms, the Habermasian theorist of communication, who insists on a shift from Cartesian monological subjectivity to discursive intersubjectivity, and the Heideggerian proponent of the thought of being, who stresses the need to traverse the horizon of modern subjectivity culminating in current ravaging nihilism, the cognitive scientist, who endeavors to prove empirically that there is no unique scene of the self, just a pandemonium of competing forces, and the deep ecologist, who blames Cartesian mechanicist materialism for providing the philosophical foundation for the ruthless exploitation of nature. The critical, post-Marxist, who insists that the illusory freedom of the bourgeois thinking subject is rooted in class division, and the feminist, who emphasizes that the allegedly sexless cogito is in fact a male patriarchal formation. Where is the academic orientation which has not been accused by its opponents of not yet properly disowning the Cartesian heritage? And which has not hurled back the branding reproach of Cartesian subjectivity against its more radical critics, as well as its reactionary adversaries? Two things result from this. 1. Cartesian subjectivity continues to be acknowledged by all academic powers as a powerful and still active intellectual tradition. 2. It is high time that the partisans of Cartesian subjectivity should, in the face of the whole world, publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale of the specter of Cartesian subjectivity with the philosophical manifesto of Cartesian subjectivity itself. This book thus endeavors to reassert the Cartesian subject, whose rejection forms the silent pact of all the struggling parties of today's academia, although all these orientations are officially involved in a deadly battle, Habermasians versus deconstructionists, cognitive scientists versus New Age obscurantists. They are all united in their rejection of the Cartesian subject. The point, of course, is not to return to the cogito in the guise in which this notion has dominated modern thought, the self-transparent thinking subject, but to bring to light its forgotten obverse, the excessive, unacknowledged kernel of the cogito, which is far from the pacifying image of the transparent self. The three parts of the book focus on today's three main fields in which subjectivity is at stake: the tradition of German idealism, post-Althusserian political philosophy, the deconstructionist shift from subject to the problematic of multiple subject positions and subjectivizations. Point 1. Each part starts with a chapter on a crucial author whose work represents an exemplary critique of Cartesian subjectivity. A second chapter then deals with the vicissitudes of the fundamental notion that underlies the preceding chapter: subjectivity in German idealism, political subjectivization, the Oedipus complex as the psychoanalytic account of the emergence of the subject. Point 2. Part I begins with a detailed confrontation with Heidegger's endeavor to traverse the horizon of modern Cartesian subjectivity. Again and again, the inherent logic of their philosophical project compelled the authentic philosophers of subjectivity to articulate a certain excessive moment of madness inherent to cogito, which they then immediately endeavored to renaturalize: the diabolical evil in Kant, the night of the world in Hegel, etc. And the problem with Heidegger is that his notion of modern subjectivity does not account for this inherent excess. It simply does not cover that aspect of cogito on account of which Lacan claims that cogito is the subject of the unconscious. Heidegger's fatal flaw is clearly discernible in the failure of his reading of Kant. In his focus on transcendental imagination, Heidegger misses the key dimension of imagination, its disruptive, anti-synthetic aspect, which is another name for the abyss of freedom. This failure also casts new light on the old question of Heidegger's Nazi engagement. So, after this confrontation, the second chapter endeavors to elaborate the status of subjectivity in Hegel, focusing on the link between the philosophical notion of reflexivity and the reflexive turn that characterizes the hysterical subject of the unconscious. Part 2 contains a systematic confrontation with the four philosophers who, in one way or another, took Althusser as their starting point, but later, via a criticism of Althusser, developed their own theory of political subjectivity: Lacan's theory of hegemony, Balibar's theory of Égalibert, Rancière's theory of mésentente, Badiou's theory of subjectivity as fidelity to the truth event. The first chapter focuses on Badiou's attempt to formulate a politics of truth that could undermine today's deconstructionist and/or postmodernist stance, with a special emphasis on his path-breaking reading of St. Paul. Although I am in solidarity with Badiou's attempt to reassert the dimension of universality as the true opposite of capitalist globalism, I reject his criticism of Lacan, that is, his thesis that psychoanalysis is not able to provide the foundation of a new political practice. The next chapter analyzes the ways in which the four authors tackle the predominant post-political liberal democratic stance, which is the political mode of today's global capitalism, each of them deploying his own version of political subjectivization. Part 3 deals with those tendencies of today's postmodern political thought which, against the specter of the transcendental subject, endeavor to assert the liberating proliferation of the multiple forms of subjectivity: feminine, gay, ethnic. According to this orientation, one should abandon the impossible goal of global social transformation and, instead, focus attention on the diverse forms of asserting one's particular subjectivity in our complex and dispersed postmodern universe, in which cultural recognition matters more than socio-economic struggle, that is to say, in which cultural studies have replaced the critique of political economy. The most representative and persuasive version of these theories, whose practical expression is multiculturalist identity polities, is Judith Butler's performative theory of gender formation. So the first chapter of this part engages in a detailed confrontation with Butler's work, focusing on those of its aspects which make possible a productive dialogue with Lacanian psychoanalysis, her notions of passionate attachments and the reflexive turn constitutive of subjectivity. The last chapter then directly confronts the key issue of Oedipus today: is the so-called Oedipal mode of subjectivization, the emergence of the subject through the integration of the symbolic prohibition embodied in the paternal law, today really in decline? And if so, what is replacing it? In a confrontation with the proponents of the second modernization, Giddens, Beck, it argues for the continuous actuality of the dialectic of enlightenment, far from simply liberating us from the constraints of patriarchal tradition. The unprecedented shift in the mode of functioning of the symbolic order that we are witnessing today engenders its own new risks and dangers. While this book is philosophical in its basic tenor, it is first and foremost an engaged political intervention, addressing the burning question of how we are to reformulate a leftist, anti-capitalist political project in our era of global capitalism and its ideological supplement, liberal democratic multiculturalism. One of the photos of 1997 was undoubtedly that of members of some indigenous tribe from Borneo carrying water in plastic bags to put out gigantic fires which were destroying their habitat, the ridiculous inadequacy of their modest effort matched by the horror of seeing their entire life world disappear. According to newspaper reports, the gigantic cloud of smoke covering the entire area of northern Indonesia, Malaysia, and the southern Philippines derailed nature itself, its normal cycle broken. Because of the continuous darkness, bees were unable to accomplish their part in the biological reproduction of plants. Here we have an example of the unconditional real of global capital perturbing the very reality of nature. The reference to global capital is necessary here, since the fires were not simply the result of the greed of local wood merchants and farmers, and of corrupt Indonesian state officials allowing it, but also of the fact that because of the El Niño effect, the extraordinary drought did not end in the rains which regularly quench such fires, and the El Niño effect is global. This catastrophe thus gives body to the real of our time, the thrust of capital which ruthlessly disregards and destroys particular life worlds, threatening the very survival of humanity. What, however, are the implications of this catastrophe? Are we dealing merely with the logic of capital, or is this logic just the predominant thrust of the modern productivist attitude of technological domination over and exploitation of nature? Or furthermore, is this very technological exploitation the ultimate expression, the realization of the deepest potential of modern Cartesian subjectivity itself? The author's answer to this dilemma is the emphatic plea of not guilty, for the Cartesian subject. In her careful editing of my manuscripts for Verso, Gillian Beaumont regularly catches me with my intellectual pants down. Her gaze unerringly discerns repetitions in the line of thought, moronic inconsistencies of the argumentation, false attributions and references that display my lack of general education, not to mention the awkwardness of style. How can I not feel ashamed, and thus hate her? On the other hand, she has every reason to hate me. I constantly bombard her with late insertions and changes of the manuscript, so that I can easily imagine her possessing a voodoo doll of me and piercing it in the evenings with a gigantic needle. This mutual hatred, as they would have put it in the good old days of classic Hollywood, signals the beginning of a beautiful friendship, so I dedicate this book to her. 1999. The Night of the World. 1. The Deadlock of Transcendental Imagination, or, Martin Heidegger. As a reader of Kant, one of the enigmatic features of progressive postmodernist thought, from Derrida to Frederick Jameson, lies in its ambiguous relationship to Heidegger's philosophy. Heidegger is treated with due respect, often referred to in a non-committal way, the way one refers to an undisputed authority, yet, simultaneously, an unease, never fully explicated, prevents full endorsement of his position, as if a kind of invisible prohibition tells us that something must be fundamentally wrong with Heidegger. Although we are not, yet, in a position to determine what this is. Even when authors do risk a full confrontation with Heidegger, as Derrida does in On the Spirit, the result is, as a rule, ambiguous. One endeavors to gain a distance from Heidegger while somehow staying on his path. Heidegger still remains a philosopher of origins and authentic presence, although he did the most to deconstruct the metaphysical logic of origins. On the other hand, those who adopt one of the two extreme positions, and either engage in a desperate attempt at a politically progressive appropriation of Heidegger, like Rainer Sherman's anarchic reading, or propose a thorough rejection of his thought, like Adorno or Lyotard, can be convincingly dismissed as dealing with a simplified image of Heidegger that does not live up to his own philosophical stringency. The ethico-political roots of this deadlock of the deconstructionist reference to Heidegger were perhaps best formulated by Derrida in his interview with Jean-Luc Nancy. I believe in the force and the necessity, and therefore in a certain irreversibility, of the act by which Heidegger substitutes a certain concept of Dasein for a concept of subject still too marked by the traits of the being as vorhanden, and hence by an interpretation of time, and insufficiently questioned in its ontological structure. The time and space of this displacement opened up a gap, marked a gap, they left fragile, or recalled the essential ontological fragility of, the ethical, juridical, and political foundations of democracy and of every discourse that one can oppose to National Socialism in all its forms, the worst ones, or those that Heidegger and others might have thought of opposing. These foundations were and remain essentially sealed within a philosophy of the subject. One can quickly perceive the question, which might also be the task: can one take into account the necessity of the existential analytic and what it shatters in the subject, and can one turn towards an ethics, a politics? Are these words still appropriate? Indeed, another democracy, would it still be a democracy, in any case towards another type of responsibility that safeguards against what a moment ago I very quickly called the worst? I think that there are a certain number of us who are working for just this, and it can only take place by way of a long and slow trajectory. Point 4. That is the terrible deadlock. If one endorses Heidegger's deconstruction of the metaphysics of subjectivity, does one not thus undermine the very possibility of a philosophically grounded democratic resistance to the totalitarian horrors of the 20th century? Habermas's answer to this question is a definitive and pathetic yes, and, for that reason, he also opposed Adorno's and Horkheimer's Dialectic of Enlightenment, a book which, in a way not totally dissimilar to Heidegger, locates the roots of the totalitarian horrors in the basic project of Western Enlightenment. Heideggerians, of course, would retort that one cannot simply oppose democratic subjectivity to its totalitarian excess, since the latter is the truth of the former, that is to say, since phenomena like totalitarianism are effectively grounded in modern subjectivity. This is how, to put it in a somewhat simplified way, Heidegger himself explains his brief Nazi engagement, by the fact that the project of being and time was not yet wholly freed of the transcendental approach. The same ambiguity also seems to determine Lacan's own, often inconsistent, reference to Heidegger, oscillating between appropriation of some key Heidegger terms as providing the sought-after foundation for psychoanalysis, and a series of dismissive passing remarks in his last years, like the one qualifying his earlier references to Heidegger as purely external and didactic. Against the background of this imbroglio, our thesis will be that Lacan succeeds where Habermas and other defenders of the subject, including Dieter Henrich, fail. The Lacanian reading of the problematic of subjectivity in German idealism enables us not only to delineate contours of a notion of subjectivity that does not fit the frame of Heidegger's notion of the nihilism inherent to modern subjectivity, but also to locate the point of the inherent failure of Heidegger's philosophical edifice, up to the often discussed question of the eventual philosophical roots of his Nazi engagement. Heideggerian political engagement. Let us take as our starting point Nietzsche's critique of Wagner. This critique was appropriated by Heidegger as the paradigmatic rejection of all critiques of subjectivism that remain within the horizon of Cartesian subjectivity, say, of the liberal democratic criticisms of the totalitarian excess of subjectivity. Nietzsche possessed an unerring instinct that enabled him to discern, behind the sage who preaches the denial of the will to life, the ressentiment of the thwarted will. Schopenhauer and his like are comical figures who converted and elevated their impotent envy, their lack of life-asserting creativity, into the pose of resigned wisdom. Does not Nietzsche's diagnosis also hold for today's attempts to overcome the Cartesian paradigm of domination by means of a new holistic attitude of renouncing anthropocentrism, of humbly learning from ancient cultures, etc.? In his project of overcoming metaphysics, Heidegger fully endorses this Nietzschean dismissal of quick and easy exits from metaphysics. The only real way to break the metaphysical closure is to pass through it in its most dangerous form, to endure the pain of metaphysical nihilism at its most extreme, which means that one should reject as futile all false sedatives, all direct attempts to suspend the mad vicious cycle of modern technology by means of a return to pre-modern traditional wisdom. From Christianity to Oriental thought, all attempts to reduce the threat of modern technology to the effect of some ontic social wrong, capitalist exploitation, patriarchal domination, mechanicist paradigm. These attempts are not only ineffectual, the true problem with them is that, on a deeper level, they incite the evil they are fighting even further. An excellent example here is the ecological crisis. The moment we reduce it to disturbances provoked by our excessive technological exploitation of nature, we silently already surmise that the solution is to rely again on technological innovations, new green technology, more efficient and global in its control of natural processes and human resources. Every concrete ecological concern and project to change technology in order to improve the state of our natural surroundings is thus devalued as relying on the very source of the trouble. For Heidegger, the true problem is not ecological crisis in its ontic dimension, including a possible global catastrophe, hole in the ozone layer, melting of the ice caps, etc., but the technological mode of relating to entities around us. This true crisis will confront us even more radically if the expected catastrophe does not occur, that is, if humankind does succeed in technologically mastering the critical situation. For that reason, Heidegger also denies philosophical relevance to the standard liberal problematic of the tension between open and closed societies, between the normal functioning of the democratic capitalist system, with its respect for human rights and freedoms, and its fascist or communist, totalitarian excesses. Implicitly, at least, Heidegger devalues the effort to constrain the system, to maintain its human face, to compel it to respect the basic rules of democracy and freedom, to provide for human solidarity, to prevent it sliding into totalitarian excess, as an escape from the inner truth of the system that becomes perceptible in such excesses. Such half-hearted efforts to keep the system in check are the worst way to remain within its horizon. One should recall here the key strategic role of the signifier hysteria in the modern radical political discourse, up to the Bolsheviks, who dismissed as hysterics their opponents who groaned about the need for democratic values, the totalitarian threat to humanity, and so on. Along the same lines, Heidegger also denounces liberal humanitarian demands for capitalism with a human face as the unwillingness to confront the epical truth in all its unbearable radically. The parallel with the Bolsheviks is absolutely pertinent. What Heidegger shares with revolutionary Marxists is the notion that the system's truth emerges in its excess, that is to say, for Heidegger, as well as for Marxists, fascism is not a simple aberration of the normal development of capitalism but the necessary outcome of its inner dynamics. Here, however, complications arise. On closer inspection, it soon becomes clear that Heidegger's argumentative strategy is twofold. On the one hand, he rejects every concern for democracy and human rights as a purely ontic affair unworthy of proper philosophical ontological questioning. Democracy, fascism, communism, they all amount to the same with regard to the epical destiny of the West. On the other hand, his insistence that he is not convinced that democracy is the political form which best suits the essence of technology 5 nonetheless suggests that there is another political form which suits this ontological essence better. For some time, Heidegger thought he had found it in the fascist total mobilization, but, significantly, never in communism, which always remains for him epically the same as Americanism. Heidegger, of course, emphasizes again and again how the ontological dimension of Nazism is not to be equated with Nazism as an ontic ideologico-political order. In the well-known passage from An Introduction to Metaphysics, for example, he repudiates the Nazi biologist race ideology as something that totally misses the inner greatness of the Nazi movement, which lies in the encounter between modern man and technology. 6 Nonetheless, the fact remains that Heidegger never speaks of the inner greatness of, say, liberal democracy, as if liberal democracy is just that, a superficial worldview with no underlying dimension of assuming one's epical destiny. 7. Apropos of this precise point, I myself run into my first trouble with Heidegger, since I began as a Heideggerian, My first published book was on Heidegger and language. When, in my youth, I was bombarded by the official communist philosophers' stories of Heidegger's Nazi engagement, they left me rather cold. I was definitely more on the side of the Yugoslav Heideggerians. All of a sudden, however, I became aware of how these Yugoslav Heideggerians were doing exactly the same thing with respect to the Yugoslav ideology of self-management as Heidegger himself did with respect to Nazism. In ex-Yugoslavia, Heideggerians entertained the same ambiguously assertive relationship towards socialist self-management, the official ideology of the communist regime. In their eyes, the essence of self-management was the very essence of modern man, which is why the philosophical notion of self-management suits the ontological essence of our epoch, while the standard political ideology of the regime misses this inner greatness of self-management. Heideggerians are thus eternally in search of a positive, ontic political system that would come closest to the epochal ontological truth, a strategy which inevitably leads to error, which, of course, is always acknowledged only retroactively, post factum, after the disastrous outcome of one's engagement. As Heidegger himself put it, those who came closest to the ontological truth are condemned to err at the ontic level. Err about what? Precisely about the line of separation between ontic and ontological. The paradox not to be underestimated is that the very philosopher who focused his interest on the enigma of ontological difference, who warned again and again against the metaphysical mistake of conferring ontological dignity on some ontic content, God as the highest entity, for example, fell into the trap of conferring on Nazism the ontological dignity of suiting the essence of modern man. The standard defense of Heidegger against the reproach of his Nazi past consists of 2 points. Not only was his Nazi engagement a simple personal error, a stupidity Dummheit, as Heidegger himself put it, in no way inherently related to his philosophical project, the main counter-argument is that it is Heidegger's own philosophy that enables us to discern the true epochal roots of modern totalitarianism. However, what remains unthought here is the hidden complicity between the ontological indifference towards concrete social systems, capitalism, fascism, communism, insofar as they all belong to the same horizon of modern technology, and the secret privileging of a concrete socio-political model, Nazism with Heidegger, communism with some Heideggerian Marxists, as closer to the ontological truth of our epoch. Here one should avoid the trap that caught Heidegger's defenders, who dismissed Heidegger's Nazi engagement as a simple anomaly, a fall into the ontic level, in blatant contradiction to his thought, which teaches us not to confuse ontological horizon with ontic choices. As we have already seen, Heidegger is at his strongest when he demonstrates how, on a deeper structural level, ecological, conservative, and so on, oppositions to the modern universe of technology are already embedded in the horizon of what they purport to reject. The ecological critique of the technological exploitation of nature ultimately leads to a more environmentally sound technology, etc. Heidegger did not engage in the Nazi political project in spite of his ontological philosophical approach, but because of it, this engagement was not beneath his philosophical level. On the contrary, if one is to understand Heidegger, the key point is to grasp the complicity, in Hegel's speculative identity, between the elevation above ontic concerns and the passionate ontic Nazi political engagement. One can now see the ideological trap that caught Heidegger, when he criticizes Nazi racism on behalf of the true inner greatness of the Nazi movement. He repeats the elementary ideological gesture of maintaining an inner distance towards the ideological text, of claiming that there is something more beneath it, a non-ideological kernel. Ideology exerts its hold over us by means of this very insistence that the cause we adhere to is not merely ideological. So where is the trap? When the disappointed Heidegger turns away from active engagement in the Nazi movement, he does so because the Nazi movement did not maintain the level of its inner greatness, but legitimized itself with inadequate, racial, ideology. In other words, what he expected from it was that it should legitimize itself through direct awareness of its inner greatness. And the problem lies in this very expectation that a political movement that will directly refer to its historico-ontological foundation is possible. This expectation, however, is in itself profoundly metaphysical, insofar as it fails to recognize that the gap separating the direct ideological legitimization of a movement from its inner greatness, its historico-ontological essence, is constitutive, a positive condition of its functioning. To use the terms of the later Heidegger, ontological insight necessarily entails ontic blindness and error, and vice versa, that is to say, in order to be effective at the ontic level, one must disregard the ontological horizon of one's activity. In this sense, Heidegger emphasizes that science doesn't think and that, far from being its limitation, this inability is the very motor of scientific progress. In other words, what Heidegger seems unable to endorse is a concrete political engagement that would accept its necessary, constitutive blindness, as if the moment we acknowledge the gap separating the awareness of the ontological horizon from ontic engagement, any ontic engagement is depreciated, loses its authentic dignity. Another aspect of the same problem is the passage from ready at hand to present at hand in being and time. Heidegger takes as the starting point the active immersion in its surroundings of a finite engaged agent who relates to objects around it as to something ready at hand. The impassive perception of objects as present at hand arises gradually from this engagement when things malfunction in different ways, and is therefore a derivative mode of presence. Heidegger's point, of course, is that the proper ontological description of the way Dasein is in the world has to abandon the modern Cartesian duality of values and facts. The notion that the subject encounters present-at-hand objects onto which he then projects his aims, and exploits them accordingly, falsifies the proper state of things, the fact that engaged immersion in the world is primordial, and that all other modes of the presence of objects are derived from it. On closer examination, however, the picture becomes somewhat blurred and more complex. The problem with being and time is how to coordinate the series of pairs of oppositions, authentic existence versus Das Man, anxiety versus immersion in worldly activity, true philosophical thought versus traditional ontology, dispersed modern society versus the people assuming its historic destiny. The pairs in this series do not simply overlap. When a pre-modern artisan or farmer, following his traditional way of life, is immersed in his daily involvement with ready-at-hand objects that are included in his world, this immersion is definitely not the same as the Das Man of the modern city dweller. This is why, in his notorious Why Should We Remain in the Provinces, Heidegger himself reports that when he was uncertain whether to accept the invitation to go to teach in Berlin, he asked his friend, a hard-working local farmer, who just silently shook his head. Heidegger immediately accepted this as the authentic answer to his predicament. Is it not, therefore, that, in contrast to these two opposed modes of immersion, the authentic involvement with the ready at hand and the modern letting oneself go with the flow of Das Man, there are also two opposed modes of acquiring a distance, the shattering existential experience of anxiety, which extraneates us from the traditional immersion in our way of life, and the theoretical distance of the neutral observer who, as if from outside, perceives the world in representations. It seems as if this authentic tension between the immersion of being in the world and its suspension in anxiety is redoubled by the inauthentic pair of Das Man and traditional metaphysical ontology. So we have four positions: the tension in everyday life between authentic being in the world and Das Man, as well as the tension between the two modes of extracting ourselves from the everyday run of things, authentic existential resoluteness and the traditional metaphysical ontology. Does not this give us a kind of Heideggerian semiotic square? Heidegger is not interested in the Hegelian problem of legitimizing norms that regulate our immersion in the everyday life world. He oscillates between direct, pre-reflexive, immersion in daily life and the abyss of the disintegration of this framework, his version of encountering absolute negativity. Point 8. He is acutely aware of how our everyday life is grounded on some fragile decision, how, although we are irreducibly thrown into a contingent situation, this does not mean that we are simply determined by it, caught in it like an animal. The original human condition is that of being out of joint, of abyss and excess, and any involvement in the daily life habitat relies on an act of resolute acceptance of it. Daily habitat and excess are not simply opposed, the habitat itself is chosen in an excessive gesture of groundless decision. This act of violent imposition is the third term that undermines the alternative of fully fitting into a life-world context and of abstract decontextualized reason. It consists of the violent gesture of breaking out of the finite context, the gesture which is not yet stabilized in the position of neutral universality characteristic of the observing reason, but remains a kind of universality in becoming, to put it in Kierkegaard's. The specifically human dimension is thus neither that of the engaged agent caught in the finite life-world context, nor that of universal reason exempted from the life-world, but the very discord, the vanishing mediator, between the two. Heidegger's name for this act of violent imposition, Entwurf, indicates the fundamental fantasy by means of which the subject makes sense of, acquires the coordinates of, the situation into which he is thrown, geworfen, in which he finds himself, disorientated and lost. 9 What is problematic here is that Heidegger uses the notion of geworfenheit, thrownness, into a finite contingent situation, and then of Entwurf, the act of authentically choosing one's way, on two levels whose relationship is not thought out, the individual and the collective one. On the individual level, the authentic encounter with death, which is always only mine, enables me to project my future in an authentic act of choice, but then, a community is also determined as being thrown into a contingent situation within which it must choose, assume its destiny. Heidegger passes from the individual to the societal level by means of the notion of repetition, the authentic repetition of a possibility of existence that has been, the possibility that Dasein may choose its hero, is grounded existentially in anticipatory resoluteness. 10 The background here is unmistakably Kierkegaardian. A true Christian community is grounded in the fact that each of its members has to repeat the mode of existence freely assumed by Christ, their hero. This passage from the throne projection of the individual Dasein who, in an act of anticipatory decision, achieves an authentic mode of being, freely chooses his fate, to a human community of a people which also, in a collective act of anticipatory decision qua repetition of a past possibility, authentically assumes its historial destiny, is not phenomenologically grounded in an adequate way. The medium of collective, societal, being there is not properly deployed. What Heidegger seems to be missing is simply that which Hegel designated as objective spirit, the symbolic big other, the objectified domain of symbolic mandates, and so on, which is not yet the impersonal Das Man, but also no longer the pre-modern immersion in a traditional way of life. This illegitimate short circuit between individual and collective level is at the root of Heidegger's fascist temptation. At this point, the implicit politicization of being and time is at its strongest. Does not the opposition between the modern anonymous dispersed society of Das Man, with people busy following their everyday preoccupations, and the people authentically assuming its destiny, resonate with the opposition between the decadent modern Americanized civilization of frenetic, false activity and the conservative authentic response to it? This is not to claim that Heidegger's notion of historical repetition as coinciding with authentic anticipatory projection is not an exemplary case of analysis. The key point not to be missed in Heidegger's analysis of historicity proper is the interconnection of the three ecstases of time. When he speaks of throne projection, this does not simply mean that a finite agent finds itself in a situation that limits its options, that it then analyzes the potentialities allowed for by this finite situation, by its condition, chooses the possibility which best fits its interests and assumes it as its project. The point is that the future has a primacy. To be able to discern the possibilities opened up by the tradition into which an agent is thrown, one must already acknowledge one's engagement in a project, that is to say, the movement of repetition, as it were, retroactively reveals and thus fully actualizes that which it repeats. For this reason, Heidegger's decision, in the precise sense of anticipatory resoluteness Entschlossenheit, has the status of a forced choice. The Heideggerian decision qua repetition is not a free choice in the usual sense of the term. Such a notion of freely choosing between alternative possibilities is utterly foreign to Heidegger. He dismisses it as belonging to superficial Americanized liberal individualism. Rather, it is fundamentally the choice of freely assuming one's imposed destiny. This paradox, necessary if one is to avoid the vulgar liberal notion of freedom of choice, indicates the theological problematic of predestination and grace, a true decision/choice, not a choice between a series of objects leaving my subjective position intact, but the fundamental choice by means of which I choose myself, presupposes that I assume a passive attitude of letting myself be chosen. In short, free choice and grace are strictly equivalent, or, as Deleuze put it, we really choose only when we are chosen, ne coisit bien, ne coisit effectivement que celui qui est coisi 11. To dispel the notion that we are dealing here with an obscurantist theological problematic, let us evoke a more telling leftist example of proletarian class interpellation, when a subject recognizes himself as a proletarian revolutionary. When he freely assumes and identifies with the task of revolution, he recognizes himself as being chosen by history to accomplish this task. In general, the Althusserian notion of ideological interpellation involves the situation of forced choice by means of which the subject emerges out of the act of freely choosing the inevitable, that is, in which she/he is given the freedom of choice on condition that she/he makes the right choice. When an individual is addressed by an interpellation, she/he is invited to play a role in such a way that the invitation appears to have already been answered by the subject before it was proposed. But at the same time the invitation could be refused. Point 12 Therein lies the ideological act of recognition, in which I recognize myself as always already that as which I am interpellated. In recognizing myself as X, I freely assume/choose the fact that I always already was X. When, say, I am accused of a crime and agree to defend myself, I presuppose myself as a free agent legally responsible for my acts. In her internet discussion with Echo Beto Lacka, Judith Butler made a nice Hegelian point about decision. It is not only that no decision is taken in an absolute void, that every decision is contextualized, is a decision in context, but contexts themselves are in some ways produced by decisions, that is, there is a certain redoubling of decision-making. There is first the decision to mark or delimit the context in which a decision on what kinds of differences ought not to be included in a given polity will be made, and then there is the marking off of certain kinds of differences as inadmissible. The undecidability here is radical. One can never reach a pure context prior to a decision. Every context is always already retroactively constituted by a decision, as with reasons to do something, which are always at least minimally retroactively posited by the act of decision they ground. Only once we decide to believe do reasons to believe become convincing to us, not vice versa. Another aspect of this same point is that not only is there no decision without exclusion, i.e. every decision precludes a series of possibilities, but also the act of decision itself is made possible by some kind of exclusion. Something must be excluded in order for us to become beings which make decisions. Is not the Lacanian notion of forced choice a way to explain this paradox? Does not the primordial exclusion which grounds decision, i.e. choice, indicate that the choice is, at a certain radically fundamental level, forced, that I have a free choice only on condition that I make the proper choice, so that, at this level, one encounters a paradoxical choice which overlaps with its meta-choice. I am told what I must choose freely. Far from being a sign of pathological, or politically totalitarian, distortion, this level of forced choice is precisely what the psychotic position lacks. The psychotic subject acts as if he has a truly free choice all the way along. So, before we dismiss Heidegger's description of anticipatory decision as freely assuming one's destiny as a coded description of a conservative pseudo-revolution, we should stop for a moment and recall Frederick Jameson's assertion that a true leftist is in a way much closer to today's neoconservative communitarian than he is to a liberal democrat. He fully endorses the conservative criticism of liberal democracy and agrees with the conservative on practically everything except the essential. Except a sometimes tiny feature which, nonetheless, changes everything. As for Heidegger's notion of authentic choice as a repetition, the parallel with Benjamin's notion of revolution as repetition, elucidated in his Theses on the Philosophy of History 13 is striking. Here also, revolution is conceptualized as a repetition that realizes the hidden possibility of the past, so that a proper view of the past, the one that perceives the past not as a closed set of facts but as open, as involving a possibility that failed, or was repressed, in its actuality, opens only from the standpoint of an agent engaged in a present situation. The present revolution, in its attempt to liberate the working class, also retroactively redeems all failed past attempts at liberation, that is to say, the point of view of a present agent engaged in a revolutionary project suddenly makes visible what the objectivist/positivist historiography, constrained to facticity, is by definition blind to, the hidden potentialities of liberation that were crushed by the victorious march of the forces of domination. Read in this way, the appropriation of the past through its repetition in an anticipatory decision that enacts a project, this identification of fate and freedom, of assuming one's destiny as the highest, albeit forced, free choice, does not involve a simple Nietzschean point that even the most neutral description of the past serves the present purposes of some power political project. One must insist here on the opposition between the appropriation of the past from the standpoint of those who rule, the narrative of past history as the evolution leading to and legitimating their triumph, and the appropriation of that which, in the past, remained its utopian and failed, repressed, potentiality. What Heidegger's description lacks is thus, to put it in a direct and somewhat crude way, insight into the radically antagonistic nature of every hitherto communal way of life. Heidegger's ontology is thus in fact political, to refer to the title of Bourdieu's book on Heidegger, his endeavor to break through traditional ontology, and to assert as the key to the sense of being man's decision to adopt a project by means of which he actively assumes his thrownness into a finite historical situation, locates the historico-political act of decision in the very heart of ontology itself. The very choice of the historical form of Dasein is in a sense political, it consists in an abyssal decision not grounded in any universal ontological structure. Thus the standard Habermasian liberal argumentation which locates the source of Heidegger's fascist temptation in his irrational decisionism, in his rejection of any universal rational normative criteria for political activity, completely misses the point. What this criticism rejects as proto-fascist decisionism is simply the basic condition of the political. In a perverted way, Heidegger's Nazi engagement was therefore a step in the right direction, a step towards openly admitting and fully assuming the consequences of the lack of ontological guarantee, of the abyss of human freedom. 14 As Alain Badiou put it, in Heidegger's eyes the Nazi revolution was formally indistinguishable from the authentic politico-historical event. Or, to put it in another way, Heidegger's political engagement was a kind of passage à l'acte in the real that bears witness to the fact that he refused to go to the end in the symbolic, to think out the theoretical consequences of his breakthrough in being and time. The standard story about Heidegger is that he accomplished his turn, after becoming aware of how the original project of being and time leads back to transcendental subjectivism, owing to the unreflected remainder of subjectivism, decisionism, etc., Heidegger let himself be seduced into his Nazi engagement. When, however, he became aware of how he had burnt his fingers with it, he cleared up the remainders of subjectivism and developed the idea of the historical epical character of being itself. One is tempted to invert this standard story. There is a kind of vanishing mediator between Heidegger I and Heidegger II, a position of radicalized subjectivity coinciding with its opposite, that is, reduced to an empty gesture, the impossible intersection between the decisionism of Heidegger I and his late fatalism. The event of being takes place in man, who serves as its shepherd. Far from being the practical consequence of this radicalized subjectivity, Heidegger's Nazi engagement was a desperate attempt to avoid it. In other words, what Heidegger later dismissed as the remainder of the subjectivist transcendental approach in being and time is what he should have stuck to. Heidegger's ultimate failure is not that he remained stuck in the horizon of transcendental subjectivity, but that he abandoned this horizon all too quickly, before thinking out all its inherent possibilities. Nazism was not a political expression of the nihilist, demoniac potential of modern subjectivity but, rather, its exact opposite, a desperate attempt to avoid this potential. This logic of the missing link is often present in the history of thought, from Schelling to the Frankfurt School. In the case of Schelling, we have the almost unbearable tension of his Weltalter drafts, their ultimate failure. Schelling's late philosophy, which follows the Weltalter, effectively resolves this unbearable tension, but in the wrong way, by losing the very dimension that was most productive in it. We encounter the same procedure of false resolution in the way Habermas's project relates to Adorno's and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment. The latter is also a self-defeating project, a gigantic failure, and, again, what Habermas does is to resolve the unbearable tension of the dialectic of enlightenment by introducing a distinction, a kind of division of labor, between the two dimensions, production and symbolic interaction, in a strict homology with Schelling, who dissolves the tension of the Weltalter by introducing the distinction between negative and positive philosophy. Our point is that Heidegger's late thought of being enacts an analogous false resolution of the inherent deadlock of the original project of being and time. Point 15. Why did being and time remain unfinished? Why is Heidegger's Kant and the problem of metaphysics crucial here? 16. Let us recall the simple fact that being and time, as we know it, is a fragment. What Heidegger published as the book consists of the first two sections of the first part. The project proved impossible to realize, and what came out of this failure, what, to use good old structuralist jargon, filled in the lack of the missing final part of being and time, was the abundance of Heidegger's writings after the famous Care. Our point, of course, is not simply to imagine the finished version of being and time. The impediment that stopped Heidegger was inherent. On closer examination, the situation is more complex. On the one hand, at least at manuscript level, the entire project of being and time was accomplished. Not only do we have Kant and the problem of metaphysics, which encompasses the first section of the projected part 2, but Heidegger's lectures at Marburg in 1927, published later as the Basic Problems of Phenomenology, do loosely cover precisely the remaining sections of the original being and time project, time as the horizon of the question of being, the Cartesian cogito and the Aristotelian conception of time as the planned sections 2 and 3 of the second part, so that, if we put these three published volumes together, we do get a rough realized version of the entire being and time project. Furthermore, perhaps even more enigmatic is the fact that although the published version of being and time does not cover even the complete first part of the project, but only its first two sections, section 3, the exposition of time as the transcendental horizon for the question of being, is missing, it somehow strikes us as complete, as an organic whole, as if nothing is really missing. What we are dealing with here is thus the opposite of the standard notion of closure that conceals or sutures the persisting openness, inconclusiveness with being and time. It is rather as if Heidegger's insistence that the published book is just a fragment conceals the fact that the book is closed, finished. The concluding chapters, on historicity, cannot but strike us as artificially added, as if to add to the closure a hastily concocted attempt to designate another dimension, that of collective forms of historicity, for which there is no proper place in the original project. 17. If the published being and time were to cover the entire part I of the original project, one could still somehow justify this perception of wholeness. We did get the entire systematic part. What is missing is merely the historic part, the interpretation of the three key moments in the history of Western metaphysics, Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, whose radicalized repetition is Heidegger's own analytic of Dasein. Obviously, the inherent impediment, the barrier preventing the completion of the project, already affects the last section of Part I. If we leave aside the problem of non-publication of the texts, lecture notes, covering the remaining two sections of Part 2, does it have something to do with the enigmatic status of imagination in Aristotle, as demonstrated by Cornelius Castoriadis, the status that explodes the ontological edifice, or with the same implicit anti-ontological thrust of the Cartesian cogito as the first announcement of the night of the world? The enigma is, why was Heidegger unable to accomplish his very systematic exploration of time as the horizon of being? The standard, official answer is well known, because it became clear to him that the approach of being and time was still too metaphysical/transcendental, methodological, in proceeding from Dasein to the question of being, instead of directly approaching the temporal disclosure of being as that which sustains the unique status of Dasein among all entities. But what if there was another deadlock, another kind of abyss, that Heidegger encountered, and withdrew from, at this point? We therefore want to argue against the official version of this impediment, that Heidegger became aware of how the project of being and time was still caught in the transcendental subjectivist procedure of first establishing the conditions of possibility of the sense of being via the analysis of Dasein. What Heidegger actually encountered in his pursuit of being and time was the abyss of radical subjectivity announced in Kantian transcendental imagination, and he recoiled from this abyss into his thought of the historicity of being. This criticism of Heidegger does not seem at all new. It has already been made by, among others, Cornelius Castoriadis, who argues that the Kantian notion of imagination, as that which undermines the standard closed ontological image of the cosmos, is announced already in a unique passage of De Anima, 3, 7, and 8, where Aristotle claims, never does the soul think without phantasm, and develops this further into a kind of Aristotelian schematism. Every abstract notion, say, of a triangle, has to be accompanied in our thought by a sensible, although not bodily, phantasmic representation. When we think of a triangle, we have in our mind an image of a concrete triangle. Point 18. Aristotle even announces the Kantian notion of time as the unsurpassable horizon of our experience when he asserts, it is not possible to think without time what is not in time. 19. Without finding a kind of figuration in something temporal, for example, that which endures forever. Castoriadis opposes this notion of imagination to the standard one which otherwise prevails both in De Anima and in the entire subsequent metaphysical tradition. This radical notion of imagination is neither passive-receptive nor conceptual, that is to say, it cannot be properly placed ontologically, since it indicates a gap in the very ontological edifice of being. Castoriadis thus seems fully justified in his claim. With respect to the recoiling Heidegger imputes to Kant when faced with the bottomless abyss opened up by the discovery of the transcendental imagination, it is Heidegger himself who in effect recoils after writing his book on Kant. A new forgetting, covering over, and effacement of the question of the imagination intervenes, for no further traces of the question will be found in any of his subsequent writings. There is a suppression of what this question unsettles for every ontology, and for every thinking of being. Point 20. Castoriadis also draws political consequences from this. It is Heidegger's recoiling from the abyss of imagination that justifies his acceptance of totalitarian political closure, while the abyss of imagination provides the philosophical foundation for the democratic opening. The notion of society as grounded in a collective act of historical imagination, a full recognition of the radical imagination, is possible only if it goes hand in hand with the discovery of the other dimension of the radical imaginary, the social historical imaginary, instituting society as source of ontological creation, deploying itself as history. 21. However, Castoriadis's notion of imagination remains within the existentialist horizon of man as the being who projects his essence in the act of imagination, transcending all positive being. So, before we pass the final judgment on it, it would be appropriate to take a closer look at the contours of imagination in Kant himself. The mystery of transcendental imagination qua spontaneity lies in the fact that it cannot be properly located with regard to the couple of phenomenal and noumenal. Kant himself is caught here in a deadly impasse or ambiguity. On the one hand, he conceives of transcendental freedom, spontaneity, as noumenal. As phenomenal entities, we are caught in the web of causal connections, while our freedom, the fact that, as moral subjects, we are free, self-originating agents, indicates the noumenal dimension. In this way, Kant solves the dynamic antinomies of reason. Both propositions can be true, that is to say, since all phenomena are causally linked, man, as a phenomenal entity, is not free, as a noumenal entity. However, man can act morally as a free agent. What blurs this clear picture is Kant's own insight into the catastrophic consequences of our direct access to the noumenal sphere. If this were to happen, men would lose their moral freedom and / or transcendental spontaneity, they would turn into lifeless puppets. That is to say, in a subchapter of his Critique of Practical Reason mysteriously entitled Of the Wise Adaptation of Man's Cognitive Faculties to His Practical Vocation, he answers the question of what would happen to us if we were to gain access to the noumenal domain, to things in themselves. Instead of the conflict which now the moral disposition has to wage with inclinations and in which, after some defeats, moral strength of mind may be gradually won, God and eternity in their awful majesty would stand unceasingly before our eyes. Thus most actions conforming to the law would be done from fear, few would be done from hope, none from duty. The moral worth of actions, on which alone the worth of the person and even of the world depends in the eyes of supreme wisdom, would not exist at all. The conduct of man, so long as his nature remained as it is now, would be changed into mere mechanism, where, as in a puppet show, everything would gesticulate well but no life would be found in the figures. 22. Transcendental freedom and / or spontaneity itself is thus in a sense phenomenal, it occurs only insofar as the noumenal sphere is not accessible to the subject. This in-between, neither phenomenal nor noumenal, but the gap which separates the two and, in a way, precedes them, is the subject, so that the fact that subject cannot be reduced to substance means precisely that transcendental freedom, although it is not phenomenal, i.e. although it breaks up the chain of causality to which all phenomena are submitted, although it cannot be reduced to an effect unaware of its true noumenal causes, I feel free only because I am blinded to the causality which determines my free acts, is also not noumenal, but would vanish in the case of the subject's direct access to the noumenal order. This impossibility of locating transcendental freedom / spontaneity with regard to the couple phenomenal / noumenal explains why Kant was at such a loss, and got involved in a series of inconsistencies in his efforts to determine the exact ontological status of transcendental spontaneity. 23 And the mystery of transcendental imagination ultimately coincides with the mystery of this abyss of freedom. Heidegger's great achievement was that he clearly perceived this Kantian deadlock, linking it to Kant's unwillingness to draw all the consequences from the finitude of the transcendental subject. Kant's regression into traditional metaphysics occurs the moment he interprets the spontaneity of transcendental apperception as the proof that the subject has a noumenal side which is not liable to the causal constraints binding all phenomena. The finitude of the Kantian subject does not amount to the standard sceptical assertion of the unreliable and elusive character of human knowledge. Man can never penetrate the mystery of the highest reality, since his knowledge is limited to ephemeral sensible phenomena. It involves a much more radical stance, the very dimension which, from within the horizon of his finite temporal experience, appears to the subject as the trace of the inaccessible noumenal beyond, is already marked by the horizon of finitude. It designates the way the noumenal beyond appears to the subject within his finite temporal experience. The radical consequence of all this for the relationship between temporality and eternity is that temporality is not a deficient mode of eternity. On the contrary, it is eternity itself that has to be conceived as a specific modification of the subject's temporal, self, experience. This means that the true split is no longer between the phenomenal, the domain of temporal and / or sensible experience, and the noumenal, rather, it runs down the middle of the noumenal itself, in the guise of the split between the way the noumenal in itself appears to the subject and its impossible in itself sans phrase, tout court, without reference to the subject. God, the supreme being who gives body to the idea of the highest good, of course, designates a noumenal entity. One cannot conceive of it in a consistent way as an object of our temporal experience. However, it designates a noumenal entity in the mode of for us, that is, it designates the way a finite rational entity, man, has to represent to itself the noumenal supreme being, or, to put it in phenomenological terms, although God qua supreme being can never be a phenomenon in the sense of an object of sensible temporal experience, it is nonetheless a phenomenon in a more radical sense of something that is meaningful only as an entity which appears to a finite being endowed with consciousness and / or the capacity for freedom. Perhaps, if we approach the divinity too closely, this sublime quality of supreme goodness turns into an excruciating monstrosity. Here, Heidegger is fully justified in his ferocious aversion to Cassirer's reading of Kant during their famous Davos debate in 1929.24. Cassirer simply contrasts the temporal finitude of the human condition. At this level, human beings are empirical entities whose behavior can be explained by different sets of causal links, with the freedom of man qua ethical agent. In its symbolic activity, humanity gradually constructs the universe of values and meanings that cannot be reduced to, or explained via a reference to, the domain of facts and their interrelations. This universe of values and meanings posited by man's symbolic activity is the modern version of Plato's realm of eternal ideas, that is to say, in it, a dimension different from that of the dynamic circuit of life, of generation and corruption, breaks through and comes into existence, a dimension which, although it does not exist outside the actual human life world, is in itself immortal and eternal. In his capacity as symbolic animal, man transcends the confines of finitude and temporality. Against this distinction, Heidegger demonstrates how the immortality and eternity of the symbolic system of values and meanings, irreducible to the level of empirically given positive facts, can emerge only as part of the existence of a finite and mortal being who is able to relate to his finitude as such. Immortal beings do not engage in symbolic activity, since, for them, the gap between fact and value disappears. The key question, unanswered by Cassirer, is therefore, what is the specific structure of the temporality of human existence, so that it allows for the emergence of meaning, that is to say, so that a human being is able to experience his existence as embedded in a meaningful whole? One can see clearly, now, why Heidegger focuses on transcendental imagination. The unique character of imagination lies in the fact that it undermines the opposition between receptivity/finitude, of man as an empirical being caught in the phenomenal causal network, and spontaneity, i.e. the self-originating activity of man as a free agent, bearer of noumenal freedom. Imagination is simultaneously receptive and positing, passive. In it, we are affected by sensible images, and active. The subject himself freely gives birth to these images, so that this affection is self-affection. And Heidegger's emphasis is on how spontaneity itself can be conceived only through this unity with an irreducible element of passive receptivity that characterizes human finitude. If the subject were to succeed in getting rid of receptivity and gaining direct access to the noumenal in itself, he would lose the very spontaneity of his existence. The deadlock of Kant is thus condensed in his misreading, or false identification, of the spontaneity of transcendental freedom as noumenal. Transcendental spontaneity is precisely something that cannot be conceived of as noumenal. The trouble with transcendental imagination. Our next step should be to focus on the fundamental ambiguity of Kant's notion of imagination. As is well known, Kant distinguishes between the synthetic activity of the understanding synthesis intellectualis and the synthesis of the manifold of sensuous intuition which, while also absolutely spontaneous, productive, free, not subject to empirical laws of association, nonetheless remains at the level of intuition, bringing the sensuous manifold together without already involving the activity of understanding. This second synthesis is the transcendental synthesis of imagination. In discussing this distinction, interpreters usually focus on the dense and ambiguous last section of Chapter 1 of the first division of the Transcendental Logic, of the pure conceptions of the understanding, or categories, which, after defining synthesis as the process of joining different representations to each other, and of comprehending their diversity in one cognition, goes on to claim that synthesis is the mere operation of the imagination, a blind but indispensable function of the soul, without which we should have no cognition whatever, but of the working of which we are seldom even conscious. But to reduce the synthesis to conceptions is a function of the understanding, by means of which we attain to cognition, in the proper meaning of the term. Point 25. In this way, we obtain a three-step process that brings us to cognition proper. The first thing which must be given to us in order to achieve the a priori cognition of all objects, is the diversity of the pure intuition. The synthesis of this diversity by means of the imagination is the second, but this gives, as yet, no cognition. The conceptions which give unity to this pure synthesis, furnish the third requisite for the cognition of an object, and these conceptions are given by the understanding. Point 26. However, insofar as pure synthesis, represented generally, gives us the pure conception of the understanding, the ambiguity is clearly discernible. Is synthesis, generally speaking, the mere operation of imagination, with understanding as a secondary capacity intervening after imagination has already done its work, or is it that pure synthesis, represented generally, gives us the pure conception of the understanding, so that the synthesis of imagination is merely the application of the synthetic power of understanding on a lower, more primitive, precognitive level? 27. Or, to put it in terms of genus and species, is the force of imagination the impenetrable ultimate mystery of transcendental spontaneity, the root of subjectivity, the encompassing genus out of which grows understanding as its discursive cognitive specification, or is the encompassing genus understanding itself, with imagination as a kind of shadow cast retroactively by understanding onto the lower level of intuition? Or, to put it in Hegelese, is the synthesis of imagination the underdeveloped in itself of a force posited as such, for itself, in understanding? The point of Heidegger's reading is that one should determine the synthesis of imagination as the fundamental dimension at the root of discursive understanding, which should thus be analyzed independently of the categories of understanding. Kant recoiled from this radical step, and reduced imagination to a mere mediating force between the pure sensuous manifold of intuition and the cognitive synthetic activity of understanding. In contrast to this approach, we are tempted to emphasize a different aspect, the fact that Kant's notion of imagination silently passes over a crucial negative feature of imagination. Obsessed as he is with the endeavor to synthesize, to bring together the dispersed manifold given in intuition, Kant passes over in silence the opposite power of imagination emphasized later by Hegel, namely, imagination qua the activity of dissolution, which treats as a separate entity what has effective existence only as a part of some organic whole. This negative power also comprises understanding and imagination, as is clear if we read two crucial passages from Hegel together. The first, less known, is from his manuscripts of Generelle Philosophy, about the night of the world. The human being is this night, this empty nothing, that contains everything in its simplicity, an unending wealth of many representations, images, of which none belongs to him, or which are not present. This night, the interior of nature, that exists here, pure self, in phantasmagorical representations, is night all around it, in which here shoots a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition, suddenly here before it, and just so disappears. One catches sight of this night when one looks human beings in the eye, into a night that becomes awful. Point 28. What better description could one offer of the power of imagination in its negative, disruptive, decomposing aspect, as the power that disperses continuous reality into a confused multitude of partial objects, spectral apparitions of what in reality is effective only as part of a larger organism. Ultimately, imagination stands for the capacity of our mind to dismember what immediate perception puts together, to abstract not a common notion but a certain feature from other features. To imagine means to imagine a partial object without its body, a color without shape, a shape without a body, here a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition. This night of the world is thus transcendental imagination at its most elementary and violent, the unrestrained reign of the violence of imagination, of its empty freedom which dissolves every objective link, every connection grounded in the thing itself, for itself is here the arbitrary freedom, to tear up the images and to reconnect them without any constraint. 29. The other passage, universally known, often quoted and interpreted, is from the preface to the Phenomenology. To break an idea up into its original elements is to return to its moments, which at least do not have the form of the given idea, but rather constitute the immediate property of the self. This analysis, to be sure, only arrives at thoughts which are themselves familiar, fixed, and inert determinations. but what is thus separated and non-actual is an essential moment, for it is only because the concrete does divide itself, and make itself into something non-actual, that it is self-moving. The activity of dissolution is the power and work of the understanding, the most astonishing and mightiest of powers, or rather the absolute power. The circle that remains self-enclosed and, like substance, holds its moments together, is an immediate relationship, one therefore which has nothing astonishing about it. But that an accident as such, detached from what circumscribes it, what is bound and is actual only in its context with others, should attain an existence of its own and a separate freedom, this is the tremendous power of the negative, it is the energy of thought, of the pure I. Death, if that is what we want to call this non-actuality, is of all things the most dreadful, and to hold fast what is dead requires the greatest strength. Lacking strength, beauty hates the understanding for asking of her what it cannot do. But the life of spirit is not the life that shrinks from death and keeps itself untouched by devastation, but rather the life that endures it and maintains itself in it. It wins its truth only when, in utter dismemberment, it finds itself. It is this power, not as something positive, which closes its eyes to the negative, as when we say of something that it is nothing or is false, and then, having done with it, turn away and pass on to something else. On the contrary, spirit is this power only by looking the negative in the face, and tarrying with it. This tarrying with the negative is the magical power that converts it into being. This power is identical with what we earlier called the subject, 30. Here, Hegel praises not, as one would expect, speculative reason, but understanding as the mightiest power in the world, as the infinite power of falsity, of tearing apart and treating as separate what naturally belongs together. Is this not a precise description of the basic negative gesture of, let us risk the term, pre-synthetic imagination, its destructive power of undermining every organic unity? So, although the two quoted passages 31 seem to speak of opposite phenomena, the first of the pre-rational/pre-discursive confused immersion in the purely subjective interior, the second of the abstract discursive activity of understanding, which decomposes every depth of organic unity into detached elements, they are thus to be read together, both refer to the mightiest of powers, the power of disrupting the unity of the real, violently installing the domain of membra disjecta, of phenomena. In the most radical sense of the term, the night of the pure self, in which dismembered and disconnected phantasmagorical representations appear and vanish, is the most elementary manifestation of the power of negativity by means of which an accident as such, detached from what circumscribes it, what is bound and is actual only in its context with others, attains an existence of its own and a separate freedom. Kant, in his Critique of Pure Reason, elaborates the notion of transcendental imagination as the mysterious, unfathomable root of all subjective activity, as a spontaneous capacity to connect sensible impressions that precedes rational synthesis of sensible data through a priori categories. What if, in the two quoted passages, Hegel is indicating a kind of even more mysterious obverse of the synthetic imagination, an even more primordial power of pre-synthetic imagination, of tearing apart sensible elements out of their context, of dismembering the immediate experience of an organic whole? It would therefore be too hasty to identify this night of the world with the void of the mystic experience. It designates, rather, its exact opposite, that is, the primordial Big Bang, the violent self-contrast by means of which the balance and inner peace of the void of which mystics speak are perturbed, thrown out of joint. If there is some truth in Heidegger's contention that Kant retreated from the abyss of imagination, his retreat thus concerns, above all, his refusal to bring to light imagination in its negative/disruptive aspect, as the force of tearing the continuous fabric of intuition apart. Kant is too quick in automatically assuming that the multitude of intuition is directly given, so that the bulk of the subject's activity is then constrained to bringing this multitude together, to organizing it into an interconnected whole, from the most primitive synthesis of imagination, through the synthetic activity of the categories of understanding, up to the regulative idea of reason, the impossible task of uniting our entire experience of the universe into a rational organic structure. What Kant neglects is the fact that the primordial form of imagination is the exact opposite of this synthetic activity. Imagination enables us to tear the texture of reality apart, to treat as effectively existing something that is merely a component of a living whole. How, then, does the opposition between imagination and understanding relate to that between synthesis and analysis, in the sense of disrupting, decomposing, the primordial immediate unity of intuition? This relation can be conceived as working both ways. One can determine imagination as the spontaneous synthesis of the sensuous manifold into a perception of unified objects and processes, which are then torn apart, decomposed, analyzed by discursive understanding, or one can determine imagination as the primordial power of decomposition, of tearing apart, while the role of understanding is then to bring together these membra disjecta into a new rational whole. In both cases, the continuity between imagination and understanding is disrupted. There is an inherent antagonism between the two. It is either understanding that heals the wound inflicted by imagination, synthesizing its membra disjecta, or understanding mortifies, tears the spontaneous synthetic unity of imagination into bits and pieces. At this point, a naive question is quite appropriate: which of the two axes, of the two relations, is more fundamental? The underlying structure here, of course, is that of a vicious cycle or mutual implication. The wound can be healed only by the spear that inflicted it, that is to say, the multitude that the synthesis of imagination endeavors to bring together is already the result of imagination itself, of its disruptive power. This mutual implication nonetheless gives precedence to the negative, disruptive aspect of imagination, not only for the obvious common sense reason that elements must first be dismembered in order to open up the space for the endeavor to bring them together again, but for a more radical reason, because of the subject's irreducible finitude. The very endeavor of synthesis is always minimally violent and disruptive. That is to say, the unity the subject endeavors to impose on the sensuous multitude via its synthetic activity is always erratic, eccentric, unbalanced, unsound, something that is externally and violently imposed onto the multitude, never a simple impassive act of discerning the inherent subterranean connections between the membra disjecta. In this precise sense, every synthetic unity is based on an act of repression, and therefore generates some indivisible remainder. It imposes as unifying feature some unilateral moment that breaches the symmetry. This is what, in the domain of cinematic art, Eisenstein's concept of intellectual montage seems to aim at. Intellectual activity brings together bits and pieces torn by the power of imagination from their proper context, violently recomposing them into a new unity that gives birth to an unexpected new meaning. Kant's break with the previous rationalist/empiricist problematic can thus be located precisely. In contrast to this problematic, he no longer accepts some pre-synthetic zero-ground elements worked upon by our mind. There is no neutral elementary stuff, like elementary sensory ideas in Locke, which is then composed by our mind. That is, the synthetic activity of our mind is always already at work, even in our most elementary contact with reality. 32 The pre-synthetic real, its pure, not yet fashioned multitude, not yet synthesized by a minimum of transcendental imagination, is, stricto sensu, impossible, a level that must be retroactively presupposed, but can never actually be encountered. Our Hegelian point, however, is that this mythical/impossible starting point, the presupposition of imagination, is already the product, the result, of the imagination's disruptive activity. In short, the mythic, inaccessible zero level of pure multitude not yet affected/fashioned by imagination is nothing but pure imagination itself, imagination at its most violent, as the activity of disrupting the continuity of the inertia of the pre-symbolic natural real. This pre-synthetic multitude is what Hegel describes as the night of the world, as the unruliness of the subject's abyssal freedom which violently explodes reality into a dispersed floating of membra disjecta. It is thus crucial to close the circle. We never exit the circle of imagination, since the very zero-level mythic presupposition of synthetic imagination, the stuff on which it works, is imagination itself at its purest and most violent, imagination in its negative, disruptive aspect. 33. The passage through madness. Hegel explicitly posits this night of the world as pre-ontological. The symbolic order, the universe of the word, logos, emerges only when this inwardness of the pure self must enter also into existence, become an object, oppose itself to this innerness to be external, return to being. This is language as name-giving power. Through the name the object as individual entity is born out of the I. 34. Consequently, what one should bear in mind is that, for the object to be born out of the I, it is necessary, as it were, to start with a clean slate, to erase the entirety of reality insofar as it is not yet born out of the I by passing through the night of the world. This, finally, brings us to madness as a philosophical notion inherent to the very concept of subjectivity. Schelling's basic insight, whereby, prior to its assertion as the medium of rational word, the subject is the pure night of the self, the infinite lack of being, the violent gesture of contraction that negates every being outside itself, also forms the core of Hegel's notion of madness, when Hegel determines madness as withdrawal from the actual world, the closing of the soul into itself, its contraction, the cutting off of its links with external reality. He all too quickly conceives of this withdrawal as a regression to the level of the animal soul still embedded in its natural surroundings and determined by the rhythm of nature, night and day, etc. Does not this withdrawal, on the contrary, designate the severing of the links with the Umwelt, the end of the subject's immersion in its immediate natural surroundings, and is it not, as such, the founding gesture of humanization? Was not this withdrawal into self accomplished by Descartes in his universal doubt and reduction to cogito, which, as Derrida pointed out in his Cogito and the History of Madness 35, also involves a passage through the moment of radical madness? Here we must be careful not to miss the way Hegel's break with the Enlightenment tradition can be discerned in the reversal of the very metaphor of the subject. The subject is no longer the light of reason opposed to the non-transparent, impenetrable stuff, of nature, tradition. His very core, the gesture that opens up the space for the light of logos, is absolute negativity, the night of the world, the point of utter madness in which phantasmagorical apparitions of partial objects wander aimlessly. Consequently, there is no subjectivity without this gesture of withdrawal. That is why Hegel is fully justified in inverting the standard question of how the fall regression into madness is possible. The real question is, rather, how the subject is able to climb out of madness and reach normality. That is to say, the withdrawal into self, the cutting off of the links to the environs, is followed by the construction of a symbolic universe which the subject projects onto reality as a kind of substitute formation, destined to recompense us for the loss of the immediate, presymbolic real. However, as Freud himself asserted in his analysis of Daniel Paul Schreiber, is not the manufacturing of a substitute formation, which recompenses the subject for the loss of reality, the most succinct definition of paranoiac construction as the subject's attempt to cure himself of the disintegration of his universe? In short, the ontological necessity of madness lies in the fact that it is not possible to pass directly from the purely animal soul immersed in its natural life world to normal subjectivity dwelling in its symbolic universe. The vanishing mediator between the two is the mad gesture of radical withdrawal from reality which opens up the space for its symbolic, constitution. Hegel already emphasized the radical ambiguity of the statement "what I think, the product of my thought, is objectively true." This statement is a speculative proposition that expresses simultaneously the lowest, the erratic attitude of the madman caught in his self-enclosed universe, unable to relate to reality, and the highest, the truth of speculative idealism, the identity of thought and being. If, therefore, in this precise sense, as Lacan put it, normality itself is a mode, a subspecies of psychosis, that is, if the difference between normality and madness is inherent to madness, of what, then, does this difference between the mad, paranoiac, construction and the normal, social, construction of reality consist? Is normality ultimately merely a more mediated form of madness? Or, as Schelling put it, is normal reason merely regulated madness? Does not Hegel's brief description, "here shoots a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition," chime perfectly with Lacan's notion of the dismembered body le corps morciel? What Hegel calls the night of the world, the phantasmagorical, pre-symbolic domain of partial drives, is an undeniable component of the subject's most radical self-experience, exemplified, among others, by Hieronymus Bosch's celebrated paintings. In a way, the entire psychoanalytic experience focuses on the traces of the traumatic passage from this night of the world into our daily universe of logos. The tension between the narrative form and the death drive, as the withdrawal into self constitutive of the subject, is thus the missing link that has to be presupposed if we are to account for the passage from natural to symbolic surroundings. The key point is thus that the passage from nature to culture is not direct, that one cannot account for it within a continuous evolutionary narrative. Something has to intervene between the two, a kind of vanishing mediator, which is neither nature nor culture. This in-between is silently presupposed in all evolutionary narratives. We are not idealists. This in-between is not the spark of logos magically conferred on Homo sapiens, enabling him to form his supplementary virtual symbolic surroundings, but precisely something that, although it is also no longer nature, is not yet logos, and has to be repressed by logos. The Freudian name for this in-between, of course, is the death drive. Speaking of this in-between, it is interesting to note how philosophical narratives of the birth of man are always compelled to presuppose such a moment in human history when, what will become, man is no longer a mere animal and simultaneously not yet a being of language, bound by symbolic law, a moment of thoroughly perverted, denaturalized, derailed nature which is not yet culture. In his pedagogical writings, Kant emphasized that the human animal needs disciplinary pressure in order to tame an uncanny unruliness that seems to be inherent in human nature, a wild, unconstrained propensity to insist stubbornly on one's own will, cost what it may. Because of this unruliness, the human animal needs a master to discipline him. Discipline targets this unruliness, not the animal nature in man. It is discipline which prevents man from being turned aside by his animal impulses from humanity, his appointed end. Discipline, for instance, must restrain him from venturing wildly and rashly into danger. Discipline, thus, is merely negative, its action being to counteract man's natural unruliness. The positive part of education is instruction. Unruliness consists in independence of law. By discipline men are placed in subjection to the laws of mankind, and brought to feel their constraint. This, however, must be accomplished early. Children, for instance, are first sent to school, not so much with the object of their learning something, but rather that they may become used to sitting still and doing exactly as they are told. The love of freedom is naturally so strong in man that when once he has grown accustomed to freedom, he will sacrifice everything for its sake. Owing to his natural love of freedom, it is necessary that man should have his natural roughness smoothed down. With animals, their instinct renders this unnecessary. 36. Everything is in this marvelous text, from the Foucauldian motif of disciplinary micropractice as preceding any positive instruction, to the Althusserian equation of the free subject with his subjection to the law. However, its fundamental ambiguity is no less discernible. On the one hand, Kant seems to conceive discipline as the procedure that makes the human animal free, delivering it from the hold of natural instincts. On the other, it is clear that what discipline targets is not directly man's animal nature but his excessive love of freedom, his natural unruliness, which goes far beyond obeying animal instincts. In this unruliness, another, properly noumenal dimension violently emerges, a dimension that suspends man's enchainment in the phenomenal network of natural causality. The story of morality is thus not the standard story of nature versus culture, of the moral law constraining our natural pathological pleasure-seeking propensities. On the contrary, the struggle is between the moral law and unnatural violent unruliness, and, in this struggle, man's natural propensities are, rather, on the side of moral law against the excess of unruliness that threatens his well-being. Since man has grown accustomed to freedom, he will sacrifice everything for its sake, including his well-being. In Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of world history, a similar role is played by the reference to Negroes. Significantly, Hegel deals with Negroes before history proper, which starts with ancient China. In the section entitled The Natural Context or the Geographical Basis of World History, Negroes stand for the human spirit in its state of nature. They are described as perverted, monstrous children, simultaneously naive and extremely corrupted, that is to say, living in the prelapsarian state of innocence and, precisely as such, the most cruel barbarians, part of nature and yet thoroughly denaturalized, ruthlessly manipulating nature through primitive sorcery, yet simultaneously terrified by raging natural forces, mindlessly brave cowards. 37. In a closer reading, one should link the problem of imagination as transcendental spontaneity to its point of failure announced in the two forms of the sublime. These two forms are precisely the two modes of imagination's failure to accomplish its synthetic activity. Jacob Rogozinski drew attention to the way a kind of elementary violence is already at work in pure reason, in the most elementary synthesis of imagination, memory, retention, temporality. That is to say, what Kant fails to appreciate is the extent to which the synthesis constitutive of normal reality is, in an unheard of and simultaneously most fundamental sense, already violent, insofar as it consists in an order imposed by the subject's synthetic activity on the heterogeneous disarray of impressions. 38 Let us add that this violence of synthesis is perhaps already an answer to the more fundamental violence of dismemberment, of tearing the natural continuity of experience apart. If the synthesis of imagination were to succeed without a gap, we would obtain perfect self-sufficient and self-enclosed auto-affection. However, the synthesis of imagination necessarily fails. It gets caught in an inconsistency in two different ways. First, in an inherent way, through the imbalance between apprehension and comprehension, which generates the mathematical sublime. Synthetic comprehension is not able to catch up with the magnitude of the apprehended perceptions with which the subject is bombarded, and it is this very failure of synthesis that reveals its violent nature. Then, in an external way, through the intervention of the moral law that announces another dimension, that of the noumenal, the moral law is necessarily experienced by the subject as a violent intrusion disturbing the smooth self-sufficient run of the auto-affection of his imagination. In these two cases of the violence that emerges as a kind of answer to the preceding violence of the transcendental imagination itself, we thus encounter the matrix of mathematical and dynamic antinomies. This is the exact locus at which the antagonism between philosophical materialism and idealism is discernible in Kant's philosophy. It concerns the question of primacy in the relationship between the two antinomies. Idealism gives priority to the dynamic antinomy, to the way the supersensible law transcends and/or suspends from outside the phenomenal causal chain. From this perspective, phenomenal inconsistency is merely the way in which the noumenal beyond inscribes itself into the phenomenal domain. Materialism, in contrast, gives priority to mathematical antinomy, to the inherent inconsistency of the phenomenal domain. The ultimate outcome of mathematical antinomy is the domain of an inconsistent all, of a multitude that lacks the ontological consistency of reality. From this perspective, the dynamic antinomy itself appears as an attempt to resolve the inherent deadlock of mathematical antinomy by transposing it into the coexistence of two distinct orders, the phenomenal and the noumenal. In other words, mathematical antinomy, i.e. the inherent failure or collapse of imagination, dissolves phenomenal reality in the direction of the monstrous real, while dynamic antinomy transcends phenomenal reality in the direction of the symbolic law. It saves phenomena by providing a kind of external guarantee of the phenomenal domain. 39. As Lenin had already emphasized, the history of philosophy consists of an incessant, repetitive tracing of the difference between materialism and idealism. What one has to add is that, as a rule, this line of demarcation does not run where one would obviously expect it to run. Often, the materialist choice hinges on how we decide between seemingly secondary alternatives. According to the predominant philosophical cliché, the last vestige of Kant's materialism is to be sought in his insistence on the thing in itself, the external other that forever resists being dissolved in the subject's activity of reflexive, self-positing. Thus Fichte, in his rejection of the Kantian thing in itself, that is to say, in his notion of the absolute act of the subject's self-positing, eliminates the last trace of materialism from Kant's edifice, opening up the way for Hegel's panlogicist reduction of all reality to an externalization of the absolute subject's notional self-mediation. Contrary to this predominant cliché, incorrectly sustained by Lenin himself, Kant's materialism consists, rather, in asserting the primacy of mathematical antinomy, and in conceiving dynamic antinomy as secondary, as an attempt to save phenomena through the noumenal law as their constitutive exception. In other words, it is only too easy to locate the greatest effort and scope of imagination, and, simultaneously, its ultimate failure, in its inability to make the noumenal dimension present. Therein lies the lesson of the sublime, the attempt to represent the noumenal, i.e. to fill the gap between the noumenal and the imagined phenomenal, fails, so that imagination can reveal the noumenal dimension only in a negative way, via its failure, as that which eludes even the greatest effort of imagination. Prior to this experience of gap and failure, imagination is already a name for the violent gesture that opens up and sustains the very gap between the noumenal and the phenomenal. The true problem is not how to bridge the gap separating the two but, rather, how this gap came to emerge in the first place. Thus Heidegger was right, in a way, in his emphasis on transcendental imagination as preceding and grounding the dimension of the constitutive categories of understanding, and this same priority holds even for the sublime as the impossible scheme of the ideas of reason. The gesture to be accomplished here is simply to invert and/or displace the standard notion, according to which sublime phenomena, by their very failure, bear witness in a negative way to another dimension, that of the noumenal dimension of reason. Rather, it is the other way round. The sublime, in its extreme, in its approaching the monstrous, indicates an abyss which is already concealed, gentrified, by the ideas of reason. In other words, it is not that, in the experience of the sublime, imagination fails properly to schematize/temporalize the supersensible dimension of reason, rather, it is that the regulative ideas of reason are ultimately nothing but a secondary endeavor to cover up, to sustain the abyss of the monstrous announced in the failure of transcendental imagination. To clarify this point further, one should introduce here the distinction between scheme and symbol. Scheme offers a direct, sensible presentation of a notion of understanding, while a symbol retains a distance, merely indicating something beyond it. The persistence in time is thus an adequate scheme of the category of substance, while beauty, a beautiful object, is, as Kant puts it, the symbol of the good, that is, not a scheme, but a symbolic representation of the good as an idea of reason, not a category of understanding. And things become complicated here with the sublime. The sublime is not a symbol of the good, so, in a way, it is closer to the scheme. It stands for an effort of imagination to schematize the idea of reason. However, it is a strange case of a failed schematism, of a scheme that succeeds through its very failure. Because of this success in failure, the sublime involves a strange mixture of pleasure and pain. It is a pleasure provided by the very experience of pain, of the painful failure of imagination, of the painful gap between apprehension and comprehension. Do we not encounter here again the Freudian/Lacanian paradox of jouissance beyond the pleasure principle, as pleasure in pain, of das Ding which can be experienced only in a negative way, whose contours can be discerned only negatively, as the contours of an invisible void? Similarly, is not the moral law itself a sublime thing, in so far as it also elicits the painful sentiment of humiliation, of self-debasement, mixed with a profound satisfaction that the subject has done his duty? What we approach in the first, negative, painful time of the experience of the sublime is what Kant refers to as the chaotic aggregate, as stepmotherly nature, nature as a cruel mother not subject to any law. As Rogozinski has demonstrated, this notion of chaotic aggregate as das Ungeheuer the monstrous plays the same role as diabolical evil in the Kantian ethics, a hypothesis necessarily evoked but then instantly revoked, domesticated. This reference to the feminine is by no means accidental and neutral. As is well known, in his Analytics of the Sublime in the Critique of Judgment, Kant evokes as the most sublime of all statements the inscription on the temple of Isis, the divine mother nature: I am all that is, that was, and that will be, and no mortal will ever raise my veil. As the temporal description clearly indicates, we are dealing here with nature in its impossible totality, with nature as the totality of phenomena which can never be accessible to our finite experience. A couple of years later, however, in Your Great Master, his polemic against those who want or pretend to reveal the secret beneath the veil, Kant gives a masculine twist to the secret behind the veil. The hidden goddess in front of whom we fall on our knees is none other than the moral law in ourselves. 40 Here, literally, woman, the primordial mother nature, appears as one of the names of the Father, lakin her true secret is the paternal moral law. We are dealing here not with the totality of phenomena but with what is beyond phenomena, the noumenal law. Of course, these two versions of what is behind the veil refer to the two modes of the sublime, mathematical/dynamic, and to the two corresponding types of antinomies of reason. There are thus two conclusions to be drawn. 1. Kant himself, albeit implicitly, did already sexualize the two antinomies, in so far as he linked the totality of phenomena generating the first, mathematical, type of antinomies to the feminine principle of the monstrous pure chaotic multitude, and the second, dynamic, type of antinomies to the masculine principle of the moral law. 2. The shift of pain into pleasure in the experience of the sublime is also implicitly sexualized. It occurs when we become aware of how, beneath the horror of the chaotic aggregate of phenomena, there is the moral law, that is, it involves the magic shift from the feminine monstrosity to the masculine law. Again, everything hinges here on where we put the accent. Is, in the idealist option, the monstrosity of the chaotic aggregate of phenomena just the extreme of our imagination, which still fails to convey the proper noumenal dimension of the moral law? Or, the materialist option, is it the other way round, and is the moral law itself, in its very sublime quality, the last veil covering the monstrous, the, already minimally gentrified, domesticated, way we, finite subjects, are able to perceive, and endure, the unimaginable thing? The violence of imagination. So when Kant endeavors to move beyond the domain of imagination and to articulate supersensible rational ideas as what accounts for human dignity, Heidegger interprets this move as a retreat from the abyss of imagination. Heidegger is right insofar as Kant is in effect trying to ground imagination in a system of rational ideas whose status is noumenal. But is this the only way to break out of the closure of self-affection that constitutes synthetic imagination? What if it is the very insistence on synthetic imagination as the unsurpassable horizon of the appearance/disclosure of being which, by retaining us within the closure of temporal auto-affection, screens the abyss of the unimaginable, which is not eo ipso the metaphysical dimension of noumena? That is to say, when Kant claims that, without the minimal synthesis of transcendental imagination, there would be no phenomena in the proper sense of the term, only a blind play of representations, that is to say, less than a dream, does he not thereby evoke the monstrous chaotic aggregate, the not yet world, the pre-ontological kara, which forms the background of the experience of the sublime? The experience of the sublime reaches the very border of this chaotic aggregate of the senses in order to retreat from it into the supersensible dimension of the noumenal law. Is not the monstrous which is explicitly rendered thematic in the dialectics of the sublime in the third critique thus already at work at the very heart of the transcendental aesthetics in the first critique? Is not the transcendental imagination, in its synthetic function, already a defense against this chaotic aggregate? Are not the spectral appearances of partial objects mentioned by Hegel in the quoted passage about the night of the world precisely such a pre-synthetic, pre-ontological blind play of representations, which is less than a dream? The wager of the Kantian sublime is that another synthesis, not that of the ontological synthesis accomplished by the temporal self-affection of transcendental imagination, can save us from this abyss of the failure of imagination. The violence of imagination in the sublime is twofold. It is the violence of imagination itself. Our senses are stretched to their utmost and bombarded with images of extreme chaos, as well as the violence done to imagination by reason, which compels our faculty of imagination to exert all its powers and then to fail miserably, since it is unable to comprehend reason. Every imagination is already violent in itself, in the guise of the tension between apprehension Auffassung and comprehension Zusammenfassung. The second can never fully catch up with the first. Consequently, temporality itself, as such, involves a gap between the apprehension of the dispersed multitude and the synthetic act of the comprehension of the unity of this multitude. Our faculty of imagination fails to achieve this unity when the object is too large, that is, in the case of the mathematical sublime, there is not enough time, there are too many units for us to accomplish their synthesis. This not enough time is not a secondary deficiency, it appertains to the very notion of time, that is, there is time only insofar as there is not enough time. Temporality as such is sustained by the gap between apprehension and comprehension. A being able to close this gap and fully to comprehend the apprehended multitude would be a noumenal archetypus intellectus no longer constrained by the limitations of temporality. This violence of the synthesis of comprehension is then followed by the violence of the synthesis of retention, which endeavors to counteract the flow of time, to retain what runs away, to resist the temporal drainage. Rogozinski's conclusion regarding this twofold gap and or violence, of comprehension over apprehension, of retention over the flow of time, is that time itself and the transcendental imagination in its synthetic activity of auto-affection are not directly the same, since the second already exerts a violence on the pure temporal dispersal. Without this violence, reality itself would not retain its minimal ontological consistency. Transcendental schematism thus designates the procedure by which, already at the level of pre-discursive, purely intuitive temporal experience, the pure pre-synthetic temporal dispersal is violently subordinated to the synthetic activity of the subject, whose definitive form is the application of the discursive categories of understanding to intuition. Schematism forges our temporal experience into a homogeneous linear succession in which past and future are subordinated to the present, which retains the past and announces the future. What transcendental schematism prevents us from thinking is precisely the paradox of creatio ex nihilo. In schematized time, nothing really new can emerge, everything is always already there, and merely deploys its inherent potential. 41 The sublime, on the contrary, marks the moment at which something emerges out of nothing, something new that cannot be accounted for by reference to the pre-existing network of circumstances. We are dealing here with another temporality, the temporality of freedom, of a radical rupture in the chain of natural and or social causality. When, for example, does the experience of the sublime occur in politics? When, against their better judgment, people disregard the balance sheet of profits and losses and risk freedom, at that moment, something that, literally, cannot be accounted for in the terms of circumstances miraculously becomes possible. 42 The feeling of the sublime is aroused by an event that momentarily suspends the network of symbolic causality. Insofar as freedom is the proper name for this suspension of causality, one is able here to throw a new light on the Hegelian definition of freedom as conceived necessity. The consequent notion of subjective idealism compels us to invert this thesis and to conceive of necessity as, ultimately nothing but, conceived freedom. The central tenet of Kant's transcendental idealism is that it is the subject's spontaneous, i.e. radically free, act of transcendental apperception that changes the confused flow of sensations into reality, which obeys necessary laws. This point is even clearer in moral philosophy, when Kant claims that moral law is the ratio cognoscendi of our transcendental freedom. Is he not literally saying that necessity is conceived freedom? That is to say, the only way for us to get to know, to conceive of, our freedom is via the fact of the unbearable pressure of the moral law, of its necessity, which enjoins us to act against the compulsion of our pathological impulses. At the most general level, one should posit that necessity, the symbolic necessity that regulates our lives, relies on the abyssal free act of the subject, on his contingent decision, on the point de capitan that magically turns confusion into a new order. Is not this freedom, which is not yet caught in the cobweb of necessity, the abyss of the night of the world? For this reason, Fichte's radicalization of Kant is consistent, not just a subjectivist eccentricity. Fichte was the first philosopher to focus on the uncanny contingency at the very heart of subjectivity. The Fichtean subject is not the overblown ego equals ego as the absolute origin of all reality, but a finite subject thrown, caught, in a contingent social situation forever eluding mastery. 43 The Ontos, the primordial impulse that sets in motion the gradual self-limitation and self-determination of the initially void subject, is not merely a mechanical external impulse, it also indicates another subject who, in the abyss of its freedom, functions as the challenge Aufforderung compelling me to limit/specify my freedom, that is, to accomplish the passage from abstract egotist freedom to concrete freedom within the rational ethical universe. Perhaps this intersubjective Aufforderung is not merely the secondary specification of the Ontos, but its exemplary original case. It is important to bear in mind the two primary meanings of Ontos in German: Czech, obstacle, hindrance, something that resists the boundless expansion of our striving, and an impetus, a stimulus, something that incites our activity. Ontos is not simply the obstacle the absolute I posits to itself in order to stimulate its activity, so that, by overcoming the self-posited obstacle, it asserts its creative power, like the games the proverbial perverted ascetic saint plays with himself by inventing ever new temptations and then, in successfully resisting them, confirming his strength. If the Kantian Ding and Sich corresponds to the Freudian Lacanian thing, Ontos is closer to objet petit, to the primordial foreign body that sticks in the throat of the subject, to the object cause of desire that splits it up. Fichte himself defines Ontos as the non-assimilable foreign body that causes the subject to divide into the empty absolute subject and the finite determinate subject, limited by the non-I. Ontos thus designates the moment of the run-in, the hazardous knock, the encounter of the real in the midst of the ideality of the absolute I. There is no subject without Ontos, without the collision with an element of irreducible facticity and contingency. The I is supposed to encounter something foreign within itself. The point is thus to acknowledge the presence, within the I itself, of a realm of irreducible otherness, of absolute contingency and incomprehensibility. Ultimately, not just Angelus Silesius's rose, but every Ontos whatsoever is oni verum. 44. In clear contrast to the Kantian noumenal ding that affects our senses, Ontos does not come from outside. It is stricto sensu extimit, a non-assimilable foreign body at the very core of the subject. As Fichte himself emphasizes, the paradox of Ontos lies in the fact that it is simultaneously purely subjective and not produced by the activity of the I. If Ontos were not purely subjective, if it were already the non-I, part of objectivity, we would fall back into dogmatism, that is to say, Ontos would effectively amount to no more than a shadowy remainder of the Kantian Ding and Sich, and would thus bear witness to Fichte's inconsequentiality. The usual criticism of Fichte: if Ontos were simply subjective, it would present a case of the subject's hollow playing with itself, and we would never reach the level of objective reality. That is, Fichte would effectively be a solipsist, another common criticism of his philosophy. The crucial point is that Ontos sets in motion the constitution of reality. At the beginning is the pure I with the non-assimilable foreign body at its heart. The subject constitutes reality by assuming a distance towards the real of the formless Ontos, and conferring on it the structure of objectivity. 45. If Kant's Ding and Sich is not Fichte's Ontos, what is the difference between them? Or, to put it in another way, where do we find in Kant something that announces Fichte's Ontos? One should not confuse Kant's Ding and Sich with the transcendental object, which, contrary to some confused and misleading formulations found in Kant himself, is not noumenal but the nothingness, the void of horizon of objectivity, of that which stands against the finite subject, the minimal form of resistance which is not yet any positive determinate object that the subject encounters in the world. Kant uses the German expression da wieder, what is out there opposing itself to us, standing against us. This da wieder is not the abyss of the thing, it does not point to the dimension of the unimaginable, it is, on the contrary, the very horizon of openness towards objectivity within which particular objects appear to a finite subject. The monstrous. Fichte was a philosopher of the primacy of practical over theoretical reason, so we are now also in a position to show how our reading of Kant affects the Kantian approach to the ethical problematic. In his Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, Heidegger endeavors to think the moral law itself, that is, the problematic of practical reason, according to the same model of the synthesis of imagination as pure auto-affection, as the unity of activity, spontaneity, and passivity, receptivity in his moral experience. The subject submits himself to a law that is not external but posited by himself, so that being affected by the call of moral law is the ultimate form of self-affection, in it, as well as in the law that characterizes autonomous subjectivity. Autonomy and receptivity coincide. This is the origin of all the paradoxes of Heidegger's reading. Heidegger first reduces temporality and law to pure self-affection of the subject, then rejects them for this very reason, because they remain within the constraints of subjectivity. In short, Heidegger himself generates the subjectivist reading of Kant to which he then refers in rejecting him. Heidegger's devaluation of Kant's practical philosophy in his Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics belongs in the long line of critics, from Heinrich Heine and Feuerbach to Adorno and Horkheimer in Dialectic of Enlightenment, who dismiss the critique of practical reason as Kant's betrayal of the subversive anti-metaphysical potential of his critique of pure reason. In his ethical thought, Kant asserts freedom and moral law as that on account of which the finite subject, man, is not constrained to phenomenal experience, that is, as a window on the purely rational noumenal domain, beyond or outside time, literally the domain of metaphysics. The price Kant pays for this is that he has to limit the scope, the grounding role, of transcendental imagination and its movement of temporalization. The experience of freedom and moral law is not rooted in temporal self-affection. According to Heidegger, the ultimate cause of this regression into the metaphysical opposition between temporal and eternal lies in Kant's metaphysical notion of time as the linear succession of moments under the domination of the present. So, although Kant is compelled to invoke temporal determinations in his notion of the subject qua moral agent, morality involves the infinite temporal progress. Only a finite being dwelling in time can be affected by the call of duty, etc. He is ultimately able to conceive the fact of freedom only as something pointing to a domain outside time, to noumenal eternity, not as the ecstasis of another, more original, non-linear mode of temporality. Is there no actual link between Kant's ethical duty and Heidegger's call of conscience? Heidegger's notion of the call of conscience is usually criticized for its formal decisionism. This voice is purely formal. It tells Dasein to make an authentic choice without providing any concrete criteria enabling the subject to identify authentic choice. The location of this call is extimate in the Lacanian sense, as Heidegger emphasizes. This call is not pronounced/uttered by another Dasein or divine agent, it comes from outside, but is simultaneously something that emerges from nowhere, since it is the voice of the very heart of Dasein, reminding it of its own unique potentiality. Heidegger links this call of conscience to the motif of guilt, conceived as an a priori, existential, formal feature of Dasein. As such, it is not a concrete guilt about some determinate act or non-act but the expression of the formal act that in the case of Dasein, owing to its finitude and thrownness, and at the same time its anticipatory projecting opening towards the future, potentiality always and a priori outstrips the actualization of Dasein's determinate existence. The usual point here is that Heidegger secularizes the Protestant notion of sin as consubstantial with human existence as such, depriving it of its positive theological foundation by redefining it in a purely formal way. Heidegger should nonetheless be defended here, This criticism is no better grounded than the standard criticism that the Marxist narrative of the communist revolution leading to the classless society is a secularized version of the religious narrative of fall and salvation. In both cases, the answer should be, why shouldn't we turn the criticism around and claim that the latter, allegedly secularized version provides the true version of which the religious narrative is merely a mystified and naive anticipation? Furthermore, do not these Heideggerian notions of guilt and call of conscience rely on the paradigmatically modern tradition that stretches from Kantian ethics to the strict Freudian notion of superego? That is to say, the first thing to note is that the formal character of the call of conscience and universalized guilt are strictly identical, two sides of the same coin. It is precisely because Dasein never receives any positive injunction from the call of conscience that it can never be sure of accomplishing its proper duty, that guilt is consubstantial with it. What we are dealing with here is a reformulation of Kant's categorical imperative, which is also tautologically empty. It says that the subject should do his duty without specifying what this duty is, and thus shifts the burden of determining the content of duty wholly onto the subject. Heidegger was thus fully justified when, a couple of years later, in his 1930 course on the essence of human freedom, he indulged in a brief attempt to save Kant's critique of practical reason by interpreting the Kantian moral imperative in the terms of being and time, as the call of conscience that shatters and transports us from our immersion into Das Man, into the inauthentic ontic morality of this is how it is done, how one does it. Kantian practical reason provides a glimpse into the abyss of freedom beyond, or, rather, beneath, the constraints of traditional metaphysical ontology. This reference to the critique of practical reason is founded on an accurate insight into Kant's radical ethical revolution, which breaks with the metaphysical ethics of supreme good, and just as Heidegger retreated from the abyss of the unimaginable monstrosity lurking in the Kantian problematic of transcendental imagination, so he also retreated from the monstrosity discernible in the Kantian ethical formalism when, after his care, he no longer reserved an exceptional role for Kant. From the mid-1930s onwards, it is the event of the truth of being, its disclosure, which provides the historical/epical law/measure of what, in our everyday experience, can count as ethical injunction. Kant is thereby reduced to a figure in the line stretching from Plato's idea of supreme good, which already subordinates being to supreme good, to the modern nihilistic babble about values. He even lays the ground for the modern turn from the notion of good as inherent in the order of being itself to the subjectivist notion of values that human beings impose on objective reality, so that his ethical revolution provides a key link in the line from Platonism to modern nihilism towards values. Kant was the first to assert the will as the will to will. In all its goals, the will basically wills itself, and therein lie the roots of nihilism. The autonomy of the moral law means that this law is self-posited. When my will follows its call, it ultimately wills itself. 46. Heidegger thus denies any truly subversive potential of the Kantian ethical revolution, of his assertion of law as barred/empty, not determined by any positive content. It is upon this feature that Lacan grounds his thesis on Kant's practical philosophy as the starting point in the lineage culminating in Freud's invention of psychoanalysis. As Rogozinski demonstrated, what is crucial here is the fate of the triad beautiful/sublime/monstrous. Heidegger ignores the sublime, that is, he links beauty directly to the monstrous, most evidently in his reading of Antigone in an introduction to metaphysics. Beauty is the mode of apparition of the monstrous. It designates one of the modalities of the truth event that shatters our allegiance to the everyday run of things, that is, it derails our immersion in Das Man, the way it is done. 47. This passing over the sublime is directly linked to the insertion of Kant in the Platonic lineage of the supreme good, to Heidegger's dismissal of the Kantian ethical revolution. If the beautiful is, as Kant put it, the symbol of the good, then the sublime is precisely the failed scheme of the ethical law. The stakes in Heidegger's direct linking of the beautiful to the monstrous are thus higher than they may seem. The disappearance of the sublime in Heidegger's reading of Kant is the obverse of his ignorance of the Kantian motif of the pure form of law. The fact that the Kantian moral law is empty, a pure form, radically affects the status of the monstrous. How? Heidegger, of course, the Matthijs the monstrous, or rather, the uncanny, das Unheimlich, as he translates the demonic from Antigone's first great chorus in his detailed reading of this chorus in an introduction to metaphysics, he deploys the contours of the overpowering violence of nature, of earth, as well as the violence of man who, by dwelling in language, throws the natural course of events off the rails and exploits it for his own purposes. He insists repeatedly on the out-of-joint character of man. Not only is his fight against/with the powers of nature derailing, the very institution of polis, of a communal order, is characterized as an act of violent imposition, as grounded in an abyssal decision. So Heidegger is well aware that every dwelling in the familiar everyday universe is grounded in a violent/monstrous act of resolutely deciding/assuming one's fate, that since man is primordially out of joint, the very imposition of a Homeheim, of a communal site of dwelling, polis, is unheimlich, reposes on an excessive/violent deed. The problem is that this domain of unheimliches remains for him the very domain of the disclosure of historical shape of being, of a world, grounded in impenetrable earth, in which man historically dwells, of the tension between earth, natural surroundings, and the shape of man's communal being. And, insofar as the particular shape of historical being is beauty, one can see the precise sense in which, for Heidegger, beauty and the monstrous are codependent. The Kantian/Lacanian monstrous, however, involves another dimension, a dimension not yet worldly, ontological, the disclosure of a historical shape of communal destiny of being, but a pre-ontological universe of the night of the world in which partial objects wander in a state preceding any synthesis, like that in Hieronymus Bosch's paintings, which are strictly correlative to the emergence of modern subjectivity. Kant himself opens up the domain of this uncanny pre-ontological spectrality, of the undead apparitions, with his distinction between negative and infinite judgment. 48 This domain is not the old, pre-modern underground as the dark, lower strata of the global cosmic order in which monstrous entities dwell, but something stricto sensu cosmic. In other words, what Heidegger misses is the radical anti-ontological, or, rather, anti-cosmological, thrust of Kant's philosophy, against the neo-Kantian historico-culturalist or epistemological misreading of Kant. Heidegger is justified in emphasizing how Kant's critique of pure reason provides the foundation of a new ontology of finitude and temporality. What he misses is that the antinomies of pure reason generated by Kant's insistence on the subject's finitude undermine the very notion of cosmos as a whole of the universe, as a meaningful hermeneutic totality of surroundings, as a life world in which a historical people dwells. Or, to put it in yet another way, what Heidegger misses is the suspension of the dimension of the being in the world, psychotic self-withdrawal, as the ultimate, possibility, as the most radical dimension of subjectivity, as that against which the violent synthetic imposition of a new order, the event of historical disclosure of being, is the defense. And this brings us back to the problematic of the sublime which Heidegger left out in his reading of Kant. The Kantian notion of the sublime is strictly correlative to this failure of ontology/cosmology. It designates the inability of transcendental imagination to bring about the closure of the horizon necessary for the notion of a cosmos. The monstrous conceptualized by Kant in its different guises, from the chaotic aggregate of stepmotherly nature to the diabolical evil, is thus wholly incompatible with the monstrous of which Heidegger speaks. It is almost the exact obverse of the violent imposition of a new historical shape of being, namely, the very gesture of the suspension of the dimension of world disclosure. And the ethical law is empty/sublime precisely in so far as its primordially repressed content is the abyss of the night of the world, the monstrous of a spontaneity not yet bound by any law, in Freudian terms, of death drive. Kant with David Lynch. Kant's notion of the transcendental constitution of reality thus opens up a specific third domain, which is neither phenomenal nor noumenal but stricto sensu pre-ontological. In Derridean terms, we could designate it as spectrality. In Lacanian terms, it would be too quick and inappropriate to designate it as fantasy since, for Lacan, fantasy is on the side of reality, that is, it sustains the subject's sense of reality. When the phantasmic frame disintegrates, the subject undergoes a loss of reality and starts to perceive reality as an unreal nightmarish universe with no firm ontological foundation. This nightmarish universe is not pure fantasy but, on the contrary, that which remains of reality after reality is deprived of its support in fantasy. So when Schumann's Carnival, with its regression to a dreamlike universe in which intercourse between real people is replaced by a kind of masked ball where one never knows what or who is hidden beneath the mask laughing crazily at us, a machine, a slimy life substance, or, undoubtedly the most horrifying, simply the real double of the mask itself, sets to music Hoffmann's Unheimlich, what we obtain is not the universe of pure fantasy but, rather, the unique artistic rendering of the decomposition of the fantasy frame. The characters musically depicted in Carnival are like the ghastly apparitions strolling along the main street of Oslo in Munch's famous painting, pale-faced and with a frail, but strangely intense source of light within their eyes, signaling gaze as object replacing the looking eye desubjectivized living dead, frail specters deprived of their material substance. It is against this background that one should approach the Lacanian notion of traversing, going through, the fantasy. Traversing the fantasy precisely does not designate what this term suggests to a commonsensical approach, getting rid of the fantasies, of illusionary prejudices and misperceptions, which distort our view of reality, and finally learning to accept reality the way it actually is. In traversing the fantasy we do not learn to suspend our phantasmagorical productions, on the contrary, we identify with the work of our imagination even more radically, in all its inconsistency, that is to say, prior to its transformation into the phantasmic frame that guarantees our access to reality. 49. At this zero level, impossible to endure, we have only the pure void of subjectivity, confronted by a multitude of spectral partial objects which, precisely, are exemplifications of the Lacanian lamella, the undead object libido. 50. Or, to put it in yet another way, the death drive is not the presubjective noumenal real itself, but the impossible moment of the birth of subjectivity, of the negative gesture of contraction/withdrawal that replaces reality with membra disjecta, with a series of organs as stand-ins for the immortal libido. The monstrous real concealed by the ideas of reason is not the noumenal, but this primordial space of wild presynthetic imagination, the impossible domain of transcendental freedom/spontaneity at its purest, prior to its subordination to any self-imposed law, the domain glimpsed momentarily in various extreme points of post-Renaissance art, from Hieronymus Bosch to the Surrealists. This domain is imaginary, but not yet the imaginary qua specular identification of the subject with a fixed image, that is, prior to the imaginary identification as formative of the ego. So the great implicit achievement of Kant is the assertion not of the gap between transcendentally constituted phenomenal reality and the transcendent noumenal domain, but of the vanishing mediator between the two. If one brings his line of thought to its conclusion, one has to presuppose, between direct animality and human freedom subordinated to law, the monstrosity of a presynthetic imagination run amok, generating spectral apparitions of partial objects. It is only at this level that, in the guise of the partial libido objects, we encounter the impossible object correlative to the pure void of the subject's absolute spontaneity. These partial objects, here a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition, are the impossible forms in the guise of which the subject qua absolute spontaneity encounters itself among objects. As for Lacan, it is often noted that his classic account of imaginary identification already presupposes the gap to be filled by it, the horrifying experience of dispersed organs without a body, of le corps morcel, of its membra disjecta freely floating around. It is at this level that we encounter the death drive at its most radical. And, again, it is this dimension of prephantasmic and presynthetic imagination from which Heidegger retreated when he abandoned the idea of maintaining Kant as the central point of reference in his development of the analytic of Dasein. Furthermore, the same movement should be repeated at the level of intersubjectivity, the Heideggerian mit sen, the fact that Dasein's being in the world always already relates to other Dasein's, is not the primary phenomenon. Prior to it, there is a relationship to another subject who is not yet properly subjectivized, a partner in a discursive situation, but one who remains the neighbor as the extimate foreign body absolutely close to us. 51 For Freud and Lacan, neighbor is definitely one of the names of das Ungeheuer, of the monstrous. What is at stake in the process of Oedipalization, the establishment of the rule of the paternal law, is precisely the process of gentrifying this monstrous otherness, transforming it into a partner within the horizon of discursive communication. Today, the artist who is actually obsessed with imagination in its monstrous pre-ontological dimension is David Lynch. After the release of Eraserhead, his first film, a strange rumor began to circulate to account for its dramatic impact. At the time, it was rumored that an ultra-low frequency drone in the film's soundtrack affected the viewer's subconscious mind. People said that although inaudible, this noise caused a feeling of unease, even nausea. This was over 10 years ago and the name of the film was Eraserhead. Looking back on it now, one could say that David Lynch's first feature-length film was such an intense experience audiovisually that people needed to invent explanations, even to the point of hearing inaudible noises. 52. The status of this voice which no one can perceive, but which nonetheless dominates us and produces material effects, feelings of unease and nausea, is real impossible in the Lacanian sense of the term. It is crucial to distinguish this inaudible voice from the voice that is the object of the psychotic hallucination. In psychosis, paranoia, the impossible voice is not only presupposed to exist and to exert its effectiveness, the subject actually purports to hear it. Another example of the same voice is found, unexpectedly, perhaps, in hunting. As is well known, hunters use a small metallic whistle to reach their dogs. Owing to its high frequency, only dogs can hear it and react to it, which, of course, gives rise to the persistent myth that we humans unknowingly also hear this whistle, beneath the threshold of conscious perception, and obey it, a perfect example of the paranoid notion that humans can be controlled by invisible/imperceptible media. This notion is given a direct critico-ideological twist in John Carpenter's underrated film They Live, 1988, in which a lonely drifter arrives in Los Angeles and discovers that our consumerist society is dominated by aliens, whose human disguises and subliminal advertising messages are visible only through special glasses. When we put these glasses on, we can perceive all around us injunctions, buy this, turn into this store, etc., which we otherwise notice and obey without being aware of them. Again, the charm of this idea lies in its very naivete, as if the surplus of an ideological mechanism over its visible presence is materialized on another, invisible level, so that, with special glasses on, we can literally see ideology. 53. At the level of speech itself, a gap forever separates what one is tempted to call proto-speech or speech in itself from speech for itself, explicit symbolic registration. For example, today's sex psychologists tell us that even before a couple explicitly state their intention to go to bed together, everything is already decided at the level of innuendos, body language, exchange of glances. The trap to be avoided here is the precipitate ontologization of this speech in itself, as if speech in fact pre-exists itself as a kind of fully constituted speech before speech, as if this speech avant la lettre actually exists as another, more fundamental, fully constituted language, reducing normal, explicit language to its secondary surface reflex, so that things are already truly decided before they are explicitly spoken about. What one should always bear in mind against this delusion is that this other proto-speech remains virtual, it becomes actual only when its scope is sealed, posited as such, in explicit word. The best proof of this is the fact that this proto-language is irreducibly ambiguous and undecidable. It is pregnant with meaning, but with a kind of unspecified free-floating meaning waiting for the actual symbolization to confer on it a definitive spin. In a famous passage from his letter to Lady Ottoline Morel, in which he recalls the circumstances of his declaration of love to her, Bertrand Russell refers precisely to this gap that forever separates the ambiguous domain of proto-speech from the explicit act of symbolic assumption, I did not know I loved you till I heard myself telling you so. For one instant I thought, good God, what have I said, and then I knew it was the truth. 54. And again, it is wrong to read this passage from in itself to for itself, as if, deep in himself, Russell already knew that he loved her. This effect of always already is strictly retroactive. Its temporality is that of a futur antérieur, that is to say, Russell was not in love with her all the time without knowing it, rather, he will have been in love with her. In the history of philosophy, the first to approach this uncanny pre-ontological, not yet symbolized texture of relations was none other than Plato himself, who, in his late dialogue Timaeus, feels compelled to presuppose a kind of matrix receptacle of all determinate forms governed by its own contingent rules. It is crucial not to identify this too hastily with the Aristotelian matter Heil. However, it was the great breakthrough of German idealism to outline the precise contours of this pre-ontological dimension of the spectral real, which precedes and eludes the ontological constitution of reality, in contrast to the standard cliché according to which German idealists pleaded the panlogicist reduction of all reality to the product of the notion's self-mediation. Kant was the first to detect this crack in the ontological edifice of reality. If what we experience as objective reality is not simply given out there, waiting to be perceived by the subject, but an artificial composite constituted through the subject's active participation, that is, through the act of transcendental synthesis, then the question crops up sooner or later, what is the status of the uncanny X that precedes the transcendentally constituted reality? F. W. J. Schelling gave the most detailed account of this X in his notion of the ground of existence, of that which in God himself is not yet God, the divine madness, the obscure pre-ontological domain of drives, the pre-logical real that forever remains the elusive ground of reason that can never be grasped as such, merely glimpsed in the very gesture of its withdrawal. 55. Although this dimension may appear to be utterly foreign to Hegel's absolute idealism, it was nevertheless Hegel himself who provided its most poignant description in the quoted passage from the Generelle Philosophy. Is not the pre-ontological space of the night of the world, in which here shoots a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition, suddenly here before it, and just so disappears, the most succinct description of Lynch's universe? This pre-ontological dimension is best discerned through the crucial Hegelian gesture of transposing epistemological limitation into ontological fault. That is to say, all Hegel does is, in a way, to supplement Kant's well-known motto of the transcendental constitution of reality: the conditions of possibility of our knowledge are at the same time the conditions of possibility of the object of our knowledge. By its negative, the limitation of our knowledge, its failure to grasp the whole of being, the way our knowledge gets inexorably entangled in contradictions and inconsistencies, is simultaneously the limitation of the very object of our knowledge. That is, the gaps and voids in our knowledge of reality are simultaneously the gaps and voids in the real ontological edifice itself. It may seem that here Hegel is the very opposite of Kant, does he not, in clear contrast to Kant's assertion that it is impossible to conceive of the universe as a whole, deploy the last and most ambitious global ontological edifice of the totality of being? This impression, however, is misleading. What it fails to take note of is the way the innermost motor of the dialectical process is the interplay between epistemological obstacle and ontological deadlock. In the course of a dialectical reflexive turn, the subject is compelled to assume that the insufficiency of his knowledge with regard to reality signals the more radical insufficiency of reality itself. See the standard Marxist notion of the critique of ideology, whose basic premise is that the inadequacy of the ideologically distorted view of social reality is not a simple epistemological mistake, but simultaneously signals the much more troubling fact that something must be terribly wrong with our social reality itself. Only a society which is wrong in itself generates a wrong awareness of itself. Hegel's point here is very precise. Not only do the inherent inconsistencies and contradictions of our knowledge not prevent it from functioning as true knowledge of reality, but there is reality, in the most usual sense of hard external reality as opposed to mere notions, only insofar as the domain of the notion is alienated from itself, split, traversed by some radical deadlock, caught in some debilitating inconsistency. To get an approximate idea of this dialectical vortex, let us recall the classic opposition of the two mutually exclusive notions of light, light as composed of particles and light as consisting of waves. The solution of quantum physics, light is both at the same time, transposes this opposition into the thing itself, with the necessary result that objective reality itself loses its full ontological status, that it turns into something that is ontologically incomplete, composed of entities whose status is ultimately virtual. Or think of the way the universe we reconstruct in our minds while reading a novel is full of holes, not fully constituted. When Conan Doyle describes Sherlock Holmes's flat, it is meaningless to ask exactly how many books there were on the shelves. The writer simply did not have a precise idea of it in his mind. What, however, if, on the level of symbolic meaning, at least, the same goes for reality itself? Abraham Lincoln's famous "You can fool all the people some of the time, and some of the people all the time, but you cannot fool all the people all of the time" is logically ambiguous. Does it mean that there are some people who can always be fooled, or that on every occasion someone or other is bound to be fooled? What, however, if it is wrong to ask what did Lincoln really mean? Isn't the most probable solution to this enigma that Lincoln himself was not aware of the ambiguity? He simply wanted to make a witty point, and the phrase imposed itself on him because it sounded good. And what if such a situation in which one and the same signifier, here, the same line, sutures the fundamental ambiguity and inconclusiveness which persists at the level of the signified content pertains also to what we call reality? What if our social reality is symbolically constructed also in this radical sense, so that in order to maintain the appearance of its consistency, an empty signifier, what Lacan called the master signifier, has to cover up and conceal the ontological gap? So the gap that forever separates the domain of symbolically mediated, i.e. ontologically constituted, reality from the elusive and spectral real that precedes it is crucial. What psychoanalysis calls fantasy is the endeavor to close this gap by perceiving the pre-ontological real as simply another, more fundamental, level of reality. Fantasy projects onto the pre-ontological real the form of constituted reality, as in the Christian notion of another, supersensible reality. The great merit of Lynch is that he resists this properly metaphysical temptation to close the gap between these pre-ontological phenomena and the level of reality. Apart from his primary visual procedure for conveying the spectral dimension of the real, the excessive close-up on the depicted object, which renders it unreal, one should focus on the way Lynch plays with uncanny non-localizable sounds. The nightmare sequence of the Elephant Man, for example, is accompanied by a strange vibrating noise that seems to transgress the border separating interior from exterior. It is as if, in this noise, the extreme externality of a machine coincides with the utmost intimacy of the bodily interior, with the rhythm of the palpitating heart. Does not this coincidence of the very core of the subject's being, of his/her life substance, with the externality of a machine, offer a perfect illustration of the Lacanian notion of extimacy? On the level of speech, perhaps the best illustration of this gap is the scene in Lynch's Dune when, in his confrontation with the Emperor, the Space Guild representative utters unintelligible whispers transformed into articulate speech only by passing through a microphone, in Lacanian terms, through the medium of the big other. In Twin Peaks as well, the dwarf in the Red Lodge speaks an incomprehensible, distorted English, rendered intelligible only with the help of subtitles, which assume here the role of the microphone, that is, the medium of the big other. In both cases, Lynch reveals the gap that forever separates pre-ontological proto-speech, this murmur of the real, from the fully constituted logos. This brings us to the fundamental feature of dialectical materialist ontology, the minimal gap, the delay, which forever separates an event in itself from its symbolic inscription/registration. This gap can be discerned in its different guises from quantum physics, according to which an event becomes itself, is fully actualized, only through its registration in its surroundings, that is, the moment its surroundings take note of it, to the procedure of double take in the classic Hollywood comedies. the victim of a fraud or an accident first perceives the event or the statement which means catastrophe to him calmly, even with irony, unaware of its consequences, then, after a minimal time lapse all of a sudden he shudders or stiffens, like the father who, upon learning that his unmarried innocent daughter is pregnant, first calmly remarks okay, what's the big deal, and only later, after a couple of seconds, turns pale and starts to shout. What we are dealing with here is, in Hegeli's, the minimal gap between in itself and for itself. Derrida described this gap apropos of the notion of gift. As long as a gift is not recognized, it is not fully a gift. The moment it is recognized, it is no longer a pure gift, since it is already caught in the cycle of exchange. Another exemplary case would be the tension in an emerging love relationship. We all know the charm of the situation just before the magic silence is broken. The two partners are already assured of their mutual attraction. Erotic tension hangs in the air. The situation itself seems to be pregnant with meaning, to precipitate itself towards the word, to wait for the word, to be in search of the word which will name it. Yet once the word is pronounced, it never fully fits, it necessarily brings about the effect of disappointment. The charm is lost, every birth of meaning is an abortion. This paradox points towards the key feature of dialectical materialism which is most clearly perceptible in chaos theory and quantum physics, and which, perhaps, defines what we call postmodernism. A cursory approach ignorant of details reveals, or even generates, the features which remain out of reach to a detailed, exceedingly close approach. As is well known, chaos theory was born out of the imperfection of the measuring apparatus. When the same data, repetitively processed by the same computer program, led to radically different results, scientists became aware that a difference in data too small to be noted can produce a gargantuan difference in the final outcome. The same paradox is operative in the very foundation of quantum physics, the distance towards the thing itself, the constitutive imprecision of our measuring, that is, the barrier of complementarity which prevents us from simultaneously accomplishing different measurements, is part of the thing itself, not merely our epistemological defect. That is, in order for what we perceive as reality to appear, some of its features have to remain unspecified. Is not the gap between the level of quantum potentialities and the moment of registration which confers actuality on it homologous in a way to the logic of double take, to the gap between the event itself, a father being informed of his daughter's pregnancy, and its symbolic registration, the moment when the process appears to itself, is registered? Of crucial importance here is the difference between this dialectical materialist notion of symbolic registration which, after the fact, confers actuality on the fact in question, and the idealist equation SE equals percipi, the act of symbolic registration. The second take always comes after a minimal delay and remains forever incomplete, cursory, a gap separating it from the in itself of the registered process, yet precisely as such, it is part of the thing itself, as if the thing in question can fully realize its ontological status only by means of a minimal delay with regard to itself. The paradox thus lies in the fact that false appearance is comprised within the thing itself. And, incidentally, therein lies the dialectical unity of essence and appearance completely missed by the textbook platitudes on how essence must appear, and so on. The approximate view from afar, which ignores all the details and limits itself to the mere appearance, is nearer the essence than a close gaze. The essence of a thing thus paradoxically constitutes itself through the very removal of the false appearance from the real in its immediacy. 56 We thus have three elements, not only essence and its appearing. First, there is reality, within it, there is the interface screen of appearances. Finally, on this screen, essence appears. The catch is thus that appearance is literally the appearing/emerging of the essence, that is, the only place for the essence to dwell. The standard idealist reduction of reality as such, in its entirety, to the mere appearance of some hidden essence falls short here. Within the domain of reality itself, a line must be drawn which separates raw reality from the screen through which the hidden essence of reality appears, so that if we take away this medium of appearance, we lose the very essence which appears in it. Kant's acosmism. From this vantage point, one can clearly see where Kant recoils from the abyss of transcendental imagination. Remember his answer to the question of what would happen to us if we were to gain access to the noumenal domain, to things in themselves. No wonder this vision of a man who turns into a lifeless puppet because of his direct insight into the monstrosity of the divine being in itself provokes such an unease among the commentators on Kant. Usually, it is either passed over in silence or dismissed as an uncanny, out-of-place body. What Kant delivers is no less than what one is tempted to call the Kantian fundamental fantasy, the other scene of freedom, of the spontaneous free agent, the scene in which the free agent is turned into a lifeless puppet at the mercy of a perverse God. Its lesson, of course, is that there is no active free agent without this phantasmic support, without this other scene in which he is totally manipulated by the other. In short, the Kantian prohibition of direct access to the noumenal domain should be reformulated. What should remain inaccessible to us is not the noumenal real, but our fundamental fantasy itself. The moment the subject comes too close to this phantasmic core, he loses the consistency of his existence. So, for Kant, direct access to the noumenal domain would deprive us of the very spontaneity that forms the core of transcendental freedom. It would turn us into lifeless automata, or, to put it in today's terms, into computers, into thinking machines. But is this conclusion really unavoidable? Is the status of consciousness basically that of freedom in a system of radical determinism? Are we free only insofar as we fail to recognize the causes determining us? To save us from this predicament, we should again displace the ontological obstacle into a positive ontological condition. That is to say, the mistake of the identification of self consciousness with misrecognition, with an epistemological obstacle, is that it stealthily introduces the standard, pre-modern, cosmological notion of reality as a positive order of being. In such a fully constituted positive chain of being there is, of course, no place for the subject, so the dimension of subjectivity can be conceived of only as something strictly codependent with the epistemological misrecognition of the true positivity of being. Consequently, the only way to account effectively for the status of self consciousness is to assert the ontological incompleteness of reality itself. There is reality only insofar as there is an ontological gap, a crack, at its very heart, that is, a traumatic excess, a foreign body that cannot be integrated into it. This brings us back to the notion of the night of the world. In this momentary suspension of the positive order of reality, we confront the ontological gap because of which reality is never a complete, self-enclosed, positive order of being. It is only this experience of the psychotic withdrawal from reality, of the absolute self-contraction, which accounts for the mysterious fact of transcendental freedom, for a self-consciousness that is actually spontaneous, whose spontaneity is not an effect of misrecognition of some objective process. Only at this level are we able to appreciate Hegel's breathtaking achievement. Far from regressing from Kant's criticism to pre-critical metaphysics expressing the rational structure of the cosmos, Hegel fully accepts, and draws the consequences from, the result of Kantian cosmological antinomies. There is no cosmos. The very notion of cosmos as the ontologically fully constituted positive totality is inconsistent. On that account, Hegel also rejects Kant's vision of a man who, because of his direct insight into the monstrosity of the divine being in itself, would turn into a lifeless puppet. Such a vision is meaningless and inconsistent, since, as we have already pointed out, it secretly reintroduces the ontologically fully constituted divine totality, a world conceived only as substance, not also as subject. For Hegel, the fantasy of such a transformation of man into a lifeless puppet instrument of the monstrous divine will, or whim, horrible as it may appear, already signals the retreat from the true monstrosity, which is that of the abyss of freedom, of the night of the world. What Hegel does is thus to traverse this fantasy by demonstrating its function of filling in the pre-ontological abyss of freedom, that is, by reconstituting the positive scene in which the subject is inserted into a positive noumenal order. That is our ultimate difference from Rogozinski. in the different answer to the question what lies beyond the synthetic imagination? What is this ultimate abyss? Rogozinski is in search of a nonviolent, pre-synthetic, pre-imaginative unity in diversity, of a secret connection between things, a utopian secret harmony beyond phenomenal causal links, a mysterious life of the universe as the temporal spatial nonviolent unity of pure diversity, the enigma that bothered Kant in his last years, opus posthumum. From our perspective, however, this secret harmony is precisely the temptation to be resisted. The problem for us is how we are to conceive of the founding gesture of subjectivity, the passive violence, the negative act of, not yet imagination, but, abstraction, self-withdrawal into the night of the world. This abstraction is the abyss concealed by the ontological synthesis, by the transcendental imagination constitutive of reality. As such, it is the point of the mysterious emergence of transcendental spontaneity. The problem with Heidegger, therefore, is that he limits the analysis of schematism to transcendental analytics, to understanding, to the categories constitutive of reality, neglecting to consider how the problematic of schematism re-emerges in the Critique of Judgment, where Kant conceives of the sublime precisely as an attempt to schematize the ideas of reason themselves. The sublime confronts us with the failure of imagination, with that which remains forever and a priori unimaginable. And it is here that we encounter the subject qua the void of negativity. In short, it is precisely because of the limitation of Heidegger's analysis of schematism to transcendental analytics that he is unable to address the excessive dimension of subjectivity, its inherent madness. From our perspective, the problem with Heidegger is thus, in the last analysis, the following one: the Lacanian reading enables us to unearth in Cartesian subjectivity its inherent tension between the moment of excess, diabolical evil in Kant, the night of the world in Hegel, and the subsequent attempt to gentrify, domesticate, normalize this excess. Again and again, post-Cartesian philosophers are compelled, by the inherent logic of their philosophical project, to articulate a certain excessive moment of madness intrinsic to cogito, which they then immediately endeavor to renaturalize. And the problem with Heidegger is that his notion of modern subjectivity does not seem to account for this inbuilt excess. In short, this notion simply does not cover that aspect of cogito that leads Lacan to claim that cogito is the subject of the unconscious. Or, to put it in yet another way, the paradoxical achievement of Lacan, which usually passes unnoticed even among his advocates, is that, on the very behalf of psychoanalysis, he returns to the modern age, decontextualized rationalist notion of subject. That is to say, one of the clichés of today's American appropriation of Heidegger is to emphasize how he, along with Wittgenstein, Merleau-Ponty, and others, elaborated the conceptual framework that enables us to get rid of the rationalist notion of subject as an autonomous agent who, excluded from the world, processes data provided by the senses in a computer-like way. Heidegger's notion of being in the world indicates our irreducible and unsurpassable embeddedness in a concrete and ultimately contingent life world. We are always already in the world, engaged in an existential project against a background that eludes our grasp and forever remains the opaque horizon into which we are thrown as finite beings. And it is customary to interpret the opposition between consciousness and the unconscious along the same lines. The disembodied ego stands for rational consciousness, whereas the unconscious is synonymous with the opaque background that we can never fully master, since we are always already part of it, caught in it. Lacan, however, in an unprecedented gesture, claims the exact opposite. The Freudian unconscious has nothing whatsoever to do with the structurally necessary and irreducible opaqueness of the background, of the life context in which we, the always already engaged agents, are embedded. The unconscious is, rather, the disembodied rational machine that follows its path irrespective of the demands of the subject's life world. It stands for the rational subject insofar as it is originally out of joint, in discord with its contextualized situation. The unconscious is the crack that makes the subject's primordial stance something other than being in the world. In this way, one can also provide a new, unexpected solution to the old phenomenological problem of how the subject can disengage itself from its concrete life world and, perceive itself as a disembodied rational agent. This disengagement can occur only because there is from the very outset something in the subject that resists its full inclusion into its life-world context, and this something, of course, is the unconscious as the psychic machine which disregards the requirements of the reality principle. This shows how, in the tension between our immersion in the world as engaged agents and the momentary collapse of this immersion in anxiety, there is no place for the unconscious. The paradox is that once we throw out the Cartesian rational subject of self-consciousness, we lose the unconscious. Perhaps this is also the moment of truth in Husserl's resistance against embracing being and time, in his insistence that Heidegger misses the proper transcendental stance of phenomenological poach and ultimately again conceives Dasein as a worldly entity. Although this reproach stricto sensu misses its mark, it does express the apprehension of how, in Heidegger's notion of being in the world, the point of madness that characterizes the Cartesian subjectivity, the self-withdrawal of the cogito into itself, the eclipse of the world, disappears. It is well known how Heidegger turned around the famous Kantian statement that the great scandal of philosophy is that the passage from our representations of objects to objects themselves was not properly proven. For Heidegger, the true scandal is that this passage is perceived as a problem at all, since the fundamental situation of Dasein as being in the world, as always already engaged with objects, renders the very formulation of such a problem meaningless. From our perspective, however, the passage, i.e. the subject's entry into the world, his or her constitution as an agent engaged in reality, into which she/he is thrown, is not only a legitimate problem, but even the problem of psychoanalysis. 57 In short, I intend to read Freud's statement that the unconscious is outside time against the background of Heidegger's thesis on temporality as the ontological horizon of the experience of being. Precisely insofar as it is outside time, the status of the unconscious, drive, is, as Lacan put it in Seminar 11, pre-ontological. The pre-ontological is the domain of the night of the world in which the void of subjectivity is confronted by the spectral proto-reality of partial objects, bombarded with these apparitions of le corps morciel. What we encounter here is the domain of pure, radical fantasy as pretemporal spatiality. Husserl's distinction between eidetic and phenomenologico-transcendental reduction is crucial here. Nothing is lost in the phenomenologico-transcendental reduction, the entire flow of phenomena is retained, it is only the subject's existential stance towards them that changes. Instead of accepting the flow of phenomena as indicating entities, objects and states of things, that exist in themselves, out there in the world, the phenomenological reduction derealizes them, accepting them as the pure non-substantial phenomenal flow, a shift that is perhaps close to some versions of Buddhism. This disconnection from reality is lost in Heidegger's notion of Dasein as being thrown in the world. On the other hand, although Husserl's phenomenologico-transcendental reduction may appear to be the very opposite of the Kantian transcendental dimension, the dimension of a priori conditions of experience, there is nonetheless an unexpected link with Kant. In his unpublished manuscript Kant's Materialism, Paul de Man focused on the Kantian problematic of the sublime as the locus of Kant's materialism. Kant's looking at the world just as one sees it, we man in seat, is an absolute, radical formalism that entertains no notion of reference or semiosis. The radical formalism that animates aesthetic judgment in the dynamics of the sublime is what is called materialism. To put it in Heidegger's terms, the experience of the sublime involves the suspension of our engagement in the world, of our dealing with objects as ready at hand, caught in a complex network of meanings and uses which forms the texture of our life world. De Man's paradoxical claim thus counters the standard thesis according to which materialism is to be located on the level of some positive and determinate content which fills in the empty formal frame. In materialism, content generates and determines the form, while idealism posits a formal a priori irreducible to the content it embraces, as well as the level of the practical engagement with objects as opposed to their passive contemplation. One is tempted to supplement this paradox with another. Kant's materialism is ultimately the materialism of imagination, of an Einbildungskraft which precedes every ontologically constituted reality. When we talk about the world we should, of course, bear in mind that we are dealing with two distinct notions of it. 1. The traditional metaphysical notion of the world as the totality of all entities, the ordered great chain of being, within which man occupies a specific place as one of the beings. 2. The properly Heideggerian phenomenologically grounded notion of the world as the finite horizon of the disclosure of being, of the way entities offer themselves to a historical Dasein that projects its future against the background of being thrown into a concrete situation. So when we encounter an object from the distant historical past, say, a medieval tool, what makes it past is not its age as such but the fact that it is a trace of a world, of a historical mode of the disclosure of being, of an interconnected texture of significations and social practices, that is no longer directly ours. Now when we claim that Kant, in his antinomies of pure reason, undermine the ontological validity of the notion of the world, is not this claim limited to the traditional metaphysical notion of the world as the totality of all entities, which is effectively beyond the horizon of possible experience? Furthermore, does not the notion of transcendental horizon, as opposed to noumenal transcendence, already point towards the Heideggerian notion of the world as the finite historical horizon of the disclosure of being, if only we purge it of its Cartesian physicalist connotations, categories of understanding as the conceptual framework of the scientific comprehension of representations of natural, present-at-hand objects, and transpose it into the horizon of meaning of a finite engaged agent? Perhaps one should add another notion of the world to the list, the pre-modern anthropocentric, but not yet subjective view of the world as cosmos, the finite ordered great chain of being with Earth in the center, the stars above, the universe whose order bears witness to a deeper meaning, and so on. Although this ordered cosmos, reasserted today in various holistic approaches, also differs radically from the properly modern, infinite meaningless silent universe of void and atoms, it should not be confused with the phenomenological transcendental notion of world as a horizon of meaning determining how entities are disclosed to a finite agent. Does all this mean, then, that the Kantian destruction of the notion of the world via antinomies of pure reason does not affect world as the finite horizon of the disclosure of entities to an engaged agent? Our wager is that it does. The dimension designated by Freud as that of the unconscious, of the death drive, and so on, is precisely the pre-ontological dimension that introduces a gap into one's engaged immersion in the world. Of course, Heidegger's name for the way the engaged agent's immersion in his world can be shattered is anxiety. One of the central motifs of being and time is that any concrete world experience is ultimately contingent and, as such, always under threat. In contrast to an animal, Dasein never fully fits its surroundings, its immersion in its determinate life world is always precarious, and can be undermined by a sudden experience of its fragility and contingency. The key question, therefore, is, how does this shattering experience of anxiety, which extraneates Dasein to its immersion in its contingent way of life, relate to the experience of the night of the world, of the point of madness, of radical contraction, of self-withdrawal, as the founding gesture of subjectivity? How does the Heideggerian being towards death relate to the Freudian death drive? In contrast to some attempts to identify them, found in Lacan's work of the early 1950s, one should insist on their radical incompatibility. Death drive designates the undead lamella, the immortal insistence of drive that precedes the ontological disclosure of being, whose finitude confronts a human being in the experience of being towards death. To the Hegelian ticklish subject. What is negation of negation? Colin Wilson's From Atlantis to the Sphinx, one in the endless series of New Age airport pocketbook variations on the theme of recovering the lost wisdom of the ancient world, the book's subtitle, opposes in its concluding chapter two types of knowledge, the ancient intuitive, encompassing one, which makes us experience directly the underlying rhythm of reality, right brain awareness, and the modern knowledge of self-consciousness and rational dissection of reality, left brain awareness. After all his high praise for the magic powers of ancient collective consciousness, The author acknowledges that although this type of knowledge had enormous advantages, it was essentially limited. It was too pleasant, too relaxed, and its achievements tended to be communal, so it was necessary for human evolution to escape from this state to the more active attitude of rational technological domination. Point 1. Today, of course, we are confronted by the prospect of reuniting the two halves and recovering the lost wisdom, combining it with modern achievements, the usual story of how modern science itself, in its most radical achievements, quantum physics, and so on, already points towards the self-sublation of the mechanistic view in the direction of the holistic universe dominated by a hidden pattern of the dance of life. Here, however, Wilson's book takes an unexpected turn. How will this synthesis occur? Wilson is intelligent enough to reject both predominant views, the directly pre-modern one, according to which the history of the rationalist West was a mere aberration, and we should simply return to the old wisdom, and the pseudo-Hegelian notion of a synthesis that would somehow maintain the balance between the two spiritual principles, enabling us to keep the best of both worlds, to regain the lost unity while maintaining the achievements based on its loss, technical progress, individualist dynamics, etc. Against both these versions, Wilson emphasizes that the next stage, the overcoming of the limitation of the Western rationalist/individualist stance, must somehow emerge from within this Western stance. He locates its source in the force of imagination. The Western principle of self-consciousness and individuation also brought about a breathtaking rise in our capacity for imagination, and if we develop this capacity to its utmost, it will lead to a new level of collective consciousness, of shared imagination. So the surprising conclusion is that the longed-for next step in human evolution, the step beyond the alienation from nature and the universe as a whole, has already happened. It has been happening for the past 3,500 years. Now all we have to do is recognize it, the last sentence in the book, point 2. So what happened 3,500 years ago, that is, around 2000 BC? The decline of the Old Kingdom of Egypt, the highest achievement of ancient wisdom, and the rise of the new, violent cultures out of which modern European consciousness arose, in short, the fall itself, the fateful forgetting of the ancient wisdom which enabled us to maintain a direct contact with the dance of life. If we take these statements literally, the unavoidable conclusion is that the moment of the fall, the forgetting of the ancient wisdom, coincides with its exact opposite, with the longed-for next step in evolution. Here we have the properly Hegelian matrix of development. The fall is already in itself its own self-sublation, the wound is already in itself its own healing, so that the perception that we are dealing with the fall is ultimately a misperception, an effect of our skewed perspective. All we have to do is to accomplish the move from in itself to for itself, to change our perspective and recognize how the longed-for reversal is already operative in what is going on. The inner logic of the movement from one stage to another is not that from one extreme, to the opposite extreme, and then to their higher unity. The second passage is, rather, simply the radicalization of the first. The problem with the Western mechanistic attitude is not that it forgot repressed the ancient holistic wisdom, but that it did not break with it thoroughly enough. It continued to perceive the new universe, of discursive stance, from the perspective of the old one, of the ancient wisdom, and of course, from this perspective the new universe cannot but appear as the catastrophic world which comes about after the fall. We rise again from the fall not by undoing its effects, but in recognizing in the fall itself the longed-for liberation. In States of Injury, Wendy Brown refers to the same logic of the dialectical process when she emphasizes how the first reaction of the oppressed to their oppression is that they imagine a world simply deprived of the other that exerts oppression on them. Women imagine a world without men, African Americans a world without whites, workers a world without capitalists. 3. The mistake of such an attitude is not that it is too radical, that it wants to annihilate the other instead of merely changing it, but, on the contrary, that it is not radical enough. It fails to examine the way the identity of its own position, that of a worker, a woman, an African American, is mediated by the other. There is no worker without a capitalist organizing the production process, etc., so that if one is to get rid of the oppressive other, one has substantially to transform the content of one's own position. That is also the fatal flaw of precipitate historicization. Those who want free sexuality delivered of the Oedipal burden of guilt and anxiety proceed in the same way as the worker who wants to survive as a worker without a capitalist. They also fail to take into account the way their own position is mediated by the other. The well-known Meade-Malinowski myth of the free, non-inhibited sexuality reigning in the South Pacific provides an exemplary case of such an abstract negation. It merely projects into the spatio-historical other of primitive societies the fantasy of a free sexuality rooted in our own historical context. In this way, it is not historical enough, it remains caught in the coordinates of one's own historical horizon precisely in its attempt to imagine a radical otherness. In short, anti-Oedipus is the ultimate Oedipal myth. This mistake tells us a lot about the Hegelian negation of negation. Its matrix is not that of a loss and its recuperation, but simply that of a process of passage from state A to state B. The first, immediate negation of A negates the position of A while remaining within its symbolic confines, so it must be followed by another negation, which then negates the very symbolic space common to A and its immediate negation. The reign of a religion is first subverted in the guise of a theological heresy. Capitalism is first subverted in the name of the reign of labor. Here the gap that separates the negated system's real death from its symbolic death is crucial. The system has to die twice. The only time Marx uses the term negation of negation in Capital, apropos of the expropriation of expropriators in socialism, he has in mind precisely such a two-stage process. The mythical starting point is the state in which producers own their means of production. In the first stage, the process of expropriation takes place within the frame of the private ownership of the means of production, which means that the expropriation of the majority amounts to the appropriation and concentration of the ownership of the means of production in a small class of capitalists. In the second stage, these expropriators are themselves expropriated, since the very form of private ownership is abolished. What is of interest here is that, in Marx's eyes, capitalism itself, in its very notion, is conceived as a point of passage between the two more stable modes of production. Capitalism lives off the incomplete realization of its own project. The same point was later made by Deleuze, who emphasized that capitalism poses a limit to the very forces of deterritorialization it itself unleashes. Point 4. The same matrix of the Hegelian triad also structured the experience of the dissident struggle against party rule. In Slovenia, this struggle proceeded in three stages. The first was the stage of inherent opposition, of criticizing the regime in the name of its own values. What we have is not true socialism, true socialist democracy. This criticism was pre-Hegelian. It did not take into account the fact that the existing regime's failure to realize its notion signaled the insufficiency of this notion itself. For this reason, the regime's answer to this criticism was, strictly speaking, correct. It was abstract. It displayed the position of the beautiful soul unable to perceive in the reality it criticizes the only historically possible realization of the ideals it advocates against this reality. The moment the opposition accepted this truth, it passed to the next, second stage, to construct the space of autonomous civil society conceived of as external to the sphere of political power. Now the attitude was, we do not want power, we just want the autonomous space outside the domain of political power in which we can articulate our artistic, civil rights, spiritual, and so on, interests, criticize power and reflect on its limitations, without endeavoring to supplant it. Again, of course, the regime's fundamental criticism of this attitude, your indifference towards power is false and hypocritical, what you are really after is power, was correct, and the passage to the last, third, stage was thus to summon up our courage and, instead of hypocritically asserting that our hands were clean, that we did not want power, to reverse our position and emphatically agree with power's criticism. Yes, we do want power, and why shouldn't we? Why should it be reserved for you? In the first two stages, we encounter the split between knowledge and truth. The position of the regime's proponents was false. yet there was some truth in their criticism, while the opposition was hypocritical, although this hypocrisy was conditioned by the constraints imposed by the regime itself, so that in the hypocrisy of its opposition the regime received the truth about the falsity of its own discourse. In the third stage, hypocrisy was finally on the side of the regime itself. That is to say, when the dissidents finally acknowledged that they were after power, the liberal, civilized party members criticized them for a brutal lust for power. Of course, this criticism was pure hypocrisy, since it was enunciated by those who in fact did, still, hold absolute power. The other key feature was that what actually mattered in the first two stages was the form itself. As for the content, the positive criticism of the existing power was irrelevant. Much of the time it was the rejection of the emerging market reforms which then played directly into the hands of the party hardliners. The whole point was its place of enunciation, the fact that criticism was formulated from outside. In the next stage, that of autonomous civil society, this outside became only for itself, that is, the key dimension was again purely formal, that of limiting the power to the political domain in the restricted sense of the term. Only in the third stage did form and content coincide. The logic of the passage from in itself to for itself is crucial here. When a lover drops his/her partner, it is always traumatic for the abandoned subject to learn about the third person who caused the break. Is it not even worse, however, if the partner learns that there was nobody, that the partner dropped him/her for no external reason? In such situations, is the infamous third person the cause on account of which the lover dropped his/her erstwhile partner, or did this third person merely serve as a pretext, giving body to the discontent in the liaison which was already there? In itself, the liaison was over before the lover encountered a new partner, but this fact became for itself, turned into the awareness that the liaison was over, only through encountering a new partner. So, in a sense, the new partner is a negative magnitude, giving body to the discontent in the relationship. Precisely as such, however, she/he is necessary if this discontent is to become for itself, if it is to actualize itself. The passage from in itself to for itself thus involves the logic of repetition. When a thing becomes for itself, nothing actually changes in it, it just repeatedly asserts, remarks, what it already was in itself. 5 Negation of negation is thus nothing but repetition at its purest. In the first move, a certain gesture is accomplished and fails, then, in the second move, this same gesture is simply repeated. Reason is nothing but the repetition of understanding that deprives it of the excess baggage of supersensible irrational beyond, just as Christ is not opposed to Adam but merely the second Adam. The self-referentiality of this passage is best captured by W. C. Fields' great one-liner, which provides his own version of Hegel's dictum that the secrets of the Egyptians were secrets also for the Egyptians themselves. You can deceive only a crook, that is, your deception will succeed only if it mobilizes and manipulates the victim's own propensity to cheat. This paradox is confirmed by every successful swindler. The way to do it properly is to depict for the prospective victim the opportunity of making a quick fortune in a semi-legal way, so that the victim, aroused by your offer of deceiving a third party, does not notice the true catch that will turn him into a sucker, or, to put it in Hegelese, the crook's, external reflection on the victim is already an inherent reflective determination of the victim himself. In my negation, deception of the non-existent third victim, I effectively negate myself. The deceiver himself is deceived, in a kind of mocking reversal of the redemption of the Redeemer from Wagner's Parsifal. This, then, is how the Hegelian cunning of reason works. It counts on the egotistic/deceitful impetuses in its victims, that is to say, the Hegelian reason in history is like the proverbial American con artist who swindles his victims by manipulating their own sneaky features. There definitely is a kind of poetic justice in this reversal. The subject, as it were, receives from the swindler his own message in its true/inverted form, that is, he is not the victim of the external dark machinations of the true swindler but, rather, the victim of his own crookedness. Yet another example of the same reversal is provided by the way the outright moralization of politics necessarily ends up in its very opposite. in the no less radical politicization of morals. Those who directly translate the political antagonism in which they participate into moral terms, the struggle of good and evil, of honesty against corruption, are sooner or later compelled to perform the political instrumentalization of the domain of morals, to subordinate their moral assessments to the actual needs of their political struggle. I support X because he is morally good imperceptibly drifts into X must be good because I support him. Analogously, the leftist direct politicization of sexuality, the personal is political, that is, the notion of sexuality as the arena for the political power struggle, unavoidably changes into the sexualization of politics, the direct grounding of political oppression in the fact of sexual difference, which sooner or later ends up in some version of the New Age transformation of politics into the struggle between feminine and masculine principles. The dialectical anamorphosis. The last two examples clearly display how Hegel's behest to conceive the absolute not only as substance, but also as subject denotes the exact opposite of what it seems to mean, the absolute subject swallowing, integrating, the entire substantial content through its activity of mediation. Does not Hegel's phenomenology of spirit tell us again and again the same story of the repeated failure of the subject's endeavor to realize his project in social substance, to impose his vision on the social universe, the story of how the big other, the social substance, again and again thwarts his project and turns it upside down? Lacan can thus be at least partially excused for his slip in confounding two separate figures of consciousness from phenomenology, the law of the heart and the beautiful soul. What they share is the same matrix which, perhaps even more than the unhappy consciousness, condenses the basic operation of phenomenology. In both cases, the subject endeavors to assert his particular righteous attitude, but the actual social perception of his attitude is the exact opposite of his self. Perception, for the social substance, the subject's righteousness equals crime. An obvious counter-argument imposes itself here. In the course of the phenomenological process, we are still dealing with a subject who is caught in his narcissistic limited frame, and therefore has to pay the price for it by his ultimate demise. The actual universal subject emerges only at the end of the process, and is no longer opposed to substance but truly encompasses it. The properly Hegelian answer to this criticism is that there simply is no such absolute subject, since the Hegelian subject is nothing but the very movement of unilateral self-deception, of the hubris of positing oneself in one's exclusive particularity, which necessarily turns against itself and ends in self-negation. Substance as subject means precisely that this movement of self-deception, by means of which a particular aspect posits itself as the universal principle, is not external to substance but constitutive of it. For this reason, the Hegelian negation of negation is not the magic return to identity which follows the painful experience of splitting and alienation, but the very revenge of the decentered other against the subject's presumption. The first negation consists in the subject's move against the social substance, in his criminal act which disturbs the substantial balance, and the subsequent negation of negation is nothing but the revenge of the substance. For instance, in psychoanalysis, negation is the subject's repression into the unconscious of some substantial content of his being, while the negation of negation is the return of the repressed. To refer again to the well-worn example of the beautiful soul, negation is the beautiful soul's critical attitude towards its social surroundings, and the negation of negation is the insight into how the beautiful soul itself depends on, and thus fully participates in, the wicked universe it purports to reject. Negation of negation presupposes no magic reversal, it simply signals the unavoidable displacement or thwartedness of the subject's teleological activity. For that reason, insistence on the way in which negation of negation can also fail, on how the splitting can also not be followed by the return to self, therefore misses the mark. Negation of negation is the very logical matrix of the necessary failure of the subject's project, that is to say, a negation without its self-relating negation would be precisely the successful realization of the subject's teleological activity. This crucial aspect could also be clarified via reference to one of the most important aspects of David Lynch's revolution in cinema. In contrast to the entire history of cinema, in which one dominant subjective perspective organizes the narrative space. In film noir, for example, the perspective of the hero himself, whose voiceover comments on the action, Lynch endeavors to present multiple points of view. In Dune, he applies a procedure, unfairly dismissed by many critics as a recourse to a non-filmic naivete bordering on the ridiculous, of using a multiple voice-over commentary on the action which, in addition, does not speak from an imagined future place, the hero remembering past events in a flashback, but is contemporaneous with the event on which it comments, expressing the subject's doubts, anxieties, and so on. The hero's voiceover does not encompass the depicted situation, but is itself embedded in it, is a part of it, expresses the subject's engagement in it. No wonder, then, that this procedure strikes today's spectator as ridiculous. It is uncannily close to another staple Hollywood gesture, when a person on screen hears or sees something which takes him aback, as stupid, unbelievable, etc., his gaze usually stiffens, he inclines his head slightly and looks directly into the camera, accompanying it with what, or some similar remark. If the scene occurs in a television series, this gesture is as a rule accompanied by canned laughter, as was regularly the case in I Love Lucy. This idiotic gesture signals the reflexive moment of registration. The actor's direct immersion in their narrative reality is momentarily perturbed. The actor, as it were, extracts himself from the narrative context and assumes the position of an observer of his own predicament. In both cases, in Dune and in I Love Lucy, this apparently innocent procedure threatens the very foundation of the standard ontological edifice. It inscribes a subjective point of view into the very heart of objective reality. In other words, it undermines the opposition between naive objectivism and transcendental subjectivism. We have neither the objective reality that is given in advance, with a multitude of subjective perspectives providing distorted views of it, nor its transcendental counterpoint, the unified subject who encompasses and constitutes the whole of reality. What we have is the paradox of multiple subjects who are included in reality, embedded in it, and whose perspectives on reality are none the less constitutive of it. What Lynch is striving to illustrate is the ambiguous and uncanny status of subjective illusion which, precisely as an illusion, a distorted view of reality, constitutes reality. If we subtract from reality the illusory perspective on it, we lose reality itself. On a philosophical level, this delicate distinction allows us to grasp Hegel's break with Kantian idealism. Hegel, of course, learned the lesson of Kant's transcendental idealism. There is no reality prior to a subject's positing activity. However, he refused to elevate the subject into a neutral universal agent who directly constitutes reality. To put it in Kantian terms, while he admitted that there is no reality without the subject, Hegel insisted that subjectivity is inherently pathological, biased, limited to a distorting, unbalanced perspective on the whole. Hegel's achievement was thus to combine, in an unprecedented way, the ontologically constitutive character of the subject's activity with the subject's irreducible pathological bias. When these two features are thought together, conceived as codependent, we obtain the notion of a pathological bias constitutive of reality itself. The Lacanian name for this pathological bias constitutive of reality is, of course, anamorphosis. What does anamorphosis actually amount to, say, in Holbein's Ambassadors? A part of the perceived scene is distorted in such a way that it acquires its proper contours only from the specific viewpoint from which the remaining reality is blurred. When we clearly perceive the stain as a skull, and thus reach the point of the spirit is a bone, the rest of reality is no longer discernible. We thus become aware that reality already involves our gaze, that this gaze is included in the scene we are observing, that this scene already regards us in the precise sense in which, in Kafka's The Trial, the door of the law is there only for the man from the country. One can again discern the tiny, imperceptible, but none the less crucial gap that forever separates Lacan from the standard idealist notion of subjective constitution, according to which reality as such, the whole of it, is anamorphotic in the general sense of se equals percipi, of being there only for the subject's gaze. Lacan's notion of the blind spot in reality introduces anamorphic distortion into reality itself. The fact that reality is there for the subject only must be inscribed in reality itself in the guise of an anamorphic stain. This stain stands for the gaze of the other, for the gaze qua object. In other words, the anamorphic stain corrects the standard subjective idealism by rendering the gap between the eye and the gaze. The perceiving subject is always already gazed at from a point that eludes his eyes. 3, 4, 5. The Hegelian notion of substance as subject is as a rule identified with the triadic form of the dialectical process. The substance is subject means that it is a self-developing entity, externalizing itself, positing its otherness, and then reuniting itself with it. In contrast to this commonplace, one could assert that the actual dimension of subjectivity is discernible precisely in the deadlocks of triplicity, in those places where Hegel oscillates and proposes a form of quadruplicity, even of quintuplicity. How pertinent, then, is the form of triad, that is, the infamous tripartite rhythm of the Hegelian process. Although they may appear purely formal in the worst sense of the term, these considerations immediately confront us with the innermost tension and instability of the Hegelian system as the system of subjectivity. Let us take as the starting point the well-known passage from the concluding methodological remarks of his Greater Logic, in which Hegel himself speaks of triplicity or quadruplicity, the middle moment of a process, between the starting immediacy and the concluding mediated immediacy, that is to say, the moment of negation, can be counted twice, as immediate negation and / or as self-relating negation, so that the entire process consists of 3 or 4 moments. In his philosophy of nature, Hegel seems to give a positive ontological grounding to this formal alternative when he asserts that the basic form of the spirit is triplicity and that of nature is quadruplicity. Since nature is the kingdom of externality, each of the logical moments has to acquire separated positive existence in it. Insofar as, in Hegel's standard male-dominated perspective, man and woman are related as culture and nature, one is even tempted to claim that Hegel's allocation of quadruplicity to nature points towards the traditional opposition of 3 and 4 as the masculine and feminine numbers in Oriental thought. 6. There is, however, another, much more substantial and pertinent exemplification of the logic of quadruplicity. The idea, the kingdom of logic, of pure conceptual determinations, of God prior to the act of creation, can be negated in 2 ways, in the guise of nature as well as in the guise of the finite spirit. Nature is the immediate negation of the idea, it stands for the idea in its indifferent spatial externality. Quite distinct from it is the finite spirit, active subjectivity, which asserts its infinite right and opposes itself to the universal, disturbing its organic balance, subordinating the interest of the whole to its egotism. This negation is self-related, it is evil, the moment of fall, in contrast to nature's innocence. The paradox of this second negation is that it is more radical, the moment of infinite pain, self-alienation, but, for that very reason, closer to reconciliation, since, in the case of the finite self, the fall from totality is self-related, posited as such, it is also present as the longing for reunification with the lost totality. Vittorio Hasla's idea is that the moment of reconciliation which should then follow that of the finite spirit is none other than the objective spirit, in which the 2 divided moments, nature and finite spirit, are reconciled, the totality of intersubjective Sittlichkeit as man's second nature. 7 The entire system could thus be composed of 4 moments, the logical idea, its immediate externalization in nature, its abstract return to itself in the finite subject opposed to nature, and the 4th moment, ethical substance, second nature, as the reconciliation between nature and finite spirit. According to Hasla, Hegel's insistence on triad against quadruplicity hinges on his failure properly to grasp the logic of intersubjectivity as opposed to the monadic subject and its dialectical movement towards the object. These problems overdetermine Hegel's oscillation between different overall structures of his logic, as well as between different correlations between logic itself and the real philosophy. In his logic, the triadic articulation of being, essence, notion overlaps strangely with the dyadic split into objective logic, being and essence, and the subjective logic of the notion, in clear contrast to the overall articulation of the dialectical process in which subjectivity comes second and stands for the moment of split, negativity, loss. For Hasle, who is quite justified in emphasizing how games with alternative histories, with possible different versions of Hegel's system, are deeply productive, the symptomatic weak point, the point of failure that betrays the problematic nature of subjective logic as the concluding moment of the entire logic, is the passage from its first part to objectivity, which throws us back to structures which properly belong to the domain of essence, causal mechanisms, to the philosophy of nature, chemism, organism, or to the philosophy of finite spirit, external teleology. Hegel has to accomplish this gesture of externalizing the subjective logic proper into objectivity, so that he can then propose as the third moment the absolute idea, the synthesis of subjective logic with objectivity. It would thus have been much more consistent to posit subjective logic, notion judgment syllogism, as the second part of an overall triadic structure, and to add to subjective logic proper, the first part of the logic of notion, a third logic, a synthesis of objective logic, which describes the categorial structure of presubjective reality from being through essence, concluding in the notion of actuality, of substance as causa sui and its passage into subject, and of subjective logic, which describes the categorial structure of the finite subject's reasoning. It is precisely here that we find the content of traditional logic. This third logic would describe the categorial structure of second nature, of spiritual substance as the unity of objective and subjective moment, that is, it would define the categorial structure of intersubjectivity. And, one is tempted to add, in an anachronistic prolsize, insofar as Lacan defines the symbolic order as neither objective nor subjective, but precisely as the order of intersubjectivity, is not the perfect candidate for this third logic of intersubjectivity the psychoanalytic logic of the signifier that deploys the strange structure of the subject's relationship to the other quasi-symbolic substance, the space in which he interacts with other subjects? Do we not already possess fragments of this logic in a multitude of domains and guises, the logical structure of atomic physics, which includes in its structure subjectivity, the position of the observer, the passage from quantum virtuality to actual existence, the autopoiesis of life, which already displays an internal teleology, Lacan's notion of logical time, up to Hegel's own intersubjective dialectic of crime, against the ethical substance, and its pardon, the criminals. Reconciliation with the estranged community, in which Habermas discerned the model of the intersubjective communicational process. However, we still have to face the question of whether the social substance is effectively the accomplished reconciliation between nature and finite spirit. Is it not that a gap forever persists between the first nature and the second? Is not the second nature a precarious state of balance that can be destroyed at any moment, either by an external contingency, the proverbial comet hitting the earth, or by humanity's self-destruction through war or ecological catastrophe? Furthermore, is not the object of psychoanalysis precisely this gap between first and second nature, the insecure position of a human subject who, after losing his footing in the first nature, can never feel fully at ease in the second, what Freud called das Unbehagen in der Kultur, the different ways the subject's passage from first to second nature can go wrong, psychosis, neurosis. There is thus a core that resists the subject's full reconciliation with his second nature. The Freudian name for this kernel is drive, the Hegelian name for it is abstract negativity, or, in the more poetic terms of the young Hegel, the night of the world. Is this not why Hegel insists on the necessity of war which, from time to time, must allow the subject to regain the taste for abstract negativity and shake off his full immersion in the concrete totality of the social substance qua his second nature? Because of this gap, the overall structure of logic should, rather, have been quadruple: objective logic, describing the categorial structures of presubjective reality, and subjective logic, describing the structure of the finite subject's reasoning, from notion to syllogism, should be followed by intersubjective logic, and, furthermore, since the intersubjective substance still does not fill the gap between itself and objectivity, between first and second nature, absolute logic. In Lacanian terms, intersubjective logic is the logic of the signifier dealing with the structure of desire, while absolute logic is the logic of the real, the logic of drive. And in fact, at the conclusion of his logic, in his search for a synthesis between the idea of the true and the idea of the good, Hegel seems to describe the central paradox of drive, the solution of the tension between passivity, contemplation of the true, and activity, effort to realize the good, is for the subject to grasp the fact that, in his ethical effort, he is not striving in vain to realize an impossible ideal, but is realizing something that is already actual through his very repeated efforts to realize it. Is this not the paradox later defined by Lacan in his distinction between the drive's aim and goal? The drive's true aim is realized in its very repeated failure to realize its goal. With regard to the relationship between logic itself and real philosophy, Hassler again points out how their parallel is never perfect and stable. In the standard form of Hegel's system, logic, nature, spirit, the triad of logic, being, essence, notion, is not adequately reflected in the mere duality of real philosophy, nature, spirit. If, however, we transform real philosophy into the triad of nature, finite spirit, objective/naturalized spirit, the overall structure of the system is no longer a triad, but becomes quadruple. So we have either the overall triad, but without the perfect parallel between logic and real philosophy, or the perfect triadic parallel, but with the overall dyadic split between logic and real philosophy. And, I am further tempted to add, this failure of Hegel to accomplish, in an additional turn of the screw, the reconciliation of the spirit qua return to itself of the idea from nature with nature itself, can also be discerned in his reductionist notion of sexuality. That is to say, Hegel conceives the culturalization of sexuality as its simple sublation into the civilized, socio-symbolic form of marriage. Hegel treats sexuality in his philosophy of nature as a mere natural foundation and presupposition of human society, in which natural copulation is sublated in the spiritual link of marriage, biological procreation is sublated in symbolic descendancy marked by the family name, and so on. Although Hegel is, of course, well aware that this sublation also affects and changes the form of satisfying natural needs, copulation is preceded by the process of seduction. It is usually done in the missionary position and not a tergo, as with animals, etc. He leaves out of consideration the way this symbolic cultural sublation not only changes the form of satisfying natural needs, but somehow affects their very substance, in a sexual obsession like courtly love, the ultimate aim. Satisfaction itself, is disconnected from its natural ground. It changes into a lethal passion that persists beyond the natural cycle of need and its satisfaction. The point is not only that humans have sex in a more cultivated way, or, of course, in an incomparably more cruel way, than animals, but that they are able to elevate sexuality into an absolute aim to which they subordinate their entire life. Hegel seems to ignore this change of the biological need to copulate into sexual drive as a properly metaphysical passion. Let us take Tristan and Isolde, where, in Hegel's system, is the place for this deadly passion, for this will to drown oneself in the night of jouissance, to leave behind the daily universe of symbolic obligations, for this unconditional drive which is neither culture nor nature? Although this passion strives to suspend the domain of culture, of symbolic obligations, etc., it clearly has nothing to do with a return to instinctual nature. Rather, it involves the most radical perversion of the natural instinct, so that, paradoxically, it is the very recourse to the order of culture that enables us to escape the deadly vortex of this unnatural passion, and to regain the pacifying natural balance of instinctual needs in their symbolized form. 8 To put it in yet another way, what Hegel leaves out of consideration is the fact that there is no sexual relationship. Culture not only confers a cultivated form on sexuality, but thoroughly derails it, so that the only way for a human being to be able to do it, to enjoy it, is to rely on some perverse idiosyncratic phantasmic scenario. The ultimate human perversion is that so-called natural instinctual sexual satisfaction needs a cultural prosthesis, some kind of symbolic crutch, in order to remain operative. It is only at this level, in the perverse culturalization of the sexual impetus itself, that we obtain the actual reconciliation of nature and culture. 9. Along these lines, one can also account for the secret of the actual bipartite structure of Hegel's phenomenology, the logical counterpart to the two parts into which the development of phenomenology evidently falls, the synchronous triad consciousness, self-consciousness, reason, and the historical triad spirit, religion, philosophy, i.e. absolute knowing, is the duality in early Hegel, up to the Jena years, of logic and metaphysics as the two parts of pure philosophy, which is then followed by real philosophy, corresponding to the later philosophy of nature and of spirit. The distinction between logic and metaphysics proper fits the distinction between subjective reflexive reason, to which only the finite reality caught in the network of relations/mediations is accessible, and the human spirit insofar as it grasps, or, rather, directly identifies with, the absolute itself beyond all reflexive oppositions, of subject and object, of thought and being, of reason itself and intuition. This distinction, of course, remains Schellingian. Hegel became Hegel when he accepted that there is no absolute beyond or above the reflexive oppositions and contradictions of the finite. The absolute is nothing but the movement of self-sublation of these finite determinations. It is not beyond reflection, but is absolute reflection itself. Once Hegel gained this insight, the distinction between logic and metaphysics had to collapse. Logic itself had to be identified with metaphysics, with the philosophical science of the inherent categorial network that determines every conceivable form of reality. What we have here is the paradigmatic case of dialectical progress. We pass from logic, dealing with external reflexive oppositions, with reasoning as opposed to its object, being, to metaphysics, directly describing the structure of the absolute, not by any kind of progress, of a major transmutation of logic, but by becoming aware of how what we, perceived as a mere organon, introductory tool, preparatory step, to our grasping the absolute, that is, to metaphysics proper, already describes the structure of the absolute. In other words, we fail to grasp the absolute precisely insofar as we continue to presuppose that, above and beyond the domain of our finite reflected reasoning, there is an absolute to be grasped. We actually overcome the limitation of external reflection by simply becoming aware of how this external reflection is inherent to the absolute itself. This is Hegel's fundamental criticism of Kant, not that Kant fails to overcome the external reflection of understanding, but that he still thinks that there is some beyond which eludes its grasp. What Kant does not see is that his critique of pure reason, as the critical prolegomenon to a future metaphysics, already is the only possible metaphysics. Overlapping with this distinction is the distinction between logic in the traditional Aristotelian sense of organon, providing the conceptual tools that help us to grasp the ontological structure of reality, the rules of our formation of notions and forms of judgment and reasoning, and metaphysics, which directly describes the ontological structure. The first triad of phenomenology remains at the level of logic, providing the phenomenal sequence of the different modes whereby the finite, isolated subject can grasp society, while the second triad directly describes the phenomenal sequence of the actual historical shapes/figurations of the absolute itself. The logic of the early Hegel thus loosely fits the first part of the mature Hegel's subjective logic, which follows the objective logic deploying the ontological structure of presubjective reality. In this precise sense, one can argue with justification that Hegel's phenomenology is a work of passage, that its structure still betrays traces of the early Hegel, especially in its fascination with the mad dance of reflexivity, of dialectic reversals, as the, still, introductory prelude to the system proper, with its satisfied speculative self-deployment. In other words, phenomenology is not yet truly Hegelian precisely insofar as it still conceives of its role as that of the introduction to the system proper, although simultaneously as its first part, that is the source of its ultimate unresolved ambiguity. For Hegel, reason is not another, higher capacity than that of abstract understanding. What defines understanding is the very illusion that, beyond it, there is another domain, either the ineffable mystical or reason, which eludes its discursive grasp. In short, to get from understanding to reason, one does not have to add anything, but, on the contrary, to subtract something. What Hegel calls reason is understanding itself, bereft of the illusion that there is something beyond it. This is why, in the direct choice between understanding and reason, one has first to choose understanding, not in order to play the stupid game of self-blinding. The absolute subject first has to alienate itself, to posit external reality as independent of itself, in order to supersede/sublate this alienation by way of recognizing in it its own product. But for the simple reason that there is nothing outside or beyond understanding. First, we choose understanding, then, in the second move, we choose understanding again, only without anything in addition to it, i.e. without the illusion that there is another, higher capacity beyond or beneath it, even if this higher capacity is called reason, and this understanding, deprived of the illusion that there is something beyond it, is reason. This enables us to throw some new light on the age-old question of the relationship between Kant and Hegel. Today's Kantians' most convincing answer to Hegel's criticism of Kant, as exemplified, say, in his detailed examination of the inconsistencies and displacements discernible in the moral view of the world in Phenomenology of Spirit, is a simple, so what? What Hegel criticizes as inconsistencies, the fact that Kant's moral theory posits the necessity of ethical activity, while simultaneously making a true ethical act impossible to accomplish, etc., is precisely the paradox of the authentic Kantian position. The Hegelian answer to this would be, true, but Kant is not able to acknowledge, to state openly, these paradoxes that provide the very core of his philosophical edifice, and, far from adding anything to Kant, say, the higher capacity of reason that is able to move beyond the Kantian opposites of noumenal and phenomenal, of freedom and necessity, etc., Hegel's critique simply openly states and assumes the paradoxes constitutive of Kant's position. It is enough to mention the relationship between essence and its appearing. Kant, of course, implicitly already knows that the noumenal essence beyond phenomenal reality is not simply a transcendent in itself, but somehow has to appear within this very reality. See his well-known example of enthusiasm as a sign of noumenal freedom. In the enthusiasm generated by the French Revolution in enlightened observers all around Europe, noumenal freedom appeared as the belief in the possibility of a historical act which, as it were, starts ex nihilo, which suspends the chain of causal dependencies and realizes freedom. However, this ultimate identity of the noumenal with the appearance remained in itself for Kant. Within his edifice, it was not possible explicitly to state that noumenal freedom is nothing but a rupture within phenomenal reality, the premonition of another dimension which appears within phenomenal reality. Point 10. The speculative identity of substance and subject. So, to return to Husserl's basic criticism of Hegel, Hegel misses the need for the second reconciliation between nature and spirit, qua nature returned into itself from its externality, because he fails to deploy all the consequences of the fact that the movement of internalization of the external, of what is merely given as necessary contingent, is strictly correlative to the opposite movement of externalization, of renewed naturalization. Hegel, who always emphasizes the aspect of of the spirit's return to itself from the externality of nature, does not sufficiently take into account the opposite movement of externalization, the fact that the spirit which returns to itself from nature is still the finite spirit abstractly opposed to nature, and should as such, in yet another dialectical turn of the screw, be again reconciled with nature. It seems nonetheless that Husserl misses here the proper Hegelian move in which abstract internalization, withdrawal to the interior of thought, is accompanied by, is another aspect of, the assertion of the meaningless externality abstractly opposed to the subject. The classical political example, of course, is that of the Roman Empire, in which the subject withdraws from the Sittlichkeit of the Greek polis into abstract inner freedom and, for that very reason, externality asserts its right in the guise of the state power of the empire experienced by the subject as an external power in which he no longer recognizes his ethical substance. The most elementary form of the spirit's externalization, of course, is language. As Hegel emphasizes again and again, our inner experience can shed the traces of external senses and acquire the form of a pure thought only by again becoming externalized in a meaningless sign. We think only in words, in language. The same goes for customs in general. Customs form the necessary background, the space of our social freedom. And the same goes for the social substance itself, for the positive order of Sittlichkeit, the Lacanian big other, which is precisely our second nature, objective spirit, the spirit's renewed naturalization and or externalization. Point 11. In an approach to Hegel which, with its emphasis on historical dialectic as the only aspect of Hegel worth saving, is the very opposite of Husserl's systematic reconstruction, Charles Taylor also endeavors to deploy the inner inconsistency of the Hegelian logic of externalization of the idea. According to Taylor 12, the Hegelian spirit has two embodiments: it posits its presupposition, its conditions of existence, and it expresses itself in its bodily exterior. In the case of the absolute spirit, the two embodiments coincide, while in the case of man qua finite being, the two are forever separated. That is to say, man is always embedded in a set of conditions of existence which he cannot ever fully internalize, transform into an expression of his subjectivity. There is always an element of contingent externality which persists. The first association here, of course, is Schelling. The point of Schelling's distinction between divine existence and its insurmountable ground is that the gap that forever separates expression from the external conditions of existence holds also for the absolute subject. For God himself is embedded in a set of conditions which forever remain an impenetrable other. For this reason, Schelling is the enigmatic vanishing mediator between absolute idealism and post-Hegelian historicism. This passage from idealism to historicism is perhaps best expressed by the famous statement from the beginning of Marx's 18th Brumaire about how men create history, but not out of nothing or in the conditions they have chosen themselves. They create history in the conditions which were found and imposed on them. Here there is a clear contrast with a certain image of Hegelian idealism, in which the absolute idea acts as the subject that posits its entire content and thus actualizes itself only out of itself, relying on no external contingent presuppositions. That is, it is not bound by the confines of temporality, contingency, finitude. However, what comes in between absolute idealism and post-idealist historicism is the unique position of Schelling as the vanishing mediator. Schelling retains the absolute as subject, i.e. he speaks of God, not of man, but he nonetheless applies to him the fundamental postulate of temporality, contingency, finitude, so that what he ultimately asserts is that God created the universe, but not out of nothing. He created it in the conditions which were found and imposed on him. These conditions, of course, are the unfathomable real of the ground of God, that which in God himself is not yet God. Point 13. Taylor's mistake here is that he redoubles the notion of subject into human subjectivity, finite, caught in the gap between presupposition and expression, and a spectral monster called absolute subject, the Spiritgeist, God, or, as Taylor calls it, in a thoroughly un-Hegelian fashion, cosmic spirit, whose mere vehicle is the self consciousness of the finite human subject. We thus finish with a split between two subjects, the infinite absolute subject and the finite human subject, instead of the properly dialectical speculative identity between the infinite substance and the subject as the agent of finitude/appearance/split. Substance is subject means that the split which separates subject from substance, from the inaccessible in itself beyond phenomenal reality, is inherent to the substance itself. In other words, the key point is to read Hegel's proposition substance is subject not as a direct assertion of identity, but as an example, perhaps the example, of infinite judgment, like the spirit is a bone. The point is not that the substance, the ultimate foundation of all entities, the absolute, is not a pre-subjective ground but a subject, an agent of self-differentiation, which posits its otherness and then reappropriates it, and so on. Subject stands for the non-substantial agency of phenomenalization, appearance, illusion, split, finitude, understanding, and so on, and to conceive substance as subject means precisely that split, phenomenalization, and so forth, are inherent to the life of the absolute itself. There is no absolute subject, subject as such is relative, caught in self-division, and it is as such that the subject is inherent to the substance. In contrast to this speculative identity of substance and subject, the notion of their direct identity thus involves the redoubling of subjects, which again reduces subjectivity proper to an accident, vehicle, of the substantial absolute, of an other who speaks through finite human subjects. This also opens up the false, pseudo-Hegelian notion of a dialectical process in which its subject, cosmic spirit, posits its externality, alienates itself from itself, in order to regain its integrity on a higher level. The misleading presupposition at work here is that the subject of the process is somehow given from the outset, not engendered by the very process of the substance's splitting. Another way to make the same point is with regard to the two different ways of reading the situation of the subject confronted with the unfathomable excess of a thing which eludes his reflexive symbolic grasp. The substantialist way to read it is simply to claim that our finite subject's capacity to grasp the object we are confronting always and a priori surpasses us. There is something in the object that forever resists being translated into our conceptual network, the point about the preponderance of the objective made regularly by Adorno in his negative dialectics. Of what, however, does this excess consist? What if what eludes our grasp, what is in the object more than the object itself, are the traces of what, in past history, this object, say, a historical situation the subject endeavors to analyze, might have become, but failed to do so. To grasp a historical situation in its becoming, as Kierkegaard would have put it, is not to perceive it as a positive set of features, the way things actually are, but to discern in it the traces of failed emancipatory attempts at liberation. Here I am, of course, alluding to Walter Benjamin's notion of the revolutionary gaze which perceives the actual revolutionary act as the redemptive repetition of past failed emancipatory attempts. In this case, however, the preponderance of the objective, that which eludes our grasp in the thing, is no longer the excess of its positive content over our cognitive capacities but, on the contrary, its lack, that is, the traces of failures, the absences inscribed in its positive existence. To grasp the October Revolution in its becoming means to discern the tremendous emancipatory potential that was simultaneously aroused and crushed by its historical actuality. Consequently, this excess/lack is not the part of the objective that is in excess of the subject's cognitive capacities, rather it consists of the traces of the subject himself, his crushed hopes and desires, in the object, so that what is properly unfathomable in the object is the objective counterpart/correlative of the innermost kernel of the subject's own desire. The Hegelian forced choice. These paradoxes provide a clue to the Hegelian opposition between concrete and abstract universality. Hegel was the first to elaborate the properly modern notion of individualization through secondary identification. At the beginning, the subject is immersed in a particular life form into which he was born, family, local community. The only way for him to tear himself away from his primordial organic community, to cut his links with it and assert himself as an autonomous individual, is to shift his fundamental allegiance, to recognize the substance of his being in another, secondary community, which is universal and, simultaneously artificial, no longer spontaneous but mediated, sustained by the activity of independent free subjects, nation versus local community, profession in the modern sense, job in a large anonymous company, versus the personalized relationship between an apprentice and his master artisan, the academic community of knowledge versus the traditional wisdom passed from generation to generation, etc., up to a mother who relies more on child care manuals than on parental advice. This shift from primary to secondary identification does not involve a direct loss of primary identifications. What happens is that primary identifications undergo a kind of transubstantiation. They start to function as the form of appearance of the universal secondary identification. Say, precisely by being a good member of my family, I thereby contribute to the proper functioning of my nation-state. Therein lies the Hegelian difference between abstract and concrete universality. The universal secondary identification remains abstract insofar as it is directly opposed to the particular forms of primary identification, that is, insofar as it compels the subject to renounce his primary identifications. It becomes concrete when it reintegrates primary identifications, transforming them into the modes of appearance of the secondary identification. This tension between abstract and concrete universality is clearly discernible in the precarious social status of the early Christian Church. On the one hand, there was the zealotry of the radical groups which saw no way of combining the true Christian attitude with the existing space of predominant social relations, and thus posed a serious threat to the social order. On the other hand, there were the attempts to reconcile Christianity with the existing structure of domination, so that you could participate in social life, occupy your determinate place in it, as a servant, peasant, artisan, feudal lord, and remain a good Christian. Accomplishing your determinate social role was not only seen as compatible with being a Christian, it was even perceived as a specific way of fulfilling the universal duty of being a Christian. On a first approach, things thus seem clear and unambiguous. The philosopher of abstract universality is Kant, and, in Kant's footsteps, Fichte in Kant's philosophy, the universal, the moral law, functions as the abstract solon, that which ought to be and which, as such, possesses a terrorist/subversive potential. The universal stands for an impossible/unconditional demand, whose power of negativity is destined to undermine any concrete totality. Against this tradition of abstract/negative universality opposed to its particular content, Hegel emphasizes how true universality is actualized in the series of concrete determinations perceived by the abstract point of view of understanding as the obstacle to the full realization of the universal. Say, the universal moral duty is actualized, becomes effective, through the concrete wealth of particular human passions and strivings devalued by Kant as pathological obstacles. However, are things really so simple? In order not to misread the properly Hegelian flavor of the opposition between abstract and concrete universality, one should crossbreed it with another opposition, that between positive universality as a mere impassive/neutral medium of the coexistence of its particular content, the mute universality of a species defined by what all members of the species have in common, and universality in its actual existence, which is individuality, the assertion of the subject as unique and irreducible to the particular concrete totality into which he is inserted. In Kierkegaard's, this difference is the one between the positive being of the universal and universality in becoming. The obverse of the universal as the pacifying neutral medium/container of its particular content is the universal as the power of negativity that undermines the fixity of every particular constellation, and this power comes into existence in the guise of the individual's absolute egotist self-contraction, his negation of all determinate content. The dimension of universality becomes actual, or, in Hegel's, for itself, only by entering into existence as universal, that is, by opposing itself to all its particular content, by entering into a negative relationship with its particular content. With regard to the opposition between abstract and concrete universality, this means that the only way towards a truly concrete universality leads through the full assertion of the radical negativity by means of which the universal negates its entire particular content. Despite misleading appearances, it is the mute universality of the neutral container of the particular content which is the predominant form of abstract universality. In other words, the only way for a universality to become concrete is to stop being a neutral abstract medium of its particular content, and to include itself among its particular subspecies. What this means is that, paradoxically, the first step towards concrete universality is the radical negation of the entire particular content. only through such a negation does the universal gain existence, become visible as such. Here let us recall Hegel's analysis of phrenology, which closes the chapter on observing reason in his phenomenology. Hegel resorts to an explicit phallic metaphor in order to explain the opposition of the two possible readings of the proposition the spirit is a bone, the vulgar materialist reductionist reading, the shape of our skull actually and directly determines the features of our mind, and the speculative reading, the spirit is strong enough to assert its identity with the most utterly inert stuff, and to sublate it, that is to say, even the most utterly inert stuff cannot escape the spirit's power of mediation. The vulgar materialist reading is like the approach which sees in the phallus only the organ of urination, while the speculative reading is also able to discern in it the much higher function of insemination, i.e. precisely conception as the biological anticipation of concept. On a first approach, we are dealing here with the well-known elementary movement of Aufhebung, sublation. You must go through the lowest in order once more to reach the highest, the lost totality. You must lose the immediate reality in the self-contraction of the night of the world in order to regain it as posited, mediated by the symbolic activity of the subject. You must renounce the immediate organic whole and submit yourself to the mortifying activity of abstract understanding in order to regain the lost totality at a higher, mediated level, as the totality of reason. This move thus seems to offer itself as an ideal target of the standard criticism. Yes, of course Hegel recognizes the horror of the psychotic self-contraction and its loss of reality. Yes, he acknowledges the need for abstract dismemberment, but only as a step, a detour on the triumphant path which, according to the inexorable dialectical necessity, leads us back to the reconstituted organic whole. Our contention is that such a reading misses the point of Hegel's argumentation. The depth which the spirit brings forth from within, but only as far as its picture-thinking consciousness where it lets it remain, and the ignorance of this consciousness about what it really is saying, are the same conjunction of the high and the low which, in the living being, nature naively expresses when it combines the organ of its highest fulfillment, the organ of generation, with the organ of urination. The infinite judgment, qua infinite, would be the fulfillment of life that comprehends itself. The consciousness of the infinite judgment that remains at the level of picture thinking behaves as urination. 14. A close reading of this passage makes it clear that Hegel's point is not that, in contrast to the vulgar empiricist mind which sees only urination, the proper speculative attitude has to choose insemination. The paradox is that the direct choice of insemination is the infallible way to miss it. It is not possible to choose the true meaning directly, that is to say, one has to begin by making the wrong choice. Of urination the true speculative meaning emerges only through repeated reading, as the after effect, or byproduct, of the first, wrong reading. 15. The same goes for social life, in which the direct choice of the concrete universality of a particular ethical life world can end only in a regression to pre-modern organic society which denies the infinite right of subjectivity as the fundamental feature of modernity. Since the subject citizen of a modern state can no longer accept his immersion in some particular social role that confers on him a determinate place within the organic social whole, the only way to the rational totality of the modern state leads through the horror of revolutionary terror. One should ruthlessly tear up the constraints of pre-modern organic concrete universality, and fully assert the infinite right of subjectivity in its abstract negativity. In other words, the point of Hegel's deservedly famous analysis of the revolutionary terror in his phenomenology is not the rather obvious insight into how the revolutionary project involved the unilateral direct assertion of abstract universal reason, and was as such doomed to perish in self-destructive fury, since it was unable to organize the transposition of its revolutionary energy into a concrete stable and differentiated social order. Hegel's point, rather, is the enigma of why, despite the fact that revolutionary terror was a historical deadlock, we have to pass through it in order to attain the modern rational state. We can see here how wrong were the late 19th century conservative British Hegelians, Bradley and others, who interpreted the social logic of Hegel's concrete universality as demanding the identification of each individual with his/her specific post within the defined and hierarchical whole of the global social body. This, precisely, is what the modern notion of subjectivity precludes. In other words, to conceive the absolute not only as substance, but also as subject means that when we are confronted with the radical choice between the organic whole and the madness of the unilateral feature which throws the whole out of joint and into damaging imbalance, this choice has the structure of a forced choice, that is to say, one has to choose unilateral madness against the organic whole. So when one is confronted by the choice between the pre-modern organic social body and the revolutionary terror which unleashes the destructive force of abstract negativity, one has to choose terror. Only in this way can one create the terrain for the new post-revolutionary reconciliation between the demands of social order and the abstract freedom of the individual. The monstrosity of the revolutionary terror is an absolutely indispensable vanishing mediator. This outburst of radical negativity which undermined the old established order, cleared the slate, as it were, for the new rational order of the modern state. 16 The same holds for the couple Sittlichkeit/Moralität, for the opposition between the subject's immersion in his concrete social life world and his abstract individualist/universal moral opposition to this concrete inherited universe. In this choice, one has to choose Moralität, that is, the act of the individual who, on behalf of a larger universality, undermines the determinate positive order of mores which defines his society. Socrates versus the concrete totality of the Greek city, Christ versus the concrete totality of Jews. Hegel is fully aware that the positive form in which this abstract universality gains actual existence is that of extreme violence. The obverse of the inner peace of universality is the destructive fury towards all particular content. That is to say, the universality in becoming is the very opposite of the peaceful neutral medium of all particular content. Only in this way can universality become for itself, only in this way can progress take place. One can thus precisely determine the moment when Hegel became Hegel, only when he renounced the aesthetic/Greek vision of the organic social totality of Sittlichkeit, which found its most articulate expression in the posthumously published System der Sittlichkeit, 1802-3, a text which definitely points towards what was later developed as the organic proto-fascist corporate organicist notion of society, that is to say, when he became fully aware that the only path to true concrete totality is that in every direct choice between abstract negativity and a concrete whole, the subject has to choose abstract negativity. This shift is most clearly detectable in young Hegel's oscillation in his appreciation of Christianity. Hegel becomes Hegel when he fully endorses the disruptive abstractly negative Skandalen of Christ's emergence, when, that is, he renounces the nostalgic hope of a return to a new version of Greek mores as a solution to the problems of modernity. In this sense, the mature Hegelian reconciliation remains utterly ambiguous. It designates the reconciliation of a split, the healing of the wound of the social body, as well as the reconciliation with this split as the necessary price of individual freedom. With regard to politics, one is thus tempted to turn around the standard myth of the young revolutionary Hegel who, in his later years, betrayed his subversive origins and became the state philosopher praising the existing order as the embodiment of reason, as the actually existing God. Rather, it was the young Hegel whose revolutionary project, from today's perspective, at least, announced the fascist aestheticization of the political, the establishment of a new organic order that abolishes modern individuality. While Hegel became Hegel through his insistence on the unavoidable assertion of the infinite right of the individual, on how the road to concrete universality leads only through the full assertion of abstract negativity. Another way to discern this passage from pre-Hegelian Hegel to Hegel who became Hegel is via a small but significant change in the social structure. In System der Sittlichkeit, society is subdivided into three estates, each involving a specific ethical stance: the peasantry with the attitude of pre-reflexive thrust, immersion into substance; entrepreneurs, the bourgeois class, with their reflected attitude of individual competition and achievement; civil society proper, industry, exchange; the aristocracy, the universal class, which runs political life and goes to war, ready to risk their lives when necessary. Significantly, after Hegel became Hegel, the universal class is no longer the aristocracy, as landlords, they are included in the peasantry, but the enlightened state bureaucracy. The key point of this change is that now, not only the aristocracy but everybody, any individual from any class, can be mobilized and has to go to war. Absolute negativity, the risk of death which dissolves all fixed attachments to a determinate content, is no longer the privilege of a specific class, but becomes a universal right/obligation of every citizen. Above and beyond his specific place within the social body, every citizen thus participates in abstract/absolute negativity. No individual is completely delimited by what reduces him to his particular place within the social edifice. Point 17. This is why, in the passage from his Introduction to Phenomenology quoted at length in Chapter 1, Hegel hails understanding, not reason, its infinite power to disrupt any organic link, to treat as separate what originally belongs together and has actual existence only as part of its concrete context. Here understanding is another name for what we have called presynthetic imagination, for imagination's power to dissipate any organic whole, the power that precedes the synthesis of imagination, whose highest expression is logos, as Heidegger liked to point out. In Old Greek, legein also means to collect, to gather. This is why those who advocate the subject's willing submission to and acceptance of his/her proper place within the concrete totality of the substantial order are as far from Hegel as could be. The very existence of subjectivity involves the false, abstract choice of evil, of crime, that is, an excessive unilateral gesture which throws the harmonious order of the whole out of balance. Why? Because such an arbitrary choice of something trivial and insubstantial, such an exercise of utter caprice based on no good reason, I want it because I want it, is, paradoxically, the only way for the universal to assert itself for itself, against all determinate particular content. This entry into the existence of the universal as such, in contradistinction to all determinate content, this violent unilateral endorsement of some abstract feature, which tears it out of its concrete life context and thus involves the mortification of the organic whole of life, is the moment of the actualization of subject against the balanced substantial order. The fear that the Hegelian dialectical movement will generate a negativity too strong to be reinserted into the circle of dialectical mediation is thus deeply misplaced. The fact that substance is also to be conceived of as subject means that this explosion of the organic unity is what always happens in the course of the dialectical process, and the new mediated unity which comes afterwards in no way signals a return at a higher level to the lost initial unity. In the newly reinstated mediated totality, we are dealing with a substantially different unity, a unity grounded on the disruptive power of negativity, a unity in which this negativity itself assumes positive existence. Perhaps this is the source of the unresolved tension that ends Hegel's logic, the tension between life and knowledge as the two paradigms of the absolute idea. In life, the particular is still submerged in the universal, that is to say, life is a dynamic system in which the universal reproduces itself through the incessant process of the emerging and passing off of its particular moments, a system kept alive by the very perpetual dynamics of the self-movement of its constituents. However, such a system, in which the universal is the power that expresses itself in the incessant production of the wealth of its particular moments, remains a dynamized substance. It does not yet involve subjectivity proper. In Taylor's terms, not quite adequate, we are dealing here with the opposition between the expressivist/productive aspect of the absolute, life as a causa sui that reproduces and expresses itself through the infinite process of the generation and corruption of its moments, and its cognitive aspect, the absolute that actualizes itself only through its full self-knowledge. How are we to reconcile the two? The first paradox is that activity is on the side of substance, the expressivist generative power, and passivity on the side of subject. The subject qua consciousness passively takes into account what takes place. Substance is praxis, active intervention, while subject is theoria, passive intuition. What we have here is the opposition of sen and solon, of the true and the good. However, contrary to the standard way of conceptualizing this opposition, the Spinozan passive intuition of substance versus the Fichtean active subject who spontaneously and autonomously posits the entire objective content, Hegel connects the four terms in a crisscross way. Expressive productivity is on the side of the Spinozan substance which permanently realizes the good by actively shaping reality, while the subject's fundamental attitude is that of knowing. The subject endeavors to establish what is true, to discern the contours of objectivity. Hegel's solution as a German idealist, of course, is a knowledge which is spontaneous, that is, in itself a praxis generative of its object, but not in the Fichtean sense of intellectual intuition, of a knowledge directly productive of its objects, and not even in the somewhat weaker Kantian sense of knowledge as transcendentally constitutive of its objects. One is even tempted to say that Hegel opts for precisely the opposite solution. At the level of substantial content, everything has already taken place, so that knowledge merely takes it into account, that is to say, it is a purely formal act which registers the state of things, precisely as such, however, as the purely formal gesture of taking into account what in itself is already there. Knowledge is performative, and brings about the actualization of the absolute. So we are not dealing with a new version of the mystical union in which the subject's activity overlaps with the activity of the absolute, God itself, in which the subject experiences himself as the vehicle of the absolute. In his greatest activity he is passive, since it is the absolute who is effectively active through him. Such a mystical union remains the summit of Schelling's dynamized Spinozism. Hegel's point is, rather, the opposite one. In my greatest passivity, I am already active, that is to say, the very passive withdrawal by means of which the thought secedes, splits off from its object, acquires a distance, violently tears itself off the flow of things, assuming the stance of an external observer. This non-act is its highest act, the infinite power which introduces a gap into the self-enclosed whole of substance. The same problem confronts us in the guise of the opposition between positing and external reflection from the beginning of Book 2 of Hegel's Logic. Positing reflection is ontological. It conceptualizes the essence as the productive/generative power that posits the wealth of appearances. External reflection, in contrast, is epistemological. It stands for the subject's reflexive penetration of the object of knowledge, for his effort to discern, behind the veil of phenomena, the contours of their underlying rational structure, their essence. Point 18. The fundamental deadlock of the entire logic of essence is that these two aspects, the ontological and the epistemological, can never be fully synchronized. No solution can resolve the oscillation between the two poles. Either the appearance is reduced to something that is merely subjective, the essence of things is inaccessible in itself, what I can contemplate is merely their elusive appearance, or the essence itself becomes subjectivized. The hidden essence is ultimately the subject's rational construct, the result of his conceptual work. Just think of contemporary subparticle physics, in which the last constituents of reality have the status of a highly abstract hypothesis, of a pure rational presupposition that we shall never encounter outside the theoretical network, in our everyday experience. Again, this tension is resolved not by the inclusion of external reflection into the overall structure of the absolute self-positing activity, as a mediating moment of split and externality, but by the opposite assertion of the direct ontological status of the externality of reflection itself. Every positive and determinate ontological entity can emerge as such only insofar as the absolute is external to itself, insofar as a gap prevents its full ontological actualization. Point 19. Concrete universality. We can now see in what precise sense Hegel's logic remains transcendental in the strict Kantian sense, that is, in what sense its notional network is not merely formal, but constitutive of reality itself, whose categorical structure it describes. What sets in motion the dialectical progress in Hegel's logic is the inherent tension in the status of every determinate/limited category. Each concept is simultaneously necessary, i.e. indispensable if we are to conceive reality, its underlying ontological structure, and impossible, i.e. self-refuting, inconsistent. The moment we fully and consequently apply it to reality, it disintegrates and/or turns into its opposite. This notional tension/contradiction is simultaneously the ultimate spiritus movens of reality itself, Far from signaling the failure of our thought to grasp reality, the inherent inconsistency of our notional apparatus is the ultimate proof that our thought is not merely a logical game we play, but is able to reach reality itself, expressing its inherent structuring principle. What accounts for this paradoxical overlapping of necessity and impossibility is, of course, the notion of the self-relating universality grounded in its constitutive exception. Why are 5-cent coins larger than 10-cent coins? Why this exception to the general rule according to which volume follows value? Karel van het Reve, the famous Dutch linguist, literary scientist, and Popperian criticist of psychoanalysis and deconstruction, has formulated the logic of rule and its exception in the guise of what he ironically calls Reve's conjecture 20 in the domain of symbolic rules. Popper's logic of falsification has to be inverted, that is to say, far from falsifying the rule, the exception one has to search for confirms it. Besides enumerating examples from a multitude of symbolic, rule-regulated activities, in chess, we have racquet as the exception, a move that violates the fundamental logic of other possible moves. In card games, there is often an exceptional lower combination that can overrule the highest one, etc. Reve focuses on linguistics. In grammar, a particular exception is needed in order to reveal, and thus to make us sensitive to, the universal rule that we otherwise follow. A rule cannot exist if there is no exception against which it can distinguish itself. 21. These exceptions are usually dismissed as so-called deponentia, irrational irregularities due either to the influence of some neighboring foreign language or to remainders of earlier linguistic forms. In Latin, for example, when a verb form ends in or, it usually designates a passive form, laudo is I praise, lauder I am praised, and so on. However, surprisingly, lacher is not I am spoken but I speak. In Hegelius, such exceptions are necessary if rules are to become for themselves, not merely a natural in itself, that is, if they are to be noted, perceived as such. 22. For this reason, any attempt to account for these exceptions and/or violations by invoking the influence of neighboring tongues or past forms of the same tongue is insufficient. Such causal connections are undoubtedly historically accurate. In order for them to become effective, however, they have to fulfill some inherent need in the present system, as with the unfortunate remainders of the bourgeois past evoked in the ex-communist countries as an excuse for all the woes of the socialist present, as if these remainders did not play a necessary role in, and were not kept alive by, the inconsistency of that very socialist present. Examples abound here. Bourgeois utilitarian society needs an aristocracy as the exception to reveal its basic utilitarian stance, and so on, up to erection, of the penis, which can serve as the proof and sign of potency precisely on account of the imminent danger of failure, of the prospect that it will not occur. 23. There are three main versions of the relationship between the universal and its particular content. 1. The standard notion of neutral universality, indifferent to its particular content. The Cartesian cogito is the neutral thinking substance, common to all humans, indifferent to gender, and as such the philosophical foundation of the political equality of the sexes. From this perspective, the fact that, in descriptions of cogito in modern philosophy, one actually finds a predominance of male features is ultimately an inconsistency due to historical circumstances. With Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and others, cogito remained an unfinished project, its consequences were not thought out to the end. When post-Cartesians like Malebranche, for example, repeated that women cannot think clearly and are much more susceptible than men to the impressions of their senses, they were simply following the prejudices of the social reality of their times. 2. The standard Marxist or critico-ideological symptomatic reading, which not only discerns beneath the universality of cogito the predominance of certain male features, cogito effectively stands for the white upper-class male patriarchal individual, but, in its strongest version, even claims that the very gesture of universalization, of obliterating particular differences, the form of abstract universality as such, is not gender-neutral, but inherently masculine, since it defines the modern male attitude of domination and manipulation, so that sexual difference does not only stand for the difference of the two species of the human genus, but involves two different modes of the functioning of the very relationship between the universal and the particular. 3. There is, however, a third version, elaborated in detail by Ecobedo Laca 24. The universal is empty, yet precisely as such always already filled in, that is, hegemonized by some contingent, particular content that acts as its stand-in. In short, each universal is the battleground on which the multitude of particular contents fight for hegemony. If cogito silently privileges men as opposed to women, this is not an eternal fact inscribed in its very nature, but something that can be changed through hegemonic struggle. The distinction between this third version and the first is that the third version allows for no content of the universal which would be effectively neutral and, as such, common to all its species. We can never define any features which are common to all humans in absolutely the same modality. All positive content of the universal is the contingent result of hegemonic struggle. In itself, the universal is absolutely empty. In accepting this third position, one should insist on the cut in the particular substantial content by means of which a universal establishes itself. That is to say, the paradox of the proper Hegelian notion of the universal is that it is not the neutral frame of the multitude of particular contents, but inherently divisive, splitting up its particular content. The universal always asserts itself in the guise of some particular content which claims to embody it directly, excluding all other content as merely particular. What, then, is Hegelian concrete universality, if it involves such a radical cut, if it is not the organic articulation of a whole in which each element plays its unique, particular but irreplaceable part? Perhaps a reference to music could be of some help here. Let us take the concept of a violin concerto. When, in what way, do we treat it as an actual concrete universality? When we do not subdivide it simply into its particular forms, the classical violin concerto, the great romantic concertos from Mendelssohn via Tchaikovsky to Sibelius, etc., but conceive its species or stages as so many attempts to grasp, to determine, to give a form to struggle with, the very universality of the concept. It is already deeply significant that Mozart's violin concertos are a bit of a failure, at least measured against his high standards, and compared with his piano concertos. No wonder his most popular piece for violin and concerto is his Sinfonia Concertante, which is a strange kind of animal. The violin is not yet allowed to assume an autonomous role against the orchestra, so we are dealing with a symphony in a concerting mode, not with a violin concerto proper. The reason for this probably lies in the fact, emphasized by Adorno, that the violin, much more than the piano, is the ultimate musical instrument and expression of subjectivity. A concerto for solo violin, with its interaction between violin and orchestra, thus provides perhaps the ultimate musical endeavor to express what German idealism called the interaction between subject and substance. Mozart's failure bears witness to the fact that his universe was not yet that of radical assertion of subjectivity, which occurred only with Beethoven. With Beethoven's one violin concerto, however, things again became rather problematic. He was accused, not unfairly, of accentuating the main melodic line in the first movement in an excessively repetitive way that borders on musical kitsch. In short, the balance between violin and orchestra, between subject and substance, is already disturbed by the subjective excess. The proper counterpoint to this excess is then, again the one, violin concerto of Brahms, which was quite appropriately characterized as the concerto against the violin. It is the massive symphonic weight of the orchestra which ultimately engulfs the solo voice of the violin, fighting and squashing its expressive thrust, reducing it to one among the elements of the symphonic texture. Perhaps the last link in this development was Bartók's concerto for orchestra, that is, only for orchestra, with no single instrument being allowed to stand out as the bearer of a solo voice, a true counterpoint to Schumann's concert without orchestra, the most accurate formula of his slide into madness, i.e. into psychotic seclusion gradually bereft of the support in the big other, the substantial symbolic order. What all these examples have in common is that each of them is not just a particular case of the universal concept of violin concerto, but a desperate attempt to hammer out a position with regard to the very universality of this concept. Each time, this universal concept is disturbed in a specific way, disavowed, turned around, thrown off by the excessive emphasis on one of its poles. In short, there never has been a violin concerto that fully realized its concept, a dialogue engendering a productive tension and reconciliation between violin and orchestra, subject and substance every time some invisible hindrance prevents the concept's fulfillment. This inherent hindrance preventing the immediate actualization of the concept is another name for the Lacanian real. Here we have an example of Hegelian concrete universality, a process or a sequence of particular attempts that do not simply exemplify the neutral universal notion but struggle with it, give a specific twist to it. The universal is thus fully engaged in the process of its particular exemplification, that is to say, these particular cases, in a way, decide the fate of the universal notion itself. Point 25. To those who still remember Althusser's anti-Hegelian elaboration of the notion of overdetermination as the key category of the Marxist dialectic, it will come as no surprise that Althusser's polemics against Hegel's notion of universality is misdirected. The feature that Althusser emphasized as the main characteristic of overdetermination, in each particular constellation, the universality in question is overdetermined, given a specific flavor or spin, by the unique set of concrete conditions, that is to say, in the Marxist dialectic, the exception is the rule. We never encounter the appropriate embodiment of universality as such, is the very fundamental feature of Hegelian concrete universality. So it is not enough to claim that concrete universality is articulated into a texture of particular constellations, of situations in which a specific content hegemonizes the universal notion. One should also bear in mind that all these particular exemplifications of the universality in question are branded by the sign of their ultimate failure. Each of the historical figures of the violin concerto is above all the failure to actualize the notion of the violin concerto fully and adequately. The Hegelian concrete universality thus involves the real of some central impossibility. Universality is concrete, structured as a texture of particular figurations, precisely because it is forever prevented from acquiring a figure that would be adequate to its notion. This is why, as Hegel puts it, the universal genus is always one of its own species. There is universality only insofar as there is a gap, a hole, in the midst of the particular content of the universality in question, that is, insofar as, among the species of a genus, there is always one species missing, namely, the species that would adequately embody the genus itself. Rather than want nothing. The notion that best illustrates the necessity of a false, unilateral, abstract, choice in the course of a dialectical process is that of stubborn attachment. This thoroughly ambiguous notion is operative throughout Hegel's phenomenology. On the one hand, it stands for the pathological attachment to some particular content, interest, object, pleasure. Scorned by the moralistic judging conscience. Hegel is far from simply condemning such an attachment. He emphasizes again and again that such an attachment is the ontological a priori of an act, the hero's, active subjects, act by means of which he disturbs the balance of the socio-ethical totality of mores is always and necessarily experienced by his community as a crime. On the other hand, a far more perilous stubborn attachment is that of the inactive judging subject who remains pathologically attached to his abstract moral standards and, on behalf of them, condemns every act as criminal. Such a stubborn clinging to abstract moral standards, which could legitimize us to pass judgment on every active subjectivity, is the ultimate form of evil. As for the tension between ethnic particularity and universalism, stubborn attachment describes simultaneously the subject's clinging to his particular ethnic identity, which he is not ready to abandon under any circumstances, and a direct reference to abstract universality as that which remains the same, the unchangeable stable framework in the universal change of all particular content. The properly dialectical paradox, of course, is that if the subject is to extract himself from the substantial content of his particular ethnic totality, he can do so only by clinging to some radically contingent idiosyncratic content. For that reason, stubborn attachment is simultaneously the resistance to change, mediation, universalization and the very operator of this change, when, irrespective of circumstances, I stubbornly attach myself to some accidental particular feature to which I am bound by no inner necessity. This pathological attachment enables me to disengage myself from immersion in my particular life context. That is what Hegel calls the infinite right of subjectivity, to risk everything, my entire substantial content, for the sake of some trifling, idiosyncratic feature that matters more to me than anything else. The paradox, therefore, lies in the fact that I can arrive at the universal for itself only through a stubborn attachment to some contingent particular content, which functions as a negative magnitude, as something wholly indifferent in itself whose meaning resides entirely in the fact that it gives body to the subject's arbitrary will. I want this because I want it, and the more trifling this content, the more my will is asserted. This idiosyncratic feature, of course, is in itself contingent and unimportant, a metonymy of void, of nothingness. Willing this X is a way of willing nothingness. The immediate opposite of stubborn attachment as the supreme expression of the subject's obstinate self-will is, of course, discipline. The notion of the formative power of discipline, precisely in its dramatic dimension of obeying a blind meaningless mechanical ritual, was crucial for the Hegelian notion of subjectivity. In his Gymnasial Reden, delivered at the end of the school year when he was head of the Nuremberg Gymnasium, Hegel insisted on the necessity of mechanical drill in military service, and on learning Latin. The strange status of Latin is of special interest. Why did Latin, not Greek, become the lingua franca of the West? Greek is the mythical language of origins, endowed with full meaning, while Latin is mechanical, second-hand, a language of imitation in which the original wealth of meaning was lost. As Heidegger emphasizes again and again, so it is all the more significant that Latin, not Greek, became the universal medium of Western civilization. 26y. It is not merely that this mechanical drill, the capacity to obey meaningless rules, provides the ground for later meaningful autonomous spiritual activity. One must first learn, get accustomed to, the rules of grammar and social etiquette, in order to be able to indulge freely in higher creative activity, and is thus subsequently sublated aufgehoben, reduced to a mere invisible ground for a higher activity. The crucial point is, rather, that without this radical externalization, this sacrifice of all inner substantial spiritual content, the subject remains embedded in his substance, and cannot emerge as pure self-relating negativity. The true speculative meaning of the meaningless external drill resides in the radical abandonment of all inner substantial content of my spiritual life. It is only through such an abandonment that I emerge as the pure subject of enunciation, no longer attached to any positive order, rooted in any particular life world. So, like Foucault, Hegel insists on a close link between discipline and subjectivization, although he gives it a slightly different twist. The subject produced by disciplinary practices is not the soul as the prison of the body, but, if I may risk this formulation, precisely a soulless subject, a subject deprived of the depth of his soul. 27. Hegel's point is thus the very opposite of what is usually attributed to him. The mechanical activity of meaningless drill and blind obedience can never be fully sublated into the higher spiritual exercise of sense, not because of the irreducible remainder of material inertia but, on the contrary, precisely to guarantee the autonomy of the subject with regard to his substantial content, the complete sublation of mechanical drill into spiritual content, in Lacanese, of the symbolic machine into meaning, would equal the subject's complete immersion in substance. Insofar as meaningless mechanical drill compels the subject to distance himself from every substantial content, the subject has from time to be shaken out of his self-complacent immersion in the substantial totality of meaning, and confronted with the void of pure negativity, that, according to Hegel, is the role of war, which he considers necessary precisely insofar as it involves a meaningless sacrifice and destruction that undermines the complacency of our daily routine. And, again, Hegel has to be supplemented here with Lacan. What makes the subject endure this meaningless drill of self-discipline is the surplus enjoyment produced by it. In other words, the supplement of meaningless drill to the spiritual totality is none other than the supplement of objet petit to the field of meaning. It bears witness to the fact that Hegel was no semantic idealist, that he was well aware of how the very domain of meaning can never achieve closure and ground itself in a self-referential circle. It has to rely on an indivisible remainder of jouissance provided by blind mechanical exercise. This is also, par excellence, the case of religion in relation to philosophical reasoning. Is not prayer the highest example of mechanical repetitive activity destined to provide its own satisfaction, that is, enjoyment, as Hegel himself emphasizes in his lectures on the philosophy of religion? The advantage of Hegel's account of disciplinary practices over Foucault's is that Hegel, as it were, provides the transcendental genesis of discipline by answering the question, how and why does that which will become the subject, the Althusserian individual, willingly subject itself to the formative discipline of power? How and why does it let itself be caught in it? Hegel's answer, of course, is the fear of death, the absolute master. Since my bodily existence is subject to natural corruption, and since I cannot get rid of the body and thoroughly negate it, the only thing I can do is embody negativity. Instead of directly negating my body, I live my bodily existence as the permanent negativization, subordination, mortification, disciplining, of the body. The life of formative discipline, what Hegel calls Bildung, is thus an endeavor to neutralize the excessive life substance in me, to live my actual life as if I am already dead, to ward off desire which makes me feel alive. The positive figure of the master who effectively oppresses me is ultimately a stand-in for the radical negativity of death, the absolute master. This explains the deadlock of the obsessional neurotic who organizes his entire life as the expectation of the moment when his master will die, so that he will then finally be able to become fully alive, to enjoy life. When the obsessional's master actually dies, the impact of his death is, of course, exactly the opposite. The obsessional is confronted with the void of death, the absolute master, which was lurking beneath the actual master. What Hegel already hints at, and Lacan elaborates, is how this renunciation of the body, of bodily pleasures, produces a pleasure of its own, which is precisely what Lacan calls surplus enjoyment. The fundamental perversion of the human libidinal economy is that when some pleasurable activity is prohibited and repressed, we do not simply get a life of strict obedience to the law deprived of all pleasures. The exercise of the law itself becomes libidinally cathected, so that the prohibitory activity itself provides a pleasure of its own. Apropos of the ascetic, for example, Hegel emphasizes how the endless mortification of his body becomes a source of perverse excessive enjoyment. The very renunciation of libidinal satisfaction becomes an autonomous source of satisfaction, and this is the bribe which makes the servant accept his servitude. 28. The key problem is thus the uncanny possibility of the dialectical reversal of negating the body into embodied negation, of repressing a libidinal urge into obtaining libidinal satisfaction from this very act of repression. This mystery is that of masochism. How can the very violent denial and repudiation of erotic satisfaction become eroticized? How can libidinal investment not only detach itself from its direct goal, but even shift from it to the very activity opposing this goal? The Freudian name for this original detachability of the erotic impulse from its natural object, for this original possibility of the erotic impulse shifting its attachment from one object to another, is, of course, none other than death drive. In order to account for the nihilistic denial of the assertive will to life, Nietzsche, in On the Genealogy of Morals, introduced the well-known distinction between not willing at all and willing nothing itself. Nihilistic hatred of life is a revolt against the most fundamental presuppositions of life, yet it is and remains a will. Rather than want nothing, man even wants nothingness. 29. Here one should recall that Lacan, who otherwise ignores Nietzsche, implicitly refers to the same distinction in his definition of hysterical anorexia. The anorexic subject does not simply refuse food and not eat, rather, she eats nothing itself. For Lacan, human desire, in contrast to animal instinct, is always, constitutively, mediated by reference to nothingness, the true object cause of desire, as opposed to the objects that satisfy our needs, is, by definition, a metonymy of lack, a stand-in for nothingness. Which is why, for Lacan, objet patia as the object cause of desire is the originally lost object. It is not only that we desire it insofar as it is lost, this object is nothing but a loss positivized. 30. So we are back at the problematic of stubborn attachment, since it is absolutely crucial to bear in mind the codependence between detachability from any determinate content and excessive attachment to a particular object that makes us indifferent to all other objects. Such an object is what Lacan, following Kant, calls negative magnitude, that is, an object which, in its very positive presence, acts as a stand-in for the void of nothingness, or for the abyss of the impossible thing, so that wanting this particular object, maintaining one's stubborn attachment to it come what may, is the very concrete form of wanting nothingness. Excess and lack of attachment thus stricto sensu coincide, since excessive attachment to a particular contingent object is the very operator of lethal disattachment. To take a rather pathetic example, Tristan's unconditional, excessive attachment to Isolde, and vice versa, was the very form of his disattachment, of the severing of all his links with the world and his immersion into nothingness. A beautiful woman as the image of death is a standard feature of male phantasmic space. One can see how this paradox perfectly fits Lacan's notion of sublimation as the elevation of some particular positive object to the dignity of the thing. The subject becomes excessively attached to an object insofar as this object starts to function as a stand-in for nothingness. Here, Nietzsche on the one hand and Freud and Lacan on the other, part company, what Nietzsche denounces as the nihilistic gesture to counteract life-asserting instincts, Freud and Lacan conceive as the very basic structure of human drive as opposed to natural instincts. In other words, what Nietzsche cannot accept is the radical dimension of the death drive, the fact that the excess of the will over a mere self-contented satisfaction is always mediated by the nihilistic stubborn attachment to nothingness. The death drive is not merely a direct nihilistic opposition to any life-asserting attachment, rather, it is the very formal structure of the reference to nothingness that enables us to overcome the stupid self-contented life rhythm, in order to become passionately attached to some cause, be it love, art, knowledge or politics, for which we are ready to risk everything. In this precise sense, it is meaningless to talk about the sublimation of drives, since drive as such involves the structure of sublimation. We pass from instinct to drive when, instead of aiming directly at the goal that would satisfy us, satisfaction is brought about by circulating around the void, by repeatedly missing the object which is the stand-in for the central void. So, when a subject desires a series of positive objects, the thing to do is to distinguish between objects which are actually desired as particular objects, and the object which is desired as the stand-in for nothingness, which functions as a negative magnitude in the Kantian sense of the term. Include me out. As for this Nietzschean difference between willing nothing, not willing anything at all, and willing nothingness itself, one should read it against the background of Lacan's distinction, elaborated apropos of Ernst Kriss's case of pathological self-accusation of plagiarism, between stealing nothing, in the simple sense of not stealing anything, and stealing nothingness itself, when the patient, an intellectual obsessed with the notion that he is constantly stealing ideas from his colleagues, is proved by the analyst, Kriss, not, in reality, to have stolen anything. This does not yet prove that he is simply innocent. What the patient is actually stealing is nothing itself, just as an anorexic is not simply eating nothing, in the sense of not eating anything, but, rather, eating nothingness itself. What, exactly, do these passages, so often referred to, mean? Darien Leader linked this case to another in which a patient evokes the anecdote of a man suspected by his employer of stealing something. As he leaves the factory where he works every evening, his wheelbarrow is searched systematically, nothing is found, until at last it is understood that he is stealing wheelbarrows themselves. 31 Along the same lines, as Lacan emphasizes, when Kriss's patient displays his obsession with the pathological feeling of plagiarizing, the crucial point is not to Take this self-accusation at face value, and endeavor to prove to the patient that in reality he is not stealing anything from his colleagues. What the patient, as well as his analyst, fails to see is that the real plagiarism is in the form of the object itself, in the fact that for this man something can only have a value if it belongs to someone else. 32. The patient's apprehension that everything he possesses is stolen conceals the profound satisfaction, jouissance, he derives from the very fact of not having anything that truly belongs to him, that is truly his. On the level of desire, this attitude of stealing means that desire is always the desire of the other, never immediately mine. I desire an object only insofar as it is desired by the other, so the only way for me authentically to desire is to reject all positive objects of desire, and desire nothingness itself, again, in all the senses of this term, up to desiring that specific form of nothingness which is desire itself. For this reason, human desire is always desire to be the object of the other's desire. Again, we can easily see the homology with Nietzsche. A will can be a will to will, a willing which wants willing itself, only insofar as it is a will which actively wills nothingness. Another well-known form of this reversal is the characterization of romantic lovers as actually being in love not with the beloved person, but with love itself. Crucial here is the self-reflexive turn by means of which the symbolic form itself is counted among its elements. To will the will itself is to will nothing, just as to steal the wheelbarrow itself, the very form container of stolen goods, is to steal nothingness itself, the void which potentially contains stolen goods. This nothing ultimately stands for the subject itself, that is, it is the empty signifier without signified, which represents the subject. Thus the subject is not directly included in the symbolic order, it is included as the very point at which signification breaks down. Sam Goldwyn's famous retort when he was confronted with an unacceptable business proposition, "Include me out," perfectly expresses this intermediate status of the subject's relationship to the symbolic order, between direct inclusion and direct exclusion. The signifier which represents the subject for other signifiers is the empty signifier, the signifier without signified, the signifier by means of, in the guise of, which nothing, the subject, is counted as something. In this signifier, the subject is not simply included into the signifier's network, rather, his very exclusion from it, signaled by the fact that there is no signified to the signifier, is included in it, marked, registered by it. This situation is the same as that of the well-known childish nonsense also often quoted by Lacan: "I have 3 brothers, Ernest, Paul, and myself." The third term, myself, designates the way the subject is simultaneously included in the series, as myself, and excluded from it, as the absent subject of the Enunciation who has 3 brothers, including himself. That is to say, this term, precisely, includes me out. Thus reflexivity sustains the gap between the subject of the enunciation and the subject of the statement/enunciated, when, to take the old notorious Freudian example, the patient says, "I do not know who that person in my dream was, but it was not my mother." The enigma is, why did he deny something that nobody suggested to him? In other words, the real message of the patient's "it was not my mother" lies not in its enunciated content, but in the very fact that this message was uttered at all. The real message consists in the very act of delivering this message, like a person who, when nobody is accusing him of theft, already vehemently defends himself: "I did not steal it." Why does he defend himself, when nobody was even thinking of accusing him? The fact that the message was delivered at all is thus like the wheelbarrow, which should be excluded in the content rather than included out of it. It tells us a lot, providing the crucial element with regard to the content, theft. This formula, "include me out," provides the most succinct definition of the obsessional subjective attitude. That is to say, what is the goal of the obsessional attitude? To achieve the position of a pure invisible mediator, that is, to play, in intersubjective relations, the role of what, in chemistry, one calls a catalyst, the substance which speeds up, or even sets in motion, a process of chemical reaction without itself changing or being affected in any way. From my personal experience, I recall the catastrophic consequences of one of my benevolent interventions. I was sleeping in a friend's apartment in a room where my friend, an analyst, received his patients. Close to this room was another, in which another analyst also received patients. So once, in the middle of the day, I returned briefly to the apartment to leave a package there. Since voices told me that the other analyst was receiving patients in his room, I tiptoed silently into my room and put the package into a chest. While I was doing this, I noticed a book on the table which did not belong there. I also saw a gap in the bookshelves where this book obviously fitted, so, unable to resist the compulsive temptation, I put the book back in its proper place, then tiptoed out of the apartment. Later I learned from my friend that by doing this, by simply putting an object back in its proper place, I had caused the analyst from the adjacent room to have a nervous breakdown. The book I found on the table was to be returned by this analyst to the friend in whose room I was sleeping. Just before I arrived, this analyst entered my room and, since he was late and a patient was already waiting for him, just threw the book on the table. Immediately after I left, the patient had to go to the toilet, so the analyst used the opportunity of the short break to enter my room again and put the book back in its proper place. One can imagine his shock when he noticed that the book was already back in its proper place on the shelf. Only 2 or 3 minutes passed between his 2 visits to the room, and he had not heard noises, since I tiptoed in and out, so he was convinced that he himself must have put the book there. However, since he clearly remembered at the same time that only a short while ago he had just thrown the book on the table, he thought he was having hallucinations and losing control over his acts. Even my friend, to whom the analyst later told the story, thought the latter was losing his mind. Something similar happens in the Coen brothers' excellent film Blood Simple. The private investigator, hired by the jealous husband to kill his wife and her lover, kills the husband himself instead. Afterwards, the lover who stumbles on the dead husband thinks that his mistress, the wife, committed the crime, and erases its traces. The wife, on the other hand, also wrongly assumes that her lover did it. A set of unexpected complications arises from the couple's unawareness that another agent has intervened in the situation. This, then, is the unattainable ideal towards which the obsessional neurotic strives, to be included, to intervene in a situation, but in the mode of an invisible mediator/intercessor who is never properly included, among the elements of the situation. In Sleeping with the Enemy, Julia Roberts escapes from her pathological sadistic husband and assumes a new identity in a small Iowa town. In his efforts to track her down, the husband locates her blind old mother and approaches her in a nursing home. In order to trap her into revealing her daughter's whereabouts to him, he poses as a police detective who, aware of the fact that the husband is a pathological killer, wants to warn Julia Roberts that her husband is on her tracks, and to protect her from his merciless revenge. The husband thus uses the very effort to protect Julia Roberts against his fury as a means of tracking her down and taking his revenge. By including himself in the series of those trying to protect her, he includes himself out. A similar inversion provides what is probably the best solution to the subgenre of the locked room mystery, a murder which couldn't occur, since it took place in a hermetically isolated place, in which John Dixon Carr specialized. The murderer is the very person who discovers the murder. He starts shouting murder, murder, inducing the person to be murdered to unlock the door of his room, and then quickly murdering him. Since the murderer was the one who discovered the murder, nobody suspects him. Again, here the murderer is included out from the series of those trying to solve the crime. This logic, of course, is that of the thief himself shouting "Catch the thief!" Including himself out from the set of potential thieves? In both these cases, the mistake of those concerned is that in their search for the dangerous murderer, they forget to include in the series of suspects the wheelbarrow itself, that is, those engaged in the effort to solve or prevent the crime. Again, the link between the impossible inscription of subjectivity into the series and the empty form, of the signifier without signified, is crucial here. The series is subjectivized when and only when one of its elements is an empty element, that is, an element which inscribes in the series its very formal principle. This element does not simply mean nothing, rather, it means nothingness itself and, as such, represents the subject. We are therefore back at the mystery of reflection, of the self-referential reflexive turn that is consubstantial with subjectivity. Repression first emerges as an attempt to regulate desires considered illicit by the predominant socio-symbolic order. However, this power of repression can maintain itself in the psychic economy only if it is sustained by the desire for regulation, if, that is, the very formal activity of regulation/repression/subjection becomes libidinally invested and turns into an autonomous source of libidinal satisfaction. This satisfaction provided by the very regulatory activity, this desire for regulation, plays exactly the same structural role as the wheelbarrow in the story quoted by Leader. We can closely inspect all the desires the subject endeavors to regulate, but we get the key to the specific mode of his subjective stance only if we include out the desire for regulation itself. This reflexive reversal is hysteria at its most elementary, the reversal of the impossibility of satisfying a desire into the desire for that desire to remain unsatisfied, and thus turn into a reflected desire, a desire to desire. Perhaps that is the limitation of Kant's philosophy, not in its formalism as such but, rather, in the fact that Kant was not able and/or ready to count/include the form into content, as part of the content. On a first approach, it may seem that, precisely, Kant was able to do so, is not the mysterious fact that, in a moral agent, the pure form of moral law can act as the motive, the motivational force, of practical activity. Is not this the key point of his ethical theory? Here, however, one should introduce the Hegelian distinction between in itself and for itself. Kant does accomplish the step, of including out the form into content itself, in itself, not yet for itself, that is, he is not ready to embrace all the consequences of this inclusion out of the form into content, and continues to treat form as pure form, abstractly opposed to its content, which is why, in his formulations, he constantly regresses to the standard notion of a man split between the universal call of duty and the wealth of pathological egotistic impulses. In a way, Hegel is much closer to Kant than he may appear to be. What often creates a difference between the two is the barely perceptible gap that separates the in itself from the for itself. Towards a materialist theory of grace, Hegelian concrete universality is thus much more paradoxical than it may appear. It has nothing whatsoever to do with any kind of aesthetic organic totality, since it reflexively includes out the very excess and/or gap that forever spoils such a totality. The irreducible and ultimately unaccountable gap between a series and its excess, between the whole and the one of its exception, is the very terrain of concrete universality. For this reason, the true politico-philosophical heirs of Hegel are not authors who endeavor to rectify the excesses of modernity via the return to some new form of organic substantial order, like the communitarians, but, rather, authors who fully endorse the political logic of the excess constitutive of every established order. The exemplary case, of course, is Carl Schmitt's decisionist claim that the rule of law ultimately hinges on an abyssal act of violence, violent imposition, grounded only in itself. Every positive statute to which this act refers in order to legitimize itself is self-referentially posited by the act itself. 33. The basic paradox of Schmitt's position is that his very polemics against liberal democratic formalism inexorably get caught in the formalist trap. Schmitt targets the utilitarian enlightened grounding of the political in some presupposed set of neutral universal norms or strategic rules which should regulate the interplay of individual interests, either in the guise of legal normativism à la Kelsen, or in the guise of economic utilitarianism. It is not possible to pass directly from a pure normative order to the actuality of social life. The necessary mediator between the two is an act of will, a decision, grounded only in itself, which imposes a certain order or legal hermeneutics, reading of abstract rules. Any normative order, taken in itself, remains stuck in abstract formalism. It cannot bridge the gap that separates it from actual life. However, and this is the core of Schmidt's argumentation, the decision which bridges this gap is not a decision for some concrete order, but primarily the decision for the formal principle of order as such. The concrete content of the imposed order is arbitrary, dependent on the sovereign's will, left to historical contingency. The principle of order, the das Sen of order, has priority over its concrete content, over its was Sen. That is the main feature of modern conservatism, which sharply distinguishes it from every kind of traditionalism. Modern conservatism, even more than liberalism, assumes the lesson of the dissolution of the traditional set of values and or authorities. There is no longer any positive content which could be presupposed as the universally accepted frame of reference. Hobbes was the first explicitly to posit this distinction between the principle of order and concrete order. The paradox thus lies in the fact that the only way to oppose legal normative formalism is to revert to decisionist formalism. There is no way of escaping formalism within the horizon of modernity. And does not this gap also provide the implicit political background for Lacan's logic of the universal and its constitutive exception? It is easy to translate Schmidt's critique of liberalism into Lacanese. What liberalism misrecognizes is the constitutive role of the exceptional/excessive master signifier. This reference to Lacan also enables us to account for the necessary ambiguity of Schmidt's notion of exception. It stands simultaneously for the intrusion of the real, of the pure contingency that perturbs the universe of symbolic automaton, and for the gesture of the sovereign who, violently, without foundation in the symbolic norm, imposes a symbolic normative order. In Lacanese, it stands for objet petit as well as for S1, the master signifier. This double nature of the foundational act is clearly discernible in religion. Christ calls on his followers to obey and respect their superiors in accordance with established customs and to hate and disobey them, that is, to cut all human links with them. If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and his mother, his wife and children, his brothers and sisters, yes, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:26. Do we not encounter here Christ's own religious suspension of the ethical? The universe of established ethical norms, mores, the substance of social life, is reasserted, but only insofar as it is mediated by Christ's authority. First, we have to accomplish the gesture of radical negativity and reject everything that is most precious to us. Later, we get it back, but as an expression of Christ's will, mediated by it. The way a sovereign relates to positive laws involves the same paradox. A sovereign compels us to respect laws precisely insofar as he is the point of the suspension of laws. When Christ claims that he did not come to undermine the old law, but merely to fulfill it, one has to read into this fulfillment the full ambiguity of the Derridean supplement. The very act of fulfilling the law undermines its direct authority. In this precise sense, love is the fulfillment of the law. Romans 13:10. Love accomplishes what the law, commandments, aims at, but this very accomplishment simultaneously involves the suspension of the law. The notion of belief which fits this paradox of authority was elaborated by Kierkegaard. This is why, for him, religion is eminently modern. The traditional universe is ethical, while the religious involves a radical disruption of the old ways. True religion is a crazy wager on the impossible we have to make once we lose support in tradition. What is properly modern in Schmidt's notion of exception is thus the violent gesture of asserting the independence of the abyssal act of free decision from its positive content. What is modern is the gap between the act of decision and its content, the perception that what really matters is the act as such, independent of its content, or ordering, independent of the positive determinate order. The paradox, which grounds so-called conservative modernism, is thus that the innermost possibility of modernism is asserted in the guise of its apparent opposite, of the return to an unconditional authority that cannot be grounded in positive reasons. Consequently, the properly modern God is the God of predestination, a kind of Schmittian politician who draws the line of separation between us and them, friends and enemies, the delivered and the damned, by means of a purely formal, abyssal act of decision, without any grounds in the actual properties and acts of concerned humans, since they were not yet even born. In traditional Catholicism, salvation depends on earthly good deeds. In the logic of Protestant predestination, earthly deeds and fortunes, wealth, are at best an ambiguous sign of the fact that the subject is already redeemed through the inscrutable divine act, that is, he is not saved because he is rich or did good deeds, he accomplishes good deeds or is rich because he is saved. Crucial here is the shift from act to sign. From the perspective of predestination, a deed becomes a sign of the predestined divine decision. The epistemological version of this voluntarist decisionism was asserted by Descartes, in his reply to the 6 objections, apropos of the most elementary mathematical truths. God did not will the 3 angles of a triangle to be equal to 2 right angles because he knew that they could not be otherwise. On the contrary, it is because he willed the 3 angles of a triangle to be necessarily equal to 2 right angles that this is true and cannot be otherwise. The best proof of how this gap, once asserted, cannot be denied, is provided by Malebranche, who opposed this modernist assertion of the primacy of will over reason, since he was not ready to accept as the ultimate ground of the world a certain absolute decree, without reason, as Leibniz put it in his On the Philosophy of Descartes. However, this rejection in no way entailed a return to the pre-modern identification of God with the rational harmonious order of the universe in which truth coincides with supreme good. 34. Malebranche begins by extending the rational necessity followed by God in his acts from nature to grace. Not only is nature a gigantic Cartesian mechanism which, in its movement, obeys simple laws, the same holds for grace itself, whose distribution follows universal laws that are indifferent towards individuals. It may well happen that, as with rain which, obeying the blind laws of nature, can fall on barren land, leaving the carefully cultivated field nearby dry, or with the proverbial brick from a roof, which can hit the head of a virtuous person and miss a criminal walking nearby, grace can also hit the worst offender or hypocrite, and miss a virtuous man. Why? Because, more than the happiness of worthless individuals, God values the simplicity and order of the structure of the entire universe. The cruel and undeserved fate of virtuous individuals is the price to be paid if the universe is to be governed by simple universal laws. The Malebranchian God is thus uncannily close to the God in the memoirs of Daniel Paul Schreiber, a cruel and indifferent God who emphatically does not understand our individual secrets and dreams, an egoist who loves himself more than his creatures and whose blind universal will inevitably, without any qualms, tramples down individual flowers. The general laws which diffuse grace in our hearts, thus find nothing in our wills which determine their efficacy, just as the general laws which govern the rains are not based on the dispositions of the places where it rains. For whether the grounds be fallow or whether they be cultivated, it rains indifferently in all places, both in the deserts and in the sea. 35. Why, then, did God create the world in the first place? For the sake of Christ's arrival, in order, that is, for the world to be delivered by Christ. Here Malebranche converts God so loved the world, that he gave his only Son into it. Would be unworthy of God to love the world, if this work were not inseparable from his Son. From this inversion, Malebranche is not afraid to draw the only logical, albeit morbid, conclusion that God the Father never had a more agreeable sight than that of his only Son fastened to the cross to re-establish order in the universe. 36 As such, Christ is the occasional cause of grace. In contrast to God the Father, Christ the Son dispenses grace with regard to individual merits, but since he is constrained by the finite horizon of a human soul, he acts and makes his choices following his particular will, and is prone to mistakes. Malebranche thus gives a theological twist to the standard Cartesian epistemological occasionalism. For him, occasionalism is not only or primarily a theory of perception and volition. We do not see bodies, we see all things in God. Our mind is not capable of directly moving even the smallest body, but also the theory of salvation, since the human soul of Christ is the occasional cause of the distribution of grace to particular persons. Here Malebranche relies on a homology with the domain of nature in which, if we are to explain event X, we need general laws that regulate physical processes as well as the texture of prior particular events which, in accordance with general laws, generate event X. general laws become effective only through the texture of particular existences that actualize them. In a similar way, God the Father sustains the general laws of grace, while Christ acts as its occasional cause and determines who will actually be touched by grace. 37 In this way, Malebranche endeavors to avoid the two extremes. Before the fall, God did plan to provide grace to all men, in contrast to Calvinism, which advocates predestination, selection of the few. Before the fall, because of Adam's fall, however, sin is universal, all men deserve to be lost, and in order to redeem the world, God sent his Son, Christ, so that it is Christ alone who can furnish the occasion for grace to be distributed. However, Christ's soul was human and, as such, prone to human limitations. His thoughts were accompanied by certain desires with regard to people he encountered. He was perplexed and intrigued by some, repelled by others, so he distributed grace unevenly, giving it to a sinner or withholding it from a virtuous person. So Malebranche is unable to avoid the discrepancy between grace and virtue. God's general will operates on a universal level and distributes grace according to simple Cartesian laws which, from an individual perspective, necessarily appear unjust and tainted by cruel indifference. Malebranche denies the notion of a God who has in mind me in my particularity, a God who acts with a particular will to help me, to answer my prayer. Christ, on the other hand, does act with a volonté particulière, but because of his human limitations his distribution of grace is irregular and unjust, pathologically twisted. Does this not bring us back to Hegel, to his thesis on how abstract universality coincides with arbitrary subjectivity? The relationship between the general laws of grace and Christ's particular occasional causes is that of speculative identity. Abstract general laws realize themselves in the guise of their opposite, in contingent particular whims of a subject's, Christ's, disposition, as in the Hegelian civil society of the market, in which the universal anonymous law realizes itself through the contingent interaction of subjective particular interests. 38. A question arises here: why this detour through Adam's fall and the arrival of Christ? Why does God not distribute grace directly and abundantly to all men through his volonté générale? On account of his narcissism, God created the world for his glory, that is, so that the world would be redeemed through Christ's sacrifice. The opponents of Malebranche, of course, were quick to draw from this the unavoidable uncanny conclusion: all men had to be damned so that Christ was able to redeem some of them, or, as Bossuet put it, we would all be saved, if we had no Savior. 39 This paradox is the key to Malebranche's series of strange reversals of the established theological clichés. Adam had to fall, corruption was necessary in order to make Christ's arrival possible. At no time was God happier than when he was observing Christ's suffering on the cross. In what, then, consists the role of freedom within the confines of strict occasionalism? Malebranche is not afraid to draw the radical conclusion: at the level of content, everything is decided en nous sens nous forti, that is to say, we are mechanisms, God prompts us, produces feelings and movements in us, we are completely ruled by motives. The margin of freedom lies only in the subject's capacity to withhold or grant his consent from or to a motive. Freedom is the power which the soul has to suspend or to give its consent to motives, which naturally follow interesting perceptions. What, then, happens in an act of human freedom? Malebranche's answer is radical and consistent: nothing. The only thing we do is stop ourselves, put ourselves at rest. This is an immanent act which produces nothing physical in our substances, an act which does nothing and which makes the general cause God do nothing. 41 Freedom as our consent to motives is thus purely reflexive, everything is effectively decided en nous sens nous, the subject merely provides his formal consent. Is not this reduction of freedom to the nothing of an empty gesture the truth of the Hegelian absolute subject? 2. The split universality. 3. The politics of truth. Or, Alain Badiou as a reader of St. Paul. The beginning is the negation of that which begins with it. 1. Schelling's statement applies perfectly to the itinerary of the four contemporary political philosophers who began as Althusserians and then elaborated their own distinctive position by distancing themselves from their starting point. The cases that immediately spring to mind are, of course, those of Étienne Balibar and Jacques Rancière. Back in the 1960s, Balibar was Althusser's favored pupil and privileged collaborator. All his work in the last decade, however, is sustained by a kind of avoidance of, and silence about, the name Althusser. Significantly, his key essay on Althusser bears the title Tystoi, Althusser, Shut Up Remain Silent, Althusser. In a revealing commemorative essay, Balibar describes the last phase of Althusser's theoretical activity, even prior to his unfortunate mental health problems, as a systematic pursuit of, or exercise in, self-destruction, as if Althusser was caught in the vortex of a systematic undermining and subverting of his own previous theoretical propositions. Against the background of this debris of the Althusserian theoretical edifice, Balibar painfully endeavors to formulate his own position, not always in a fully consistent way, often combining the standard Althusserian references, Spinoza, with references to Althusser's arch-enemies. Note the growing importance of Hegel in Balibar's recent essays. Rancière, who also began as a strict Althusserian, with a contribution to Lire le Capital, then, in La Leçon d'Althusser, accomplished a violent gesture of distancing, which enabled him to follow his own path, focusing on what he perceived as the main negative aspect of Althusser's thought, his theoreticist elitism, his insistence on the gap forever separating the universe of scientific cognition from that of ideological, recognition in which the common masses are immersed. Against this stance, which allows theoreticians to speak for the masses, to know the truth about them, Rancière endeavors again and again to elaborate the contours of those magic, violently poetic moments of subjectivization in which the excluded, lower classes, put forward their claim to speak for themselves, to effect a change in the global perception of the social space so that their claims have a legitimate place in it. In a more mediated way, the same also holds for Éco-Bédo Lacan and Alain Badiou. Lacan's first book, Politics and Ideology in Marxist Theory, was still strongly Althusserian. The notion of ideological interpellation plays a central role in it. His further development, especially in Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, written with Chantal Mouffe, could be read as a kind of postmodernist or deconstructionist displacement of the Althusserian edifice. The distinction between science and ideology collapses, since the notion of ideology is universalized as the struggle for hegemony that rends the very heart of every social formation, accounting for its fragile identity and, simultaneously, forever preventing its closure. The notion of the subject is reconceptualized as the very operator of hegemony. Finally, there is the strange case of Alain Badiou. Is not Badiou also intimately related to Althusser? Not only on the level of his personal intellectual biography, he began as a member of the legendary Lacano-Althusserian Cahiers pour l'analyse group in the 1960s. His first booklet was published in Althusser's Theory series, but also on the inherent theoretical level, his opposition of knowledge, related to the positive order of being, and truth, related to the event that springs from the void in the midst of being, seems to reverse the Althusserian opposition of science and ideology. Badiou's knowledge is closer to a positivist notion of science, while his description of the truth event bears an uncanny resemblance to Althusserian ideological interpellation. The truth event. The axis of Badiou's theoretical edifice is, as the title of his main work indicates, the gap between being and event. Point 2 Being stands for the positive ontological order accessible to knowledge, for the infinite multitude of what presents itself in our experience, categorized in genuses and species in accordance with its properties. According to Badiou, the only proper science of being as being is mathematics. His first paradoxical conclusion is thus to insist on the gap that separates philosophy from ontology. Ontology is mathematical science, not philosophy, which involves a different dimension. Badiou provides an elaborated analysis of being. At the bottom, as it were, is the presentation of the pure multiple, the not yet symbolically structured multitude of experience, that which is given. This multitude is not a multitude of ones, since counting has not yet taken place. Badiou calls any particular consistent multitude, French society, modern art. A situation is structured, and it is its structure that allows us to count the situation as one. Here, however, the first cracks in the ontological edifice of being already appear. For us to count the situation as one, the reduplication proper to the symbolization, symbolic inscription, of a situation must be at work. That is, in order for a situation to be counted as one, its structure must always already be a metastructure that designates it as one, i.e. the signified structure of the situation must be redoubled in the symbolic network of signifiers. When a situation is thus counted as one, identified by its symbolic structure, we have the state of the situation. Here Badiou is playing on the ambiguity of the term state, state of things as well as state. In the political sense, there is no state of society without a state in which the structure of society is represented/redoubled. This symbolic reduplicatio already involves the minimal dialectic of void and excess. The pure multiple of being is not yet a multitude of ones, since, as we have just seen, to have one, the pure multiple must be counted as one. From the standpoint of the state of a situation, the preceding multiple can only appear as nothing, so nothing is the proper name of being as being prior to its symbolization. The void is the central category of ontology from Democritus atomism onwards. Atoms are nothing but configurations of the void. The excess correlative to this void takes two forms. On the one hand, each state of things involves at least one excessive element which, although it clearly belongs to the situation, is not counted by it, properly included in it, the non-integrated rabble in a social situation, etc. This element is presented, but not represented. On the other hand, there is the excess of representation over presentation, the agency that brings about the passage from situation to its state in society, is always in excess with regard to what it structures. State power is necessarily excessive, it never simply and transparently represents society, the impossible liberal dream of a state reduced to the service of civil society, but acts as a violent intervention in what it represents. This, then, is the structure of being. From time to time, however, in a wholly contingent, unpredictable way, out of reach for knowledge of being, an event takes place that belongs to a wholly different dimension, that, precisely, of non-being. Let us take French society in the late 18th century. The state of society, its strata, economic, political, ideological conflicts, and so on, are accessible to knowledge. However, no amount of knowledge will enable us to predict or account for the properly unaccountable event called the French Revolution. In this precise sense, the event emerges ex nihilo. If it cannot be accounted for in terms of the situation, this does not mean that it is simply an intervention from outside or beyond. It attaches itself precisely to the void of every situation, to its inherent inconsistency and/or its excess. The event is the truth of the situation that makes visible/legible what the official situation had to repress, but it is also always localized, that is to say, the truth is always the truth of a specific situation. The French Revolution, for example, is the event which makes visible/legible the excesses and inconsistencies, the lie, of the Ancien Regime, and it is the truth of the Ancien Regime situation, localized, attached to it. An event thus involves its own series of determinations. The event itself, its naming, the designation French Revolution is not an objective categorizing but part of the event itself, the way its followers perceived and symbolized their activity, its ultimate goal, the society of fully realized emancipation, of freedom, equality, fraternity, its operator, the political movements struggling for the revolution, and, last but not least, its subject, the agent who, on behalf of the truth event, intervenes in the historical multiple of the situation and discerns/identifies in its signs effects of the event. What defines the subject is his fidelity to the event, the subject comes after the event and persists in discerning its traces within his situation. The subject is thus, for Badiou, a finite contingent emergence. Not only is truth not subjective in the sense of being subordinated to his whims, but the subject himself serves the truth that transcends him. He is never fully adequate to the infinite order of truth, since the subject always has to operate within a finite multiple of a situation in which he discerns the signs of truth. To make this crucial point clear, let us take the example of the Christian religion, which perhaps provides the example of a truth event. The event is Christ's incarnation and death. Its ultimate goal is the last judgment, the final redemption. Its operator in the multiple of the historical situation is the Church. Its subject is the corpus of believers who intervene in their situation on behalf of the truth event, searching in it for signs of God. Or, to take the example of love, when I fall passionately in love, I become subjectivized by remaining faithful to this event and following it in my life. Today, however, when even the most radical intellectual succumbs to the compulsion to distance himself from communism, it seems more appropriate to reassert the October Revolution as an event of truth defined against the opportunistic leftist fools and conservative knaves. The October Revolution also allows us to identify clearly three ways of betraying the truth event: simple disavowal, the attempt to follow old patterns as if nothing had happened, just a minor disturbance, the reaction of utilitarian liberal democracy, false imitation of the event of truth, the fascist staging of the conservative revolution as a pseudo-event, and a direct ontologicization of the event of truth, its reduction to a new positive order of being, Stalinism. Point 3. Here one can readily grasp the gap that separates Badiou from deconstructionist fictionalism, his radical opposition to the notion of a multitude of truths, or, rather, truth effects. Truth is contingent, it hinges on a concrete historical situation, it is the truth of this situation, but in every concrete and contingent historical situation there is one and only one truth which, once articulated, spoken out, functions as the index of itself and of the falsity of the field subverted by it. When Badiou speaks of this symptomal torsion of being which is a truth in the always total texture of knowledge, for every term has its weight. The texture of knowledge is, by definition, always total, that is, for knowledge of being, there is no excess. Excess and lack of a situation are visible only from the standpoint of the event, not from the standpoint of the knowing servants of the state. From within this standpoint, of course, one sees problems, but they are automatically reduced to local, marginal difficulties, to contingent errors. What truth does is reveal that, what knowledge misperceives as marginal malfunctionings and points of failure are a structural necessity. Crucial for the event is thus the elevation of an empirical obstacle into a transcendental limitation. With regard to the ancien regime, what the truth event reveals is how injustices are not marginal malfunctionings but pertain to the very structure of the system, which is in its essence, as such, corrupt. Such an entity, which, misperceived by the system as a local abnormality, effectively condenses the global abnormality of the system as such, in its entirety, is what, in the Freudo-Marxian tradition, is called the symptom. In psychoanalysis, lapses, dreams, compulsive formations and acts, and so on, are symptomal torsions that make accessible the subject's truth, inaccessible to knowledge, which sees them as mere malfunctionings. In Marxism, economic crisis is such a symptomal torsion. Here Badiou is clearly and radically opposed to the postmodern anti-Platonic thrust, whose basic dogma is that the era when it was still possible to base a political movement on a direct reference to some eternal metaphysical or transcendental truth is definitely over. The experience of our century proves that such a reference to some metaphysical a priori can lead only to catastrophic totalitarian social consequences. For this reason, the only solution is to accept that we live in a new era deprived of metaphysical certainties, in an era of contingency and conjectures, in a risk society in which politics is a matter of phronesis, of strategic judgments and dialogue, not of applying fundamental cognitive insights. What Badiou is aiming at, against this postmodern Dasein, is precisely the resuscitation of the politics of universal truth in today's conditions of global contingency. Thus Badiou rehabilitates, in the modern conditions of multiplicity and contingency, not only philosophy but the properly metaphysical dimension. The infinite truth is eternal and meta with regard to the temporal process of being, it is a flash of another dimension transcending the positivity of being. The latest version of the disavowal of truth is provided by the New Age opposition to the hubris of so-called Cartesian subjectivity and its mechanicist dominating attitude towards nature. According to the New Age cliché, the original sin of modern Western civilization, as, indeed, of the Judeo-Christian tradition, is man's hubris, his arrogant assumption that he occupies the central place in the universe or that he is endowed with the divine right to dominate all other beings and exploit them for his profit. This hubris, which disturbs the rightful balance of cosmic powers, sooner or later forces nature to re-establish that balance. Today's ecological, social, and psychic crisis is interpreted as the universe's justified answer to man's presumption. Our only solution thus lies in the shift of the global paradigm, in adopting the new holistic attitude in which we will humbly assume our constrained place in the global order of being. In contrast to this cliché, one should assert the excess of subjectivity, what Hegel called the night of the world, as the only hope of redemption. True evil lies not in the excess of subjectivity as such, but in its ontologization, in its reinscription into some global cosmic framework. Already in Desada, excessive cruelty is ontologically covered by the order of nature as the supreme being of evil. Both Nazism and Stalinism involved the reference to some global order of being. In the case of Stalinism, the dialectical organization of the movement of matter. True arrogance is thus the very opposite of the acceptance of the hubris of subjectivity. It lies in false humility, that is to say, it emerges when the subject pretends to speak and act on behalf of the global cosmic order, posing as its humble instrument. In contrast to this false humility, the entire Western stance was anti-global. Not only does Christianity involve reference to a higher truth which cuts into and disturbs the old pagan order of cosmos expressed in profound wisdoms, even Plato's idealism itself can be qualified as the first clear elaboration of the idea that the global cosmic chain of being is not all there is, that there is another order, of ideas, which suspends the validity of the order of being. One of Badiou's great theses is that the pure multiple lacks the dignity of the proper object of thought. From Stalin to Derrida, philosophical common sense has always insisted on infinite complexity. Everything is interconnected, reality is so complex that it is accessible to us only in approximations. Badiou implicitly condemns deconstructionism itself as the latest version of this common sense motif of infinite complexity. Among the advocates of anti-essentialist postmodern identity politics, for example, one often encounters the insistence that there is no woman in general, there are only white middle-class women, black single mothers, lesbians, and so on. One should reject such insights as banalities unworthy of being objects of thought. The problem of philosophical thought lies precisely in how the universality of woman emerges out of this endless multitude. Thus, one can also rehabilitate the Hegelian difference between bad, spurious, and proper infinity. The first refers to common sense infinite complexity, the second concerns the infinity of an event, which, precisely, transcends the infinite complexity of its context. In exactly the same way one can distinguish between historicism and historicity proper. Historicism refers to the set of economic, political, cultural, and so on, circumstances whose complex interaction allows us to account for the event to be explained, while historicity proper involves the specific temporality of the event and its aftermath, the span between the event and its final end, between Christ's death and the Last Judgment, between revolution and communism, between falling in love and the accomplished bliss of living together. Perhaps the gap separating Badiou from the standard postmodern deconstructionist political theorists is ultimately created by the fact that the latter remain within the confines of the pessimistic wisdom of the failed encounter. Is not the ultimate deconstructionist lesson that every enthusiastic encounter with the real thing, every pathetic identification of a positive empirical event with it, is a delusive semblance sustained by the short circuit between a contingent positive element and the preceding universal void? In it, we momentarily succumb to the illusion that the promise of impossible fullness is actually realized, that, to paraphrase Derrida, democracy is no longer merely a veneer but has actually arrived. From this, deconstructionists draw the conclusion that the principal ethico-political duty is to maintain the gap between the void of the central impossibility and every positive content giving body to it, that is, never fully to succumb to the enthusiasm of hasty identification of a positive event with the redemptive promise that is always to come. In this deconstructionist stance, admiration for the revolution in its utopian enthusiastic aspect goes hand in hand with the conservative melancholic insight that enthusiasm inevitably turns into its opposite, into the worst terror, the moment we endeavor to transpose it into the positive structuring principle of social reality. It may seem that Badiou remains within this framework. Does not he also warn against the disaster of the revolutionary temptation to confound the truth event with the order of being, of the attempt to ontologize truth into the ontological principle of the order of being? However, things are more complex. Badiou's position is that although the universal order has the status of a semblance, from time to time, in a contingent and unpredictable way, a miracle can happen in the guise of a truth event that deservedly shames a postmodernist skeptic. What he has in mind is a very precise political experience. For example, in France, during the first Mitterrand government in the early 1980s, all well-meaning leftists were skeptical about Minister of Justice Robert Badinter's intention to abolish the death penalty and introduce other progressive reforms of the penal code. Their stance was yes, of course we support him, but is the situation yet ripe for it? Will the people, terrified by the rising crime rate, be willing to swallow it? Isn't this a case of idealistic obstinacy that can only weaken our government, and do us more harm than good? Badinter simply ignored the catastrophic predictions of the opinion polls, and persisted, with the surprising result that, all of a sudden, the majority of the people changed their minds and started to support him. A similar event happened in Italy in the mid-1970s, when there was a referendum on divorce. In private, the left, even the communists, who, of course, supported the right to divorce, were skeptical about the outcome, fearing that the majority of people were not yet mature enough, that they would be frightened by the intense Catholic propaganda depicting abandoned children and mothers, and so on. To the great surprise of everyone, however, the referendum was a great setback for the Church and the right, since a considerable majority of 60% voted for the right to divorce. Events like this do occur in politics, and they are authentic events belying shameful post-ideological realism. They are not momentary enthusiastic outbursts occasionally disturbing the usual depressive/conformist/utilitarian run of things, only to be followed by an inexorable sobering disillusionment the morning after. On the contrary, they are the moment of truth in the overall structure of deception and lure. The fundamental lesson of postmodernist politics is that there is no event, that nothing really happens, that the truth event is a passing, illusory short circuit, a false identification to be dispelled sooner or later by the reassertion of difference or, at best, the fleeting promise of the redemption to come, towards which we have to maintain a proper distance in order to avoid catastrophic totalitarian consequences. Against this structural skepticism, Badiou is fully justified in insisting that, to use the term with its full theological weight, miracles do happen. 5. And its undecidability. We can now see the sense in which the truth event is undecidable. It is undecidable from the standpoint of the system, of the ontological state of things. An event is thus circular in the sense that its identification is possible only from the standpoint of what Badiou calls an interpreting intervention. 6. If, that is, one speaks from a subjectively engaged position, or, to put it more formally, if one includes in the designated situation the act of naming itself, the chaotic events in France at the end of the 18th century can be identified as the French Revolution only for those who accept the wager that such an event exists. Badiou formally defines intervention as every procedure by means of which a multiple is recognized as an event, so it will remain forever doubtful if there was an event at all, except for the intervener. L'intervenant who decided that he belonged to the situation. 7 Fidelity to the event designates the continuous effort of traversing the field of knowledge from the standpoint of event, intervening in it, searching for the signs of truth. Along these lines, Badiou also interprets the Pauline triad of faith, hope and love. Faith is faith in the event, the belief that the event, Christ's rising from the dead, really took place. Hope is the hope that the final reconciliation announced by the event, the Last Judgment, will actually occur. Love is the patient struggle for this to happen, that is, the long and arduous work to assert one's fidelity to the event. Badiou calls the language that endeavors to name the truth event the subject language. This language is meaningless from the standpoint of knowledge, which judges propositions with regard to their referent within the domain of positive being, or with regard to the proper functioning of speech within the established symbolic order. When the subject language speaks of Christian redemption, revolutionary emancipation, love, and so on, knowledge dismisses all this as empty phrases lacking any proper referent, political messianic jargon, poetic hermeticism, etc. Let us imagine a person in love describing the features of his beloved to his friend. The friend, who is not in love with the same person, will simply find this enthusiastic description meaningless. He will not get the point of it. In short, subject language involves the logic of the shibboleth, of a difference which is visible only from within, not from without. This, however, in no way means that the subject language involves another, deeper reference to a hidden true content. It is, rather, that the subject language derails or unsettles the standard use of language with its established meanings, and leaves the reference empty, with the wager that this void will be filled when the goal is reached, when truth actualizes itself as a new situation, God's kingdom on earth, the emancipated society. The naming of the truth event is empty precisely insofar as it refers to the fullness yet to come. The undecidability of the event thus means that an event does not possess any ontological guarantee. It cannot be reduced to, or deduced, generated from, a previous situation. It emerges out of nothing, the nothing which was the ontological truth of this previous situation. Thus there is no neutral gaze of knowledge that could discern the event in its effects. A decision is always already here, that is, one can discern the signs of an event in the situation only from a previous decision for truth, just as in Jansenist theology, in which divine miracles are legible as such only to those who have already decided for faith. A neutral historicist gaze will never see in the French Revolution a series of traces of the event called the French Revolution, merely a multitude of occurrences caught in the network of social determinations. To an external gaze, love is merely a succession of psychic and physiological states. Perhaps this was the negative achievement that brought such fame to François Furet. Did not his main impact derive from his de-eventualization of the French Revolution, in adopting an external perspective towards it and turning it into a succession of complex specific historical facts? The engaged observer perceives positive historical occurrences as parts of the event of the French Revolution only to the extent that he observes them from the unique engaged standpoint of revolution. As Badiou puts it, an event is self-referential in that it includes its own designation. The symbolic designation French Revolution is part of the designated content itself, since, if we subtract this designation, the described content turns into a multitude of positive occurrences available to knowledge. In this precise sense, an event involves subjectivity. The engaged subjective perspective on the event is part of the event itself. Point 8. The difference between veracity, the adequacy of knowledge, and truth is crucial here. Let us take the Marxist thesis that all history is the history of class struggle. This thesis already presupposes engaged subjectivity, that is to say, only from this slant does the whole of history appear as such. Only from this interested standpoint can one discern traces of the class struggle in the entire social edifice, up to the products of the highest culture. The answer to the obvious counter-argument, this very fact proves that we are dealing with a distorted view, not with the true state of things, is that it is the allegedly objective, impartial gaze that is not in fact neutral but already partial, that is, the gaze of the winners, of the ruling classes. No wonder the motto of right-wing historical revisionists is "Let's approach the topic of the Holocaust in a cool, objective way, let's put it in its context, let's inspect the facts." A theorist of the communist revolution is not someone who, after establishing by means of objective study that the future belongs to the working class, decides to take its side and to bet on the winner. The engaged view permeates his theory from the very outset. Within the Marxist tradition, this notion of partiality as not only not an obstacle to but a positive condition of truth was most clearly articulated by George Lukács in his early work History and Class Consciousness, and in a more directly messianic, proto-religious mode by Walter Benjamin in Theses on the Philosophy of History. Truth emerges when a victim, from his present catastrophic position, gains a sudden insight into the entire past as a series of catastrophes that led to his current predicament. So, when we read a text on truth, we should be careful not to confuse the level of knowledge with the level of truth. For example, although Marx himself used proletariat as synonymous with the working class, normally one can nonetheless discern in his work a clear tendency to conceive the working class as a descriptive term belonging to the domain of knowledge, the object of neutral sociological study, a social stratum subdivided into components, etc., whereas proletariat designates the operator of truth, that is, the engaged agent of the revolutionary struggle. Furthermore, the status of the pure multiple and its void is also undecidable and purely intermediary. We never encounter it now, since it is always recognized as such retroactively, through the act of decision that dissolves it, that is, by means of which we already pass over it. For example, Nazism as a pseudo-event conceives of itself as the decision for social harmony and order against the chaos of modern liberal Jewish class warfare society. However, modern society never perceives itself in the first person as fundamentally chaotic. It perceives chaos, or disorder or degeneration, as a limited, contingent deadlock, a temporary crisis. Modern society appears as fundamentally chaotic only from the standpoint of the decision for order, that is, once the decision is already made. One should therefore resist the retroactive illusion according to which decision follows the insight into the open undecidability of the situation. It is only the decision itself that reveals the previous state as undecidable. Prior to decision, we inhabit a situation which is enclosed in its horizon. From within this horizon, the void constitutive of this situation is by definition invisible, that is to say, undecidability is reduced to, and appears as, a marginal disturbance of the global system. After the decision, undecidability is over, since we inhabit the new domain of truth. The gesture that closes/decides the situation, again, thus absolutely coincides with the gesture that, retroactively, opens it up. The event is thus the void of an invisible line separating one closure from another. Prior to it, the situation was closed, that is, from within its horizon. What will become, the event necessarily appears as skandalen, as an undecidable, chaotic intrusion that has no place in the state of the situation, or, to put it in mathematical terms, that is supernumerary. Once the event takes place and is assumed as such, the very previous situation appears as undecidable chaos. For an established political order, the revolutionary turmoil that threatens to overthrow it is a chaotic dislocation, while from the viewpoint of the revolution, ancien regime itself is a name for disorder, for an impenetrable and ultimately irrational despotism. Here Badiou is clearly opposed to the Derridean ethics of openness to the event in its unpredictable alterity. Such an emphasis on unpredictable alterity as the ultimate horizon remains within the confines of a situation, and serves only to defer or block the decision. It involves us in the postmodernist indefinite oscillation of how do we know this truly is the event, not just another semblance of the event. How are we to draw a demarcation line between a true event and its semblance? Is not Badiou compelled to rely here on a metaphysical opposition between truth and its semblance? Again, the answer involves the way an event relates to the situation whose truth it articulates. Nazism was a pseudo-event and the October Revolution was an authentic event, because only the latter related to the very foundations of the situation of capitalist order, effectively undermining those foundations, in contrast to Nazism, which staged a pseudo-event precisely in order to save the capitalist order. The Nazi strategy was to change things so that, at their most fundamental, they can remain the same. We all remember the famous scene from Bob Fosse's Cabaret, which takes place in the early 1930s, in a small country near Berlin. A boy, in Nazi uniform, as we learn in the course of the song, starts to sing a sorrowful elegiac song about the fatherland, which should give Germans a sign that tomorrow belongs to them, and so on. The crowd gradually joins him, and everyone, including a group of decadent nightlifers from Berlin, is impressed by its emotional impact. This scene is often evoked by pseudo-intellectuals as the moment when they finally grasped what Nazism was about, how it worked. One is tempted to add that they are right, but for the wrong reasons. It is not the pathos of patriotic engagement as such that is fascist. What actually prepares the ground for fascism is the very liberal suspicion and denunciation of every form of unconditional engagement, of devotion to a cause, as potentially totalitarian fanaticism. That is to say, the problem lies in the very complicity of the atmosphere of incapacitating cynical decadent self-enjoyment with the fascist event, with the decision which purports to introduce order into this chaos. In other words, what is false about the Nazi ideological machine is not the rhetoric of decision as such, of the event that puts an end to decadent impotence, etc., but, on the contrary, the fact that the Nazi event is aestheticized theater, a faked event effectively unable to put an end to the decadent crippling impasse. It is in this precise sense that the common reaction to the Nazi song from Cabaret is right for the wrong reasons. What it fails to perceive is how our former cynical pleasure in decadent cabaret songs about money and sexual promiscuity created the background that made us susceptible to the impact of the Nazi song. So how are an event and its naming related? Badiou rejects Kant's reading of the event of the French Revolution, the reading which locates the crucial effect of the revolution in the sublime feeling of enthusiasm that the revolutionary events in Paris set in motion in passive observers across Europe, not directly involved in the event itself, and then opposes this sublime effect, the assertion of our belief in the progress of man's reason and freedom, to the grim reality of the revolution itself. Kant readily concedes that horrible things took place in France. The revolution often served as the catalyst for the outburst of the lowest destructive passions of the wild mob. Badiou sarcastically remarks that such an aestheticization of the revolution admired from a safe distance by passive observers goes hand in hand with the utmost loathing for the actual revolutionaries themselves. Do we not again encounter here the tension between the sublime and the monstrous das Ungeheure? What appears from a proper distance to be the sublime cause of enthusiasm turns into the figure of monstrous evil, once we approach it too closely and get directly involved in it. Against this Kantian celebration of the sublime effect on passive observers, Badiou insists on the immanence of the truth event. The truth event is truth in itself for its agents themselves, not for external observers. On a first approach, it may appear that Kant's position is more Lacanian here. Is not the truth of an event a priori decentered with regard to the event itself? Does it not depend on the mode of its inscription into the big other, personified here by enlightened public opinion, which is always, a priori, deferred? Is not what is properly unthinkable precisely a truth that would directly know itself as truth? Is not the delay of comprehension constitutive? Therein lies the Hegelian materialist lesson: the owl of Minerva flies only at dusk. Furthermore, if a truth event is radically immanent, how are we to distinguish truth from its simulacrum? Is it not only the reference to the decentered big other that enables us to draw this distinction? Badiou nonetheless provides a precise criterion for this distinction in the way an event relates to its conditions, to the situation out of which it arose. A true event emerges out of the void of the situation, it is attached to its element surnumeraire, to the symptomatic element that has no proper place in the situation, although it belongs to it, while the simulacrum of an event disavows the symptom. For this reason, the Leninist October Revolution remains an event, since it relates to the class struggle as the symptomatic torsion of its situation, while the Nazi movement is a simulacrum, a disavowal of the trauma of class struggle. The difference lies not in the inherent qualities of the event itself, but in its place, in the way it relates to the situation out of which it emerged. As for the external gaze that bears witness to the truth of the event, this gaze is able to discern that truth only insofar as it is the gaze of the individuals who are already engaged on its behalf. There is no neutral enlightened public opinion to be impressed by the event, since truth is discernible only for the potential members of the new community of believers, for their engaged gaze. In this way, we can paradoxically retain both distance and engagement. In the case of Christianity, the event, crucifixion, becomes a truth event after the fact, that is, when it leads to the constitution of the group of believers, of the engaged community held together by fidelity to the event. There is thus a difference between an event and its naming. An event is the traumatic encounter with the real, Christ's death, the historic shock of revolution, etc., while its naming is the inscription of the event into the language, Christian doctrine, revolutionary consciousness. In Lacanese, an event is objet patie, while naming is the new signifier that establishes what Rimbaud calls the new order, the new readability of the situation based on decision. In the Marxist revolutionary perspective, the entire prior history becomes a history of class struggle, of defeated emancipatory striving. Truth and ideology. From this brief description one can already get a presentiment of what one is tempted to call, in all naivete, the intuitive power of Badiou's notion of the subject. It effectively describes the experience each of us has when he or she is subjectively fully engaged in some cause which is his or her own. In those precious moments, am I not fully a subject? But does not this very feature make it ideological? That is to say, the first thing that strikes the eye of anyone who is versed in the history of French Marxism is how Badiou's notion of the truth event is uncannily close to Althusser's notion of ideological interpellation. Furthermore, is it not significant that Badiou's ultimate example of the event is religion, Christianity from St. Paul to Pascal, as the prototype of ideology, and that this event, precisely, does not fit any of the four generiques of the event he enumerates: love, art, science, politics, 9. So, perhaps, if we take Badiou's thought itself as a situation of being, subdivided into four generiques, Christian, religion itself is his symptomal torsion, the element that belongs to the domain of truth without being one of its acknowledged parts or subspecies. This seems to indicate that the truth event consists in the elementary ideological gesture of interpellating individuals, parts of a situation of being, into subjects, bearers/followers of truth. One is tempted to go even a step further. The paradigmatic example of the truth event is not only religion in general but, specifically, Christian religion centered on the event of Christ's arrival and death. As Kierkegaard had already pointed out, Christianity inverts the standard metaphysical relationship between eternity and time. In a way, eternity itself hinges on the temporal event of Christ. So perhaps Badiou can also be read as the last great author in the French tradition of Catholic dogmaticists from Pascal and Malebranche on. We need only recall that two of his key references are Pascal and Claudel. For years the parallel between revolutionary Marxism and Messianic Christianity was a common topic among liberal critics like Bertrand Russell, who dismissed Marxism as a secularized version of Messianic religious ideology. Badiou, in contrast, following a line from the later Engels to Frederick Jameson, fully endorses this homology. This reading is further confirmed by Badiou's passionate defense of St. Paul as the one who articulated the Christian truth event, Christ's resurrection, as the universal singular, a singular event that interpellates individuals into subjects universally, irrespectively of their race, sex, social class, and the conditions of the followers' fidelity to it. Point 10. Of course, here Badiou is well aware that today, in our era of modern science, one can no longer accept the fable of the miracle of resurrection as the form of the truth event. Although the truth event does designate the occurrence of something which, from within the horizon of the predominant order of knowledge, appears impossible, think of the laughter with which the Greek philosophers greeted St. Paul's assertion of Christ's resurrection on his visit to Athens. Today, Any location of the truth event at the level of supernatural miracles necessarily entails regression into obscurantism, since the event of science is irreducible and cannot be undone. Today, one can accept as the truth event, as the intrusion of the traumatic real that shatters the predominant symbolic texture, only occurrences which take place in a universe compatible with scientific knowledge, even if they move at its borders and question its presuppositions. The sites of the event today are scientific discovery itself, the political act, artistic invention, the psychoanalytic confrontation with love. That is the problem with Graham Greene's drama The Potting Shed, which endeavors to resuscitate the Christian version of the shattering impact of the impossible real, the life of the family of a great positivist philosopher who dedicated his whole effort to fighting religious superstitions is thoroughly shattered by an unexpected miracle. His son, the object of the philosopher's greatest love, is mortally ill and already proclaimed dead when, miraculously, he is brought back to life by means of what, evidently, cannot be anything but a direct intervention of divine grace. The story is told in retrospect from the standpoint of a family friend who, after the philosopher's death, writes his biography and is puzzled by an enigma in the latter's life. Why, a couple of years before his death, did the philosopher suddenly stop writing? Why did he lose his will to live, as if his life was suddenly deprived of meaning, and enter a period of resignation, passively awaiting his death? Interviewing the surviving family members, he soon discovers that there is a dark family secret nobody wants to talk about, until, finally, one of the family breaks down and confesses to him that the shattering secret is the miraculous resuscitation of the philosopher's son, which rendered his entire theoretical work, his lifelong engagement, meaningless. Intriguing as it is, such a story cannot effectively engage us today. Apropos of St. Paul, Badiou tackles the problem of locating his position with regard to the four generiques that generate effective truths: science, politics, art, love, that is, with regard to the fact that, today, at least, Christianity, based on a fabulous event of resurrection, cannot be counted as an effective truth event, but merely as its semblance. His proposed solution is that St. Paul is the anti-philosophical theoretician of the formal conditions of the truth procedure. What he provides is the first detailed articulation of how fidelity to a truth event operates in its universal dimension, the excessive, surnumeraire real of a truth event, resurrection, that emerges by grace, i.e. cannot be accounted for in the terms of the constituents of the given situation, sets in motion, in the subjects who recognize themselves in its call, the militant work of love, that is, the struggle to disseminate, with persistent fidelity, this truth in its universal scope, as concerning everyone. So although St. Paul's particular message is no longer operative for us, the very terms in which he formulates the operative mode of the Christian religion do possess a universal scope relevant for every truth event. Every truth event leads to a kind of resurrection. Through fidelity to it and a labor of love on its behalf, one enters another dimension irreducible to mere service de biens, to the smooth running of affairs in the domain of being, the domain of immortality, of life, unencumbered by death. Nonetheless, the problem remains of how it was possible for the first and still most pertinent description of the mode of operation of the fidelity to a truth event to occur apropos of a truth event that is a mere semblance, not an actual truth. From a Hegelian standpoint, there is a deep necessity in this, confirmed by the fact that in our century the philosopher who provided the definitive description of an authentic political act, Heidegger in Being and Time, was seduced by a political act that was undoubtedly a fake, not an actual truth event, Nazism. So it is as if one is to express the formal structure of fidelity to the truth event, one has to do it apropos of an event that is merely its own semblance. Perhaps the lesson of all this is more radical than it appears. What if what Badiou calls the truth event is, at its most radical, a purely formal act of decision, not only not based on an actual truth, but ultimately indifferent to the precise status, actual or fictitious, of the truth event it refers to? What if we are dealing here with an inherent key component of the truth event? What if the true fidelity to the event is dogmatic in the precise sense of unconditional faith, of an attitude which does not ask for good reasons and which, for that very reason, cannot be refuted by any argumentation. So, back to our main line of argument, Badiou defines as generic the multiple within a situation that has no particular properties, reference to which would enable us to classify it as its subspecies. The generic multiple belongs to the situation, but is not properly included in it as its subspecies, the rabble in Hegel's philosophy of law, for example. A multiple element/part of the situation which does not fit into it, which sticks out, is generic precisely insofar as it directly gives body to the being of the situation as such. It subverts the situation by directly embodying its universality. And, with regard to Badiou's own classification of generic procedures in 4 species, politics, art, science, love, does not religious ideology occupy precisely this generic place? It is none of them, yet precisely as such it gives body to the generic. Point 11. Is not this identity of the truth event and ideology further confirmed by futur and terror as the specific temporality of generic procedures? Starting from the naming of the event, Christ's death, revolution, generic procedure searches for its signs in the multitude with a view to the final goal that will bring full plenitude, the last judgment, communism, or, in Mallarmé, le livre. Generic procedures thus involve a temporal loop. Fidelity to the event enables them to judge the historic multiple from the standpoint of plenitude to come, but the arrival of this plenitude already involves the subjective act of decision, or, in Pascalian, the wager on it. Are we thus not close to what Lacan describes as hegemony? Let us take the democratic egalitarian political event. Reference to the democratic revolution enables us to read history as a continuous democratic struggle aiming at total emancipation. The present situation is experienced as fundamentally dislocated, out of joint, the corruption of the ancien regime, class society, fallen terrestrial life, with regard to the promise of a redeemed future. For the language subject, now is always a time of antagonism, split between the corrupt state of things and the promise of truth. So, again, is not Badiou's notion of the truth event uncannily close to Althusser's notion of ideological interpellation? Isn't the process Badiou is describing that of an individual interpellated into a subject by a cause? Significantly, in order to describe the formal structure of fidelity to the truth event, he uses the same example as Althusser in his description of the process of interpellation. Is not the circular relationship between the event and the subject serves the event in his fidelity, but the event itself is visible as such only to an already engaged subject, the very circle of ideology? Prior to constraining the notion of the subject to ideology, to identifying the subject as such as ideological, Althusser entertained for a short time the idea of the 4 modalities of subjectivity: the ideological subject, the subject in art, the subject of the unconscious, the subject of science. Is there not a clear parallel between Badiou's 4 generics of truth, love, art, science, politics, and these 4 modalities of subjectivity, where love corresponds to the subject of the unconscious, the topic of psychoanalysis, and politics, of course, to the subject of ideology? The paradox is thus that Badiou's opposition of knowledge and truth seems to turn exactly around Althusser's opposition of ideology and science. Non-authentic knowledge is limited to the positive order of being, blind to its structural void, to its symptomal torsion, while the engaged truth that subjectivizes provides authentic insight into a situation. St. Paul with Badiou. According to a deep, albeit unexpected, logic, the topic of Pauline Christianity is also crucial for Badiou's confrontation with psychoanalysis. When Badiou adamantly opposes the morbid obsession with death, when he opposes the truth event to the death drive, and so on, he is at his weakest, succumbing to the temptation of the non-thought. It is symptomatic that Badiou is compelled to identify the liberal democratic service de biens, the smooth running of things in the positivity of being where nothing actually happens, with the morbid obsession with death. Although one can easily see the element of truth in this equation, mere service de biens, deprived of the dimension of truth, far from being able to function as healthy everyday life, not bothered by eternal questions, necessarily regresses into nihilistic morbidity. As Christians would put it, there is true life only in Christ, and life outside the event of Christ sooner or later turns into its opposite, a morbid decadence. When we dedicate our life to excessive pleasures, these very pleasures are sooner or later spoiled. One should nonetheless insist here on what Lacan calls the space or distance between the two deaths. To put it in Badio's Christian terms, in order to be able to open oneself up to the life of true eternity, one has to suspend one's attachment to this life and enter the domain of eight, the domain between the two deaths, the domain of the undead. This point is worthy of more detailed examination, since it condenses the gap that separates Badio from Lacan and psychoanalysis in general. Badio, of course, is also well aware of the opposition of two deaths, and two lives when St. Paul opposes life and death. Spirit is life, while flesh brings death. This opposition of life and death has nothing to do with the biological opposition of life and death as parts of the cycle of generation and corruption, or with the standard Platonic opposition of soul and body. For St. Paul, life and death, spirit and flesh, designate two subjective stances, two ways to live one's life. So when St. Paul speaks of death and resurrection, rising into the eternal life in Christ, this has nothing to do with biological life and death but, rather, provides the coordinates of the two fundamental existential attitudes, to use this modern term anachronistically. This leads Badio to a specific interpretation of Christianity which radically dissociates death and resurrection. They are not the same, they are not even dialectically interconnected in the sense of gaining access to eternal life by paying the price of suffering which redeems us from our sins. For Badio, Christ's death on the cross simply signals that God became man, that eternal truth is something immanent to human life, accessible to every human being. The message of the fact that God had to become man and to die, to suffer the fate of all flesh, in order to resurrect is that eternal life is something accessible to humanity, to all men as finite mortal beings. Each of us can be touched by the grace of the truth event and enter the domain of eternal life. Here Badio is openly anti-Hegelian. There is no dialectics of life and death, in the sense of the truth event of resurrection emerging as the magic reversal of negativity into positivity when we are fully ready to tarry with the negative, to assume our mortality and suffering at its most radical. The truth event is simply a radically new beginning. It designates the violent, traumatic, and contingent intrusion of another dimension not mediated by the domain of terrestrial finitude and corruption. One must thus avoid the pitfalls of the morbid masochist morality that perceives suffering as inherently redeeming. This morality remains within the confines of the law, which demands from us a price for the admission to eternal life, and is thus not yet at the level of the properly Christian notion of love. As Badio puts it, Christ's death is not in itself the truth event, it simply prepares the site for the event, resurrection, by asserting the identity of God and man. The fact that the infinite dimension of immortal truth is also accessible to a human finite mortal. What ultimately matters is only the resurrection of the dead, i.e. human mortal, Christ, signaling that each human being can be redeemed and can enter the domain of eternal life, that is, participate in the truth event. Therein lies the message of Christianity, the positivity of being, the order of the cosmos regulated by its laws, which is the domain of finitude and mortality. From the standpoint of the cosmos, of the totality of positive being, we are merely particular beings determined by our specific place in the global order. The law is ultimately another name for the order of cosmic justice, which allocates to each of us his or her proper place, is not all there is another dimension, the dimension of true life in love, accessible to all of us through divine grace, so that we can all participate in it. Christian revelation is thus an example, although probably the example, of how we, human beings, are not constrained to the positivity of being, of how, from time to time, in a contingent and unpredictable way, a truth event can occur that opens up to us the possibility of participating in another life by remaining faithful to the truth event. The interesting thing to note is how Badio here turns around the standard opposition of the law as universal and grace, or charisma, as particular, the idea that we are all subjected to the universal divine law, whereas only some of us are touched by grace, and can thus be redeemed. In Badio's reading of St. Paul, on the contrary, it is law itself which, universal as it may appear, is ultimately particularist. A legal order always imposes specific duties and rights on us. It is always a law defining a specific community at the expense of excluding the members of other ethnic, etc., communities, while divine grace is truly universal, that is, non-exclusive, addressing all humans independently of their race, sex, social status, and so on. We thus have two lives, the finite biological life and the infinite life of participating in the truth event of resurrection. Correspondingly, there are also two deaths, the biological death and death in the sense of succumbing to the way of all flesh. How does St. Paul determine this opposition of life and death as the two subjective, existential attitudes? Here we touch the crux of Badio's argument, which also directly concerns psychoanalysis. For Badio, the opposition of death and life overlaps with the opposition of law and love. For St. Paul, succumbing to the temptations of the flesh does not simply mean indulging in unbridled terrestrial conquests, the search for pleasures, power, wealth, irrespective of the law, of moral prohibitions. On the contrary, his central tenet, elaborated in what is probably the, deservedly, most famous passage in his writings, chapter 7, verse 7, in the Epistle to the Romans, is that there is no sin prior to or independent of the law. What comes before it is a simple innocent prelapsarian life forever lost to us mortal human beings. The universe we live in, our way of all flesh, is the universe in which sin and law, desire and its prohibition, are inextricably intertwined. It is the very act of prohibition that gives rise to the desire for its transgression, that is, fixes our desire on the prohibited object. What then should we say? That the law is sin? By no means. Yet, if it had not been for the law, I would not have known sin. I would not have known what it is to covet if the law had not said, "You shall not covet." But sin, seizing an opportunity in the commandment, produces in me all kinds of covetousness. Apart from the law, sin lies dead. I was once alive apart from the law, but when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died, and the very commandment that promised life proved to be death to me. For sin, seizing an opportunity in the commandment, deceived me and through it killed me. I do not understand my own actions. For I do not do what I want, but I do the very thing I hate. Now if I do what I do not want, I agree that the law is good. But in fact it is no longer I that do it, but sin that dwells within me. For I know that nothing good dwells within me, that is, in my flesh. I can will what is right, but I cannot do it. 12. This passage, of course, must be seen in its context. In the whole of this part of the epistle, the problem St. Paul struggles with is how to avoid the trap of perversion, that is, of a law that generates its transgression, since it needs it in order to assert itself as law. For example, in Romans 3, 5-8, St. Paul fires off a barrage of desperate questions. But if our injustice serves to confirm the justice of God, what should we say? That God is unjust to inflict wrath on us? But if through my falsehood God's truthfulness abounds to his glory, why am I still being condemned as a sinner? And why not say, as some people slander us by saying that we say, "Let us do evil so that good may come"? This "let us do evil so that good may come" from it is the most succinct definition of the short circuit of the perverse position. Does this make God a closet pervert who brings about our fall so that he may then redeem us through his sacrifice? Or, to quote Romans 11:11, have they stumbled so as to fall, that is, did we stumble, become involved in sin, in the way of all flesh, because God needed our fall as part of his plan of ultimate redemption? If this is how things are, then the answer to the question, should we continue to sin in order that grace may abound? Romans 6:1, is affirmative. It is only and precisely by indulging in sin that we enable God to play his part as our Savior. But St. Paul's entire effort is to break out of this vicious cycle in which the prohibitive law and its transgression generate and support each other. In his philosophical notebooks, Lenin made the well-known statement that everyone who aims at really understanding Marx's Capital should read the whole of Hegel's logic in detail. He then did it himself, supplementing quotes from Hegel with hundreds of sics and marginal comments like, "The first part of this sentence contains an ingenious dialectical insight, the second part is theological rubbish." A task awaiting true Lacanian dialectical materialists is to repeat the same gesture with St. Paul, since, again, everyone who aims at really understanding Lacan's Écrits should read the entire text of Romans and Corinthians in detail. One cannot wait for a Lacanian volume of theological notebooks, with quotes accompanied by hundreds of sics and comments like, "The first part of this sentence provides the deepest insight into Lacanian ethics, while the second part is just theological rubbish." 13. So, back to the long quote from Romans, the direct result of the intervention of the law is thus that it divides the subject and introduces a morbid confusion between life and death. The subject is divided between conscious obedience to the law and unconscious desire for its transgression generated by the legal prohibition itself. It is not I, the subject, who transgress the law, it is non-subjectivized sin itself, the sinful impulses in which I do not recognize myself, and which I even hate. Because of this split, my conscious self is ultimately experienced as dead, as deprived of living impetus, while life, ecstatic affirmation of living energy, can appear only in the guise of sin, of a transgression that gives rise to a morbid sense of guilt. My actual life impulse, my desire, appears to me as a foreign automatism that persists in following its path independently of my conscious will and intentions. St. Paul's problem is thus not the standard morbid moralistic one, how to crush transgressive impulses, how finally to purify myself of sinful urges, but its exact opposite, how can I break out of this vicious cycle of the law and desire, of the prohibition and its transgression, within which I can assert my living passions only in the guise of their opposite, as a morbid death drive? How would it be possible for me to experience my life impulse not as a foreign automatism, as a blind compulsion to repeat making me transgress the law, with the unacknowledged complicity of the law itself, but as a fully subjectivized, positive yes, to my life? Here St. Paul and Badiou seem fully to endorse Hegel's point that there is evil only for the gaze that perceives something as evil. It is the law itself that not only opens up and sustains the domain of sin, of sinful urges to transgress it, but also finds a perverse and morbid satisfaction in making us feel guilty about it. The ultimate result of the rule of the law thus consists of all the well-known twists and paradoxes of the superego. I can enjoy only if I feel guilty about it, which means that, in a self-reflexive turn, I can take pleasure in feeling guilty, I can find enjoyment in punishing myself for sinful thoughts, and so on. So when Badiou speaks of the morbid fascination of the death drive, and so forth, he is not resorting to general platitudes, but referring to a very precise Pauline reading of the psychoanalytic notions he uses. The entire complex entanglement of law and desire, not only elicit sinful desires that go against the law, but this morbid intertwining of life and death in which the dead letter of the law perverts my enjoyment of life itself, changing it into a fascination with death. This perverted universe in which the ascetic who flagellates himself on behalf of the law enjoys more intensely than the person who takes innocent pleasure in earthly delights, is what St. Paul designates as the way of the flesh as opposed to the way of the spirit. Flesh is not flesh as opposed to the law, but flesh as an excessive self-torturing, mortifying morbid fascination begotten by the law. See Romans 5:20, law came in, with the result that the trespass multiplied. As Badiou emphasizes, here St. Paul is unexpectedly close to his great detractor Nietzsche, whose problem was also how to break away from the vicious cycle of the self-mortifying morbid denial of life. For him the Christian way of the Spirit is precisely the magic break, the new beginning that delivers us from this debilitating morbid deadlock and enables us to open ourselves to the eternal life of love without sin, i.e. law and the guilt the law induces. In other words, it is as if St. Paul himself has answered Dostoevsky's infamous "If there is no God, everything is permitted," in advance. For St. Paul, precisely since there is the God of love, everything is permitted to the Christian believer, that is to say, the law which regulates and prohibits certain acts is suspended. For a Christian believer, the fact that he does not do certain things is based not on prohibitions, which then generate the transgressive desire to indulge precisely in these things, but in the positive, affirmative attitude of love, which renders meaningless the accomplishment of acts which bear witness to the fact that I am not free, but still dominated by an external force. All things are lawful for me, but not all things are beneficial. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be dominated by anything. 1 Corinthians 7:12, all things are lawful for me is often translated also as nothing is prohibited to me. This rupture with the universe of the law and its transgression is most clearly articulated in a very provoking analogy from marriage. Do you not know, brothers and sisters, for I am speaking to those who know the law, that the law is binding on a person only during that person's lifetime? Thus a married woman is bound by the law to her husband as long as he lives, but if her husband dies, she is discharged from the law concerning the husband. Accordingly, she will be called an adulteress if she lives with another man while her husband is alive. But if her husband dies, she is free from the law, and if she marries another man, she is not an adulteress. In the same way, my friends, you have died to the law through the body of Christ, so that you may belong to another, to him who has been raised from the dead, in order that we may bear fruit for God. While we were living in the flesh, our sinful passions, aroused by the law, were at work in our members to bear fruit for death. But now we are discharged from the law, dead to that which held us captive. Romans 7:1-6. To become a true Christian and embrace love, one should thus die to the law, to break up the vicious cycle of sinful passions, aroused by the law. As Lacan would have put it, one has to undergo the second, symbolic death, which involves the suspension of the big other, the symbolic law that hitherto dominated and regulated our lives. So the crucial point is that we have two divisions of the subject which should not be confused. On the one hand, we have the division of the subject of the law between his conscious ego, which adheres to the letter of the law, and his decentered desire which, operating automatically, against the subject's conscious will, compels him to do what he hates, to transgress the law and indulge in illicit jouissance. On the other hand, we have the more radical division between this entire domain of the law/desire, of the prohibition generating its transgression, and the properly Christian way of love which marks a new beginning, breaking out of the deadlock of law and its transgression. Between the two deaths, what stance does the Lacanian divided subject adopt towards these two divisions? It may appear that the answer is simple and straightforward. Psychoanalysis is the theory that conceptualizes, brings into daylight, the paradoxical structure of the first division. Is not Badiou's description of the intertwining of law and desire full of implicit, sometimes even explicit, references to and paraphrases of Lacan? Is not the ultimate domain of psychoanalysis the connection between the symbolic law and desire? Is not the multitude of perverse satisfactions the very form in which the connection between law and desire is realized? Is not the Lacanian division of the subject the division that concerns precisely the subject's relationship to the symbolic law? Furthermore, is not the ultimate confirmation of this Lacan's cant avexata, which directly posits the Sadian universe of morbid perversion as the truth of the most radical assertion of the moral weight of symbolic law in human history, Kantian ethics? The ironic point not to be missed here is that Foucault conceives of psychoanalysis as the final chain in the link that began with the Christian confessional mode of sexuality, irreducibly linking it to law and guilt, while, at least in Badiou's reading, St. Paul, the founding figure of Christianity, does the exact opposite. He endeavors to break the morbid link between law and desire. However, the crucial point for psychoanalysis here is, does psychoanalysis remain within the confines of this morbid masochistic obsession with death, of the perverse intermingling of life and death which characterizes the dialectics of the prohibitory law that generates the desire for its transgression? Perhaps the best way to answer this question is to start with the fact that Lacan himself also focuses on the same passage from St. Paul in his elaboration of the link between law and desire, referring to the thing as the impossible object of jouissance accessible only via the prohibitory law, as its transgression. This passage should be quoted in full. Is the law the thing? Certainly not. Yet I can only know of the thing by means of the law. In effect, I would not have had the idea to covet it if the law hadn't said, "Thou shalt not covet it." But the thing finds a way by producing in me all kinds of covetousness thanks to the commandment, for without the law the thing is dead. But even without the law, I was once alive. But when the commandment appeared, the thing flared up, returned once again, and I met my death. And for me, the commandment that was supposed to lead to life turned out to lead to death, for the thing found a way and thanks to the commandment seduced me, through it I came to desire death. I believe that for a little while now some of you at least have begun to suspect that it is no longer I who have been speaking. In fact, with one small change, namely, thing for sin, this is the speech of St. Paul on the subject of the relations between the law and the sin in the Epistle to the Romans, 7:7. The relationship between the thing and the law could not be better defined than in these terms. The dialectical relationship between desire and the law causes our desire to flare up only in relation to the law, through which it becomes the desire for death. It is only because of the law that sin takes on an excessive, hyperbolic character. Freud's discovery, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, does it leave us clinging to that dialectic. 14. The crucial thing here is the last phrase, which clearly indicates that, for Lacan, there is a way of discovering the relationship to das Ding somewhere beyond the law. 15. The whole point of the ethics of psychoanalysis is to formulate the possibility of a relationship that avoids the pitfalls of the superego inculpation that accounts for the morbid enjoyment of sin, while simultaneously avoiding what Kant called Schwärmerei, the obscurantist claim to give voice to, and thus to legitimize one's position by reference to, a spiritual illumination, a direct insight into the impossible real thing. When Lacan formulates his maxim of psychoanalytic ethics, ne pas céder sur son désir, that is, don't compromise, don't give way on your desire, the desire involved here is no longer the transgressive desire generated by the prohibitory law, and thus involved in a morbid dialectic with the law, rather, it is fidelity to one's desire itself that is elevated to the level of ethical duty, so that ne pas céder sur son désir is ultimately another way of saying do your duty. 16. It would therefore be tempting to risk a Badiouian Pauline reading of the end of psychoanalysis, determining it as a new beginning, a symbolic rebirth, the radical restructuring of the analysand's subjectivity in such a way that the vicious cycle of the superego is suspended, left behind. Does not Lacan himself provide a number of hints that the end of analysis opens up the domain of love beyond law, using the very Pauline terms to which Badiou refers? Nevertheless, Lacan's way is not that of St. Paul or Badiou. Psychoanalysis is not psychosynthesis, it does not already posit a new harmony, a new truth event, it, as it were, merely wipes the slate clean for one. However, this merely should be put in quotation marks, because it is Lacan's contention that, in this negative gesture of wiping the slate clean, something, a void, is confronted which is already sutured with the arrival of a new truth event. For Lacan, negativity, a negative gesture of withdrawal, precedes any positive gesture of enthusiastic identification with a cause. Negativity functions as the condition of, possibility of the enthusiastic identification, that is to say, it lays the ground, opens up space for it, but is simultaneously obfuscated by it and undermines it. For this reason, Lacan implicitly changes the balance between death and resurrection in favor of death. What death stands for at its most radical is not merely the passing of earthly life, but the night of the world, the self-withdrawal, the absolute contraction of subjectivity, the severing of its links with reality. This is the wiping the slate clean that opens up the domain of the symbolic new beginning, of the emergence of the new harmony sustained by a newly emerged master. Signifier. Here, Lacan parts company with St. Paul and Badiou. God not only is but always already was dead, that is to say, after Freud, one cannot directly have faith in a truth event, every such event ultimately remains a semblance obfuscating a preceding void whose Freudian name is death drive. So Lacan differs from Badiou in the determination of the exact status of this domain beyond the rule of the law. That is to say, like Lacan, Badiou delineates the contours of a domain beyond the order of being, beyond the politics of service to biens, beyond the morbid superego connection between law and its transgressive desire. For Lacan, however, the Freudian topic of the death drive cannot be accounted for in the terms of this connection. The death drive is not the outcome of the morbid confusion of life and death caused by the intervention of the symbolic law. For Lacan, the uncanny domain beyond the order of being is what he calls the domain between the two deaths, the pre-ontological domain of monstrous spectral apparitions, the domain that is immortal, yet not in the Badiouian sense of the immortality of participating in truth, but in the sense of what Lacan calls lamella, of the monstrous undead object libido. 17. This domain, in which Oedipus, or King Lear, to take another exemplary case, finds himself after the fall, his symbolic destiny fulfilled, is for Lacan the proper domain beyond the law. That is to say, in his reading of the Oedipus myth, the early Lacan already focuses on what the usual version of the Oedipus complex leaves out, the first figure of what is beyond Oedipus, which is Oedipus himself after he has fulfilled his destiny to the bitter end, the horrifying figure of Oedipus at Colonus, this embittered old man with his thoroughly uncompromising attitude, cursing everyone around him. Does not this figure of Oedipus at Colonus confront us with the inherent deadlock, the impossibility of jouissance, concealed by its prohibition? Was he not the one who transgressed the prohibition and paid the price by having to assume this impossibility? To illustrate the position of Oedipus at Colonus, Lacan compares it to that of the unfortunate Mr. Valdemar in Poe's famous story, the person who, via hypnosis, is put to death and then reawakened, imploring the people who observe the horrible experiment, for God's sake. Quick! Quick! Put me to sleep, or, quick! Waken me! Quick! I say to you that I am dead. When he is awakened, Mr. Valdemar is no more than a disgusting liquefaction, something for which no language has a name, the naked apparition, pure, simple, brutal, of this figure which is impossible to gaze at face on, which hovers in the background of all the imaginings of human destiny, which is beyond all qualification, and for which the word carrion is completely inadequate, the complete collapse of this species of swelling that is life, the bubble bursts and dissolves down into inanimate putrid liquid. That is what happens in the case of Oedipus. As everything right from the start of the tragedy goes to show, Oedipus is nothing more than the scum of the earth, the refuse, the residue, a thing empty of any plausible appearance. 18. It is clear that we are dealing here with the domain in between the two deaths, the symbolic and the real. The ultimate object of horror is the sudden emergence of this life beyond death later, in Seminar 11, theorized by Lacan as lamella, the undead indestructible object, life deprived of support in the symbolic order. This, perhaps, is connected with today's phenomenon of cyberspace. The more our experience of reality is virtualized, changed into a screen phenomenon encountered on an interface, the more the indivisible remainder that resists being integrated into the interface appears as the horrifying remainder of undead life. No wonder images of such a formless undead substance of life abound in today's science fiction horror narratives, from Alien on. Let us recall the well-known scene from Terry Gilliam's Brazil, to which I have often referred, the scene in which the waiter in a high-class restaurant recommends to his customers the best suggestions from the day's menu. Today, our Turndose is really special, etc. Yet what the customers get on making their choice is a dazzling color photograph of the meal on a stand above the plate, and on the plate itself a loathsome, excremental, paste-like lump. 19. The split between the image of the food and the real of its formless excremental remnant exemplifies perfectly the disintegration of reality into the ghost-like, substanceless appearance on an interface and the raw stuff of the remainder of the real, the obsession with this remainder is the price we have to pay for the suspension of the paternal prohibition/law that sustains and guarantees our access to reality. And of course, Lacan's point is that if one fully exploits the potentials opened up by our existence as parlitra, beings of language, one sooner or later finds oneself in this horrifying in-between state. The threatening possibility of this occurrence looms over each of us. This indivisible remainder, this formless stain of the little piece of the real that is Oedipus after the fulfillment of his symbolic destiny, is the direct embodiment of what Lacan calls Plustigauer, the surplus enjoyment, the excess that cannot be accounted for by any symbolic idealization. When Lacan uses the term Plustigauer, he is, of course, playing on the ambiguity of the French expression, excess of enjoyment as well as no longer any enjoyment. Following this model, one is tempted to speak here of this formless indivisible remainder that is Oedipus after the fulfillment of his destiny as a case of plus d'âme. He is excessively human, he has lived the human condition to the bitter end, realizing its most fundamental possibility, and, for that very reason, he is in a way no longer human, and turns into an inhuman monster, bound by no human laws or considerations. As Lacan emphasizes, there are two main ways of coping with this remainder. Traditional humanism disavows it, avoids confronting it, covers it up with idealizations, concealing it with noble images of humanity. On the other hand, the ruthless and boundless capitalist economy puts this excess/remainder to use, manipulating it in order to keep its productive machinery in perpetual motion. As one usually puts it, there is no desire, no depravity, too low to be exploited for capitalist profiteering. At this point, when Oedipus is reduced to the scum of humanity, we again encounter the ambiguous relationship, or, in Hegel's, the speculative identity, between the lowest and the highest, between the excremental scum and the sacred. After his utter dejection, all of a sudden, messengers from different cities vie for Oedipus's favors, asking him to bless their hometown with his presence, to which the embittered Oedipus answers with the famous line, "Am I to be counted as something? According to some readings, as a man only now, when I am reduced to nothing, when I am no longer human." Does not this line reveal the elementary matrix of subjectivity? You become something, you are counted as a subject, only after going through the 0 point, after being deprived of all the pathological, in the Kantian sense of empirical, contingent, features that support your identity. And thus reduced to nothing, a nothingness counted as something is the most concise formula of the Lacanian barred subject, s. Point 20. One could say that Martin Luther was the first great anti-humanist. Modern subjectivity is announced not in the Renaissance humanist celebration of man as the crown of creation, that is, in the tradition of Erasmus and others, to whom Luther cannot but appear as a barbarian, but, rather, in Luther's famous statement that man is the excrement that fell out of God's anus. Modern subjectivity has nothing to do with the notion of man as the highest creature in the great chain of being, as the final point of the evolution of the universe. Modern subjectivity emerges when the subject perceives himself as out of joint, as excluded from the order of things, from the positive order of entities. For that reason, the ontic equivalent of the modern subject is inherently excremental. There is no subjectivity proper without the notion that at a different level, from another perspective, I am a mere piece of shit. For Marx, the emergence of working-class subjectivity is strictly codependent on the fact that the worker is compelled to sell the very substance of his being, his creative power, as a commodity on the market, that is, to reduce the agulma, the treasure, the precious core of his being, to an object that can be bought for money. There is no subjectivity without the reduction of the subject's positive substantial being to a disposable piece of shit. In this case of correlation between Cartesian subjectivity and its excremental objectal counterpart, we are not dealing merely with an example of what Foucault called the empirico-transcendental couple that characterizes modern anthropology, but rather, with the split between the subject of the enunciation and the subject of the enunciated. 21. If the Cartesian subject is to emerge at the level of the enunciation, he must be reduced to the almost nothing of disposable excrement at the level of The enunciated content. What Badiou does not take into account can be best summarized by the fact that, in the Christian iconography, St. Paul takes the place of Judas the traitor among the 12 apostles, a case of metaphoric substitution if ever there was one. The key point is that St. Paul was in a position to establish Christianity as an institution, to formulate its universal truth, precisely because he did not know Christ personally. As such he was excluded from the initiatory deadlock of those who were personally engaged with the Master. However, in order for this distance to become productive, that is, in order for his universal message to matter more than his person, Christ had to be betrayed. To put it another way, any idiot can bring about simple stupid miracles like walking on water or making food fall down from heaven. The true miracle, as Hegel put it, is that of the universal thought, and it took St. Paul to perform it, that is, to translate the idiosyncratic Christ event into the form of universal thought. The Lacanian subject. What, then, is the subject here? The subject is strictly correlative with the ontological gap between the universal and the particular, with ontological undecidability, with the fact that it is not possible to derive hegemony or truth directly from the given positive ontological set. The subject is the act, the decision by means of which we pass from the positivity of the given multitude to the truth event and/or to hegemony. This precarious status of the subject relies on the Kantian anti-cosmological insight that reality is non-all, ontologically not fully constituted, so it needs the supplement of the subject's contingent gesture to obtain a semblance of ontological consistency. Subject is not a name for the gap of freedom and contingency that infringes upon the positive ontological order, active in its interstices. Rather, subject is the contingency that grounds the very positive ontological order, that is, the vanishing mediator whose self-effacing gesture transforms the pre-ontological chaotic multitude into the semblance of a positive objective order of reality. In this precise sense, every ontology is political, based on a disavowed contingent subjective act of decision. Point 22. So Kant was right, the very idea of the universe, of the all of reality, as a totality which exists in itself, has to be rejected as a paralogism, that is to say, what looks like an epistemological limitation of our capacity to grasp reality, the fact that we are forever perceiving reality from our finite temporal standpoint, is the positive ontological condition of reality itself. Here, however, one should avoid the fatal trap of conceiving the subject as the act, the gesture, which intervenes afterwards in order to fill in the ontological gap, and insist on the irreducible vicious cycle of subjectivity. The wound is healed only by the spear which smote it, that is, the subject is the very gap filled in by the gesture of subjectivization, which, in Lacan, establishes a new hegemony, which, in Rancière, gives voice to the part of no part, which, in Badiou, assumes fidelity to the truth event, etc. In short, the Lacanian answer to the question asked, and answered in a negative way, by such different philosophers as Althusser, Derrida, and Badiou, can the gap, the opening, the void which precedes the gesture of subjectivization, still be called subject? Is an emphatic yes. The subject is, both at the same time, the ontological gap, the night of the world, the madness of radical self-withdrawal, as well as the gesture of subjectivization which, by means of a short circuit between the universal and the particular, heals the wound of this gap, in Lacanese, the gesture of the master which establishes a new harmony. Subjectivity is a name for this irreducible circularity, for a power which does not fight an external resisting force, say, the inertia of the given substantial order, but an obstacle that is absolutely inherent, which ultimately is the subject itself. Point 23. In other words, the subject's very endeavor to fill in the gap retroactively sustains and generates this gap. The death drive is thus the constitutive obverse of every emphatic assertion of truth irreducible to the positive order of being, the negative gesture that clears a space for creative sublimation. The fact that sublimation presupposes the death drive means that when we are enthusiastically transfixed by a sublime object, this object is a mask of death, a veil that covers up the primordial ontological void, as Nietzsche would have put it, to will this sublime object effectively amounts to willing a nothingness. 24 That is the difference between Lacan and Badiou. Lacan insists on the primacy of the negative act over the positive establishment of a new harmony via the intervention of some new master signifier, while for Badiou, the different facets of negativity, ethical catastrophes, are reduced to so many versions of the betrayal of, or infidelity to, or denial of, the positive truth event. This difference between Badiou and Lacan concerns precisely the status of the subject. Badiou's main point is to avoid identifying the subject with the constitutive void of the structure. Such an identification already ontologizes the subject, albeit in a purely negative way, that is, it turns the subject into an entity consubstantial with the structure, an entity that belongs to the order of what is necessary and a priori, no structure without a subject. To this Lacanian ontologization of the subject, Badiou opposes its rarity, the local contingent fragile passing emergence of subjectivity, when, in a contingent and unpredictable way, a truth event takes place. A subject is there to exert fidelity to the event by discerning its traces in a situation whose truth this event is. 25 For Badiou, as well as for Lacan, the subject is consubstantial with a contingent act of decision, while Lacan introduces the distinction between the subject and the gesture of subjectivization. What Badiou and Lacan describe is the process of subjectivization, the emphatic engagement, the assumption of fidelity to the event, or, in Lacan, the emphatic gesture of identifying empty universality with some particular content that hegemonizes it, while the subject is the negative gesture of breaking out of the constraints of being that opens up the space of possible subjectivization. In Lacanese, the subject prior to subjectivization is the pure negativity of the death drive prior to its reversal into the identification with some new master signifier. 26 Or, to put it in another way, Lacan's point is not that the subject is inscribed into the very ontological structure of the universe as its constitutive void, but that subject designates the contingency of an act that sustains the very ontological order of being. Subject does not open up a hole in the full order of being. Subject is the contingent excessive gesture that constitutes the very universal order of being. The opposition between the subject qua ontological foundation of the order of being and the subject qua contingent particular emergence is therefore false. The subject is the contingent emergence/act that sustains the very universal order of being. The subject is not simply the excessive hubris through which a particular element disturbs the global order of being by positing itself, a particular element, as its center. The subject is, rather, the paradox of a particular element that sustains the very universal frame. Lacan's notion of the act as real is thus opposed to both Lacan and Badiou. In Lacan, act is a purely negative category. To put it in Badiou's terms, it stands for the gesture of breaking out of the constraints of being, for the reference to the void at its core, prior to filling this void. In this precise sense, the act involves the dimension of death drive that grounds a decision, to accomplish a hegemonic identification, to engage in a fidelity to a truth, but cannot be reduced to it. The Lacanian death drive, a category Badiou adamantly opposes, is thus again a kind of vanishing mediator between being and event. There is a negative gesture constitutive of the subject which is then obfuscated in being, the established ontological order, and infidelity to the event. 27. This minimal distance between the death drive and sublimation, between the negative gesture of suspension withdrawal contraction and the positive gesture of filling its void, is not just a theoretical distinction between the two aspects, which are inseparable in our actual experience. As we have already seen, the whole of Lacan's effort is precisely focused on those limit experiences in which the subject finds himself confronted with the death drive at its purest, prior to its reversal into sublimation. Is not Lacan's analysis of Antigone focused on the moment when she finds herself in the state in between the two deaths, reduced to a living death, excluded from the symbolic domain? 28 Is this not similar to the uncanny figure of Oedipus at Colonus who, after fulfilling his destiny, is also reduced to less than nothing, to a formless stain, the embodiment of some unspeakable horror? All these and other figures, From Shakespeare's King Lear to Claudel's Sign de Cofontaine, are figures who find themselves in this void, trespassing the limit of humanity and entering the domain which, in ancient Greek, was called inhuman madness. Here, Badiou pays the price for his proto-Platonic adherence to truth and the good, what remains beyond his reach, in his violent, and, on its own level, quite justified, polemics against the contemporary obsession with depoliticized radical evil, the Holocaust, etc., and his insistence that the different facets of evil are merely so many consequences of the betrayal of the good, of the truth event. Is this domain beyond the good, in which a human being encounters the death drive as the utmost limit of human experience, and pays the price by undergoing a radical subjective destitution, by being reduced to an excremental remainder? Lacan's point is that this limit experience is the irreducible/constitutive condition of the possibility of the creative act of embracing a truth event. It opens up and sustains the space for the truth event, yet its excess always threatens to undermine it. Classic ontotheology is focused on the triad of the true, the beautiful, and the good. What Lacan does is to push these three notions to their limit, demonstrating that the good is the mask of diabolical evil, that the beautiful is the mask of the ugly, of the disgusting horror of the real, and that the true is the mask of the central void around which every symbolic edifice is woven. In short, there is a domain beyond the good that is not simply everyday pathological villainy, but the constitutive background of the good itself, the terrifying ambiguous source of its power. There is a domain beyond the beautiful that is not simply the ugliness of ordinary everyday objects, but the constitutive background of beauty itself, the horror veiled by the fascinating presence of beauty. There is a domain beyond truth that is not simply the everyday domain of lies, deceptions, and falsities, but the void that sustains the place in which one can only formulate symbolic fictions that we call truths. If there is an ethico-political lesson of psychoanalysis, it consists in the insight into how the great calamities of our century, from the Holocaust to the Stalinist disaster, are not the result of our succumbing to the morbid attraction of this beyond but, on the contrary, the result of our endeavor to avoid confronting it and to impose the direct rule of the truth and/or goodness. The master or the analyst. We are now in a position to provide a precise definition of the gap that separates Badiou from Lacan. For Badiou, what psychoanalysis provides is insight into the morbid intertwining of life and death, of law and desire, an insight into the obscenity of the law itself as the truth of the thought and moral stance that limit themselves to the order of being and its discriminatory laws. As such, psychoanalysis cannot properly render thematic the domain beyond the law, that is, the mode of operation of fidelity to the truth event. The psychoanalytic subject is the divided subject of the symbolic law, not the subject divided between law, which regulates the order of being, and love, as fidelity to the truth event. The logical consequence of this is that psychoanalysis, for Badiou, remains constrained to the field of knowledge, unable to approach the properly positive dimension of truth processes. In the case of love, psychoanalysis reduces it to a sublimated expression of sexuality. In the case of science as well as art, psychoanalysis can only provide the subjective libidinal conditions of a scientific invention or a work of art, which are ultimately irrelevant to their truth dimension, that an artist or a scientist was driven by his unresolved Oedipus complex or latent homosexuality, and so on. In the case of politics, psychoanalysis can conceive of collectivity only against the background of the totem and taboo or Moses and monotheism problematic of primordial crime and guilt, and so on, unable to conceive a militant revolutionary collective that is bound not by parental guilt but by the positive force of love. For Lacan, on the other hand, a truth event can operate only against the background of the traumatic encounter with the undead/monstrous thing. What are Badiou's four generiques: art, science, love, politics, if not four ways of reinscribing the encounter with the real thing onto the symbolic texture? In art, beauty is the last veil of the monstrous, far from being just another symbolic narrative. Science is the endeavor to formulate the structure of the real beneath the symbolic fiction. For the later Lacan, love is no longer merely the narcissistic screen obfuscating the truth of desire, but the way to gentrify and come to terms with the traumatic drive. Finally, militant politics is a way of putting to use the terrific force of negativity in order to restructure our social affairs. So Lacan is not a postmodernist cultural relativist. There definitely is a difference between an authentic truth event and its semblance, and this difference lies in the fact that in a truth event the void of the death drive, of radical negativity, a gap that momentarily suspends the order of being, continues to resonate. This brings us back to the problem of human finitude, when Badiou dismisses the topic of human finitude, from Heideggerian being towards death to Freudian death drive, as the morbid obsession with what makes man equal to and thus reduced to a mere animal, as the blindness to that properly metaphysical dimension that elevates man beyond the animal kingdom and allows him to gain immortality by participating in a truth event. His theoretical gesture involves a regression to non-thought, to a naive traditional, pre-critical, pre-Kantian, opposition of two orders, the finitude of positive being, the immortality of the truth event, that remains blind to how the very space for the specific immortality in which human beings can participate in the truth event is opened up by man's unique relationship to his finitude and the possibility of death. As Heidegger conclusively demonstrated in his polemics against Cassirer's neo-Kantian reading of Kant, that is Kant's great philosophical revolution, it is the very finitude of the transcendental subject as constitutive of objective reality that allows Kant to break out of the frame of traditional metaphysics, to reject the notion of the cosmos as the ordered whole of being, to posit that the order of being, the field of transcendentally constituted reality, is in itself non-totalizable. Cannot be coherently thought of as a whole, since its existence is attached to finite subjectivity. The transcendental spontaneity of freedom thus emerges as a third domain, neither phenomenal reality nor the noumenal in itself. 29. The key point is that the immortality of which Lacan speaks, that of the undead lamella, the object that is libido, can emerge only within the horizon of human finitude, as a formation that stands for and fills the ontological void, the hole in the texture of reality opened up by the fact that reality is transcendentally constituted by the finite transcendental subject. If the transcendental subject were not finite but infinite, we would be dealing not with transcendental constitution but with intellectual intuition, with an intuition that directly creates what it perceives, a prerogative of the infinite divine being. So the point is not to deny the specifically human mode of immortality, that of participating in a truth event sustaining a dimension irreducible to the constrained positive order of being, but to bear in mind how this immortality is based on the specific mode of human finitude. For Kant himself, the finitude of the transcendental subject is not a limitation of his freedom and transcendental spontaneity, but its positive condition. If a human subject were to gain direct access to the noumenal domain, he would change from a free subject into a lifeless puppet directly confronted with and dominated by the awesome divine power. In short, against Badiou, one should insist that only to a finite/mortal being does the act, or event, appear as a traumatic intrusion of the real, as something that cannot be named directly. It is the very fact that man is split between mortality, a finite being destined to perish, and the capacity to participate in the eternity of the truth event which bears witness to the fact that we are dealing with a finite/mortal being. To a truly infinite/immortal being, the act would be transparent, directly symbolized, the real would coincide with the symbolic, that is, in Badiou's terms, naming would be directly inscribed into, would coincide with, the event itself, which would thus lose its dramatic character as the intrusion of the real that is innomable, what cannot be named. Or, to put it in yet another way, the act, event, can never be fully subjectivized, integrated into the symbolic universe, precisely insofar as the subject who is its agent is a finite/mortal entity. Is not a further proof of this point the fact that, for Badiou, truth is always the truth of a specific contingent situation, attached to it, eternity/immortality is thus always eternity/immortality of the given finite, specific contingent situation or condition. Perhaps the gap that finally separates Badiou from Lacan can also be formulated in terms of the difference between the hysteric and the master. Badiou is interested in how to retain fidelity to the truth event, how to formulate the universal symbolic framework that guarantees and accomplishes this fidelity, how to transmute the unique singularity of the event into the constitutive gesture of a lasting symbolic edifice based on fidelity to the event. That is to say, he is opposed to the false poetics of those who remain fascinated by the ineffable singularity of the event and consider every naming of the event as already a betrayal. For this reason, Badiou elevates the figure of the master. The master is the one who names the event, who, by producing a new point de caption, master signifier, reconfigures the symbolic field via the reference to the new event. Lacan, in contrast, following Freud, takes the side of the hysteric who, precisely, questions and challenges the master's naming of the event, who, that is, on behalf of her very fidelity to the event, insists on the gap between the event and its symbolization/naming, in Lacanese, between objet petit and the master signifier. The hysteric's question is simply, why is that name the name of the event? When, in his unpublished course of 1997/98, Badiou elaborated the four possible subjective stances towards the truth event, he added as the fourth term to the triad of master/hysteric/university the position of the mystic. The master pretends to name, and thus directly translate into symbolic fidelity, the dimension of the act, that is, the defining feature of the master's gesture is to change the act into a new master signifier, to guarantee the continuity and consequences of the event. In contrast to the master, the hysteric maintains the ambiguous attitude of division towards the act, insisting on the simultaneous necessity and impossibility, ultimate failure, of its symbolization. There was an event, but each symbolization of the event already betrays its true traumatic impact, that is to say, the hysteric reacts to each symbolization of the event with a "cen est pas, that's not it." In contrast to both of them, the perverse agent of university discourse disavows that there was the event of an act in the first place. With his chain of knowledge, he wants to reduce the consequences of the act to just another thing that can be explained away as part of the normal run of things. In other words, in contrast to the master, who wants to ensure the continuity between the event and its consequences, and the hysteric, who insists on the gap that forever separates an event from its symbolic consequences, university discourse aims at suturing the field of consequences by explaining them away without any reference to the event, love. It's nothing but the result of a series of occurrences in your neuronal network, etc. The fourth attitude Badiou adds is that of the mystic, which is the exact obverse of perverse university discourse. If the latter wants to isolate the symbolic chain of consequences from their founding event, the mystic wants to isolate the event from the network of its symbolic consequences. He insists on the ineffability of the event, and disregards its symbolic consequences. For the mystic, what matters is the bliss of one's immersion in the event, which obliterates the entire symbolic reality. Lacan, however, in contrast to Badiou, adds as the fourth term to the triad of master, hysteric and university pervert the discourse of the analyst. For him, mysticism is the isolated position of the psychotic immersed in his/her jouissance and, as such, not a discourse, a social link, at all. So the consistency of Lacan's entire edifice hinges on the fact that a fourth discursive position is possible, which is not that of a master, that of the hysteric, or that of the university. This position, while maintaining the gap between the event and its symbolization, avoids the hysterical trap and, instead of being caught in the vicious cycle of permanent failure, affirms this gap as positive and productive. It asserts the real of the event as the generator, the generating core to be encircled repeatedly by the subject's symbolic productivity. The political consequences of this reassertion of psychoanalysis in the face of Badiou's critique constitute the very opposite of the standard psychoanalytic skepticism about the final outcome of the revolutionary process. The well-known story of the revolutionary process has to go wrong and end up in a self-destructive fury because it is unaware of its own libidinal foundations, of the murderous aggressivity that sustains its idealism, etc. We are tempted to claim, rather, that Badiou's resistance to psychoanalysis is part of his hidden Kantianism, which ultimately also leads him to oppose the full revolutionary passage à l'acte. That is to say, although Badiou is adamantly anti-Kantian and, in his political stances, radically leftist, rejecting outright not only parliamentary democracy, but also multiculturalist identity politics, at a deeper level his distinction between the order of the positive knowledge of being and the wholly different truth event remains Kantian, when he emphasizes how, from the standpoint of knowledge, there simply is no event, how, that is, the traces of the event can be discerned as signs only by those who are already involved in support of the event. Does he not thereby repeat Kant's notion of signs that announce the noumenal fact of freedom without positively proving it, like enthusiasm for the French Revolution? Badiou's inconsistent pure multiple is Lacan's real as pot-out, that which a state of a situation unifies, inscribes, accounts for, turns into a consistent structure, that X that precedes the Kantian transcendental synthesis. The transformation of the pure multiple into the state of things corresponds to Kant's transcendental synthesis constituting reality. The order of reality, in Kant, is threatened/limited in two ways: 30 by mathematical antinomies, that is, by the inherent failure of transcendental synthesis, the gap between apprehension and comprehension, the delay between the latter and the former, in Badiou, the ontological void and the correlative excess of presentation over representation that threatens the normal functioning of a state of things, and by dynamic antinomies, that is, by the intervention of an entirely different order of noumenal ethical goals of rational freedom, in Badiou, the truth event. And in Kant, as well as in Badiou, is not the space for freedom opened up by the excess and inconsistency of the ontological order. 31. Badiou's Kantianism is discernible precisely in the way he limits the scope of truth. Although truth is universal and necessary as the truth of a situation, nonetheless it cannot name the whole of the situation, but can exist only as the infinite, incessant effort to discern in the situation the traces of the truth event, exactly homologous with the Kantian infinite ethical effort. When truth pretends to grasp/name the entire situation, we end up in the catastrophe of Stalinism or the Maoist Cultural Revolution, with their thoroughgoing totalitarian destructive rage. This innommable surplus, that which forever resists being named in a situation, is, for Badiou, precisely defined in each of the four generics of truth: community in politics, sexual jouissance in love, and so on. From the Lacanian perspective, however, this core that resists naming is structured in a fundamental fantasy, that is, it is the core of jouissance, and an authentic act does intervene in this core. So, to put it succinctly, for Lacan, the authentic act itself in its negative dimension, the act as the real of an object preceding naming, is what is ultimately innommable. Here one can see the crucial weight of the Lacanian distinction between the act as object, as a negative gesture of discontinuity, and its naming in a positive truth procedure. For this reason, one should stick to Lacan's thesis that truth has the structure of a fiction. Truth is condemned to remain a fiction precisely insofar as the innommable real eludes its grasp. For political subjectivization and its vicissitudes. Badiou, Balibar, Rancière. As Frederick Jameson has often emphasized, the triad traditionalism-modernism, postmodernism provides a logical matrix that can also be applied to a particular historical content. There are clearly three main readings of Nietzsche: traditional, the Nietzsche of the return to pre-modern aristocratic warrior values against decadent Judeo-Christian modernity; modern, the Nietzsche of the hermeneutics of doubt and ironic self-probing; and postmodern, the Nietzsche of the play of appearances and differences. Does not the same hold for today's three main philosophico-political positions, the traditionalist, communitarians, Taylor and others, the modern, universalists, Rawls, Habermas, and the postmodern, dispersionists, Lyotard and others? What they all share is a reduction of the political, some version of pre-political ethics. There is no politics proper in a closed community ruled by a traditional set of values. Universalists ground politics in a proceduralist a priori of discursive, or distributive, ethics. Dispersionists condemn politics as unifying, totalitarian, violent, and so on, and assume the position of ethical critics who reveal, or voice, the ethical wrong or evil committed by politics, without engaging in an alternative political project. Point 1. Each of the three positions thus involves a pragmatic, performative, paradox of its own. The communitarians' problem is that in today's global society their position is a priori faked, marked by a split between enunciated and enunciation. They themselves do not speak from the particular position of a closed community, their position of enunciation is already universal. Their mistake is thus the opposite of that of the universalist, who conceals the particular kernel of his alleged universality. The universalist's problem is that their universalism is always too narrow, grounded in an exception, in a gesture of exclusion. It represses the different, does not even allow it to be properly formulated. And finally, the opposite problem of dispersionists is that they are too all-inclusive. How do we pass from their ontological assertion of multitude to ethics, of diversity, tolerance? 2. Three contemporary French political philosophers, Alain Badiou, Étienne Balibar, and Jacques Rancière, have formulated a kind of inherent self-criticism of these three positions. That is, each of them can be said to focus on the inherent split of the position in question. Is not Badiou the anti-communitarian communitarian? Does he not introduce a split in the notion of community, a split between positive communities grounded in the order of being, nation-state, etc., and the impossible community to come grounded in fidelity to the truth event, like the community of believers in Christ or the revolutionary community, or, one is tempted to add, the psychoanalytic community? Is not Balibar the anti-Habermasian, insofar as he accepts universality as the ultimate horizon of politics, but nonetheless focuses on the inherent split in the universal itself between, in Hegeli's, an abstract and a concrete universal, between the concretely structured universal order and the infinite/unconditional universal demand of Agalabert which threatens to undermine it? Is not Rancière the anti-Lyottardian? By elaborating the gap between the positive global order, what he calls la politique/police, and political interventions which perturb this order and give word to tort, to the wrong, to those who are not included, whose statements are not comprehensible in the ruling political/police space, Rancière opts for a political mode of rebellion against the universal police/political order. A fourth name should be added to this triad, a kind of constitutive exception to the series, the anti-Schmittian Schmittien Echo Beto Lacan, who works with Chantal Mouffe. Lacan acknowledges the fundamental, unsurpassable status of antagonism, yet instead of fetishizing it in a heroic warfare conflict, he inscribes it into the symbolic as the political logic of the struggle for hegemony. A series of obvious differences notwithstanding, the theoretical edifices of Lacan and Badiou are united by a deep homology. Against the Hegelian vision of the concrete universal, of the reconciliation between universal and particular, or between being and event, which is still clearly discernible in Marx, they both start by asserting a constitutive and irreducible gap that undermines the self-enclosed consistency of the ontological edifice. For Lacan, this gap is the gap between the particular and the empty universal, which necessitates the operation of hegemony, or the gap between the differential structure of the positive social order, the logic of differences, and properly political antagonism, which involves the logic of equivalence. For Badiou, it is the gap between being and event, between the order of being, structure, state of situation, knowledge, and the event of truth, truth as event. In both cases, the problem is how to break out of the self-enclosed field of ontology as a description of the positive universe. In both cases, the dimension which undermines the closure of ontology has an ethical character. It concerns the contingent act of decision against the background of the undecidable multiplicity of being. Consequently, both authors endeavor to conceptualize a new, post-Cartesian mode of subjectivity which cuts its links with ontology and hinges on a contingent act of decision. Both authors accomplish the return to a proto-Kantian formalism. They both elaborate a quasi-transcendental theory, of ideological hegemony or of truth, which is destined to serve as the a priori framework for contingent empirical occurrences of hegemony or truth. In both cases, however, this formal character of the theory is linked, by a kind of half-acknowledged umbilical cord, to a concrete and limited politico-historical constellation and practice. In Lacan, the post-Marxist strategy of the multitude of emancipatory struggles for recognition; in Badiou, the anti-state marginal revolutionary politics in factories, on campuses, etc. The same goes for the other two authors. In the case of Rancière, his obvious paradigm is the spontaneous rebellion of the proletarian masses, not the mythical Marxian proletariat as the subject of history, but actual groups of exploited artisans, textile workers, working women, and other ordinary people, who reject the police frame defining their proper place and, in a violent politico-poetic gesture, take the floor, start to speak for themselves. Balibar is more focused on the universe of civility, even decency. His problem is how, today, we are to maintain a civic space of dialogue in which we can articulate our demand for human rights. For that reason, Balibar resists the anti-state rhetorics of the New Left of the 1960s, the notion of the state as a mechanism of oppression of people's initiatives, and emphasizes the role of the state as the possible guarantor of the space of civic discussion. All these authors oscillate between proposing a neutral formal frame that describes the working of the political field, without implying any specific prise de parti, and the prevalence given to a particular leftist political practice. This tension was already clearly discernible in the work of Michel Foucault, who serves as the point of reference for most of these authors. His notion of power is presented as a neutral tool that describes the way the entire field of existing power structures and resistances to them functions. Foucault liked to present himself as a detached positivist, laying bare the common mechanisms that underlie the activity of passionately opposed political agents. On the other hand, one cannot avoid the impression that Foucault is somehow passionately on the side of the oppressed, of those who are caught in the machinery of discipline and punishment, and aims to give them the chance to utter, to enable them to start to speak for themselves. Do we not find, on a different level, the same tension in Lacan? Lacan's notion of hegemony describes the universal mechanism of ideological cement which binds any social body together, a notion that can analyze all possible socio-political orders, from fascism to liberal democracy. On the other hand, Lacan nonetheless advocates a determinate political option, radical democracy. Point 3. Hegemony and its symptoms. So let us proceed like proper materialists, and begin with the exception to the series, with Lacan, whose proposition that today the realm of philosophy comes to an end and the realm of politics begins strangely echoes Marx's thesis on the passage from theoretical interpretation to revolutionary transformation. Although, of course, in Lacan this thesis has a different meaning, there is nevertheless a common thread. In both cases, any theoretical approach that endeavors to grasp and mirror adequately what Marx called the worldview, is denounced as something which, unbeknown to itself, relies on a contingent practical act. That is to say, in both cases the ultimate solution to philosophical problems is practice. For Marx, the philosophical problem of freedom finds its solution in the revolutionary establishment of a free society, while for Lacan, the breakdown of the traditional closed ontology reveals how features that we perceive as ontologically positive rely on an ethico-political decision that sustains the prevailing hegemony. So what is hegemony? Those who still remember the good old days of socialist realism are well aware of the key role played by the notion of the typical in its theoretical edifice. Truly progressive socialist literature should depict typical heroes in typical situations. Writers who, for example, presented a predominantly bleak picture of the Soviet reality were not accused simply of lying. The accusation was that they provided a distorted reflection of social reality by focusing on phenomena which were not typical, which were sad remainders of the past, instead of focusing on phenomena which were typical in the precise sense of expressing the deeper underlying historical tendency of the progress towards communism. A novel which presented a new socialist type of man who dedicated his life to the happiness of all the people, of course, depicted a minority phenomenon. The majority of the people were not yet like that, but nonetheless a phenomenon which enabled us to identify the truly progressive forces active in the social situation. Ridiculous as this notion of the typical may sound, there is a grain of truth in it. It lies in the fact that each apparently universal ideological notion is always hegemonized by some particular content which colors its very universality and accounts for its efficiency. In the present rejection of the social welfare system by the new right in the USA, for example, the very universal notion of the present welfare system as inefficient is contaminated by the more concrete representation of the notorious single African American mother, as if social welfare were, in the last resort, a program for black single mothers. The particular case of the black single mother is silently conceived of as typical of the universal notion of social welfare, and what is wrong with it? The same goes for every universal ideological notion. One always has to look for the particular content which accounts for the specific efficiency of an ideological notion. In the case of the moral majority campaign against abortion, for example, the typical case is the exact opposite of the jobless black mother, a successful and sexually promiscuous career woman who gives priority to her professional life over her natural assignment of motherhood, in blatant contradiction to the facts, which tell us that the great majority of abortions occur in lower-class families with several children. This specific twist, the particular content which is promulgated as typical of the universal notion, is the element of fantasy, of the phantasmic background/support of the universal ideological notion. In Kant's terms, it plays the role of transcendental schematism, translating the empty universal notion into a notion which directly relates and applies to our actual experience. As such, this phantasmic specification is by no means a mere insignificant illustration or exemplification. It is on this level of which particular content will count as typical that ideological battles are won or lost. To go back to our example of abortion, the moment we perceive as typical the case of abortion in a large lower-class family unable to cope economically with another child, the perspective changes radically. 5. Single unemployed mother is thus a sint home in the strict Lacanian sense, a knot, a point at which all the lines of the predominant ideological argumentation, the return to family values, the rejection of the welfare state and its uncontrolled spending, etc., meet. For that reason, if we untie the sint home, the efficiency of its entire ideological edifice is suspended. We can see now in what sense the psychoanalytic sint home is to be opposed to the medical symptom. The latter is a sign of some more fundamental process taking place on another level. When one claims, say, that fever is a symptom, the implication is that we should not cure only the symptom, but attack its causes directly. Or, in social sciences, when one claims that adolescent violence is a symptom of the global crisis of values and the work ethic, the implication is that one should attack the problem at its root, by directly addressing problems of the family, employment, etc., not only by punishing the offenders. The sint home, in contrast, is not a mere symptom, but that which holds together the thing itself. If one unties it, the thing itself disintegrates. For that reason, psychoanalysis actually does cure by addressing the sint home. This example makes clear in what sense the universal results from a constitutive split in which the negation of a particular identity transforms this identity into the symbol of identity and fullness as such. 6. The universal emerges within the particular when some particular content starts to function as the stand-in for the absent universal, that is to say, the universal is operative only through the split in the particular. A couple of years ago, the English yellow press focused on single mothers as the source of all the evils of modern society, from the budget crisis to juvenile delinquency. In this ideological space, the universality of the modern social evil was operative only through the split of the figure of single mother into itself in its particularity and itself as the stand-in for the modern social evil. Owing to the contingent character of this link between the universal and the particular content which functions as its stand-in, i.e. the fact that this link is the outcome of a political struggle for hegemony, the existence of the universal always relies on an empty signifier. Politics is possible because the constitutive impossibility of society can only represent itself through the production of empty signifiers. 7. Since society doesn't exist, its ultimate unity can be symbolized only in the guise of an empty signifier hegemonized by some particular content. The struggle for this content is the political struggle. In other words, politics exists because society doesn't exist. Politics is the struggle for the content of the empty signifier which represents the impossibility of society. The worn-out phrase "the politics of the signifier" is thus fully justified. The order of signifier as such is political and, vice versa, there is no politics outside the order of the signifier. The space of politics is the gap between the series of ordinary signifiers, S2, and the empty master signifier, S1. The only thing to add to Lacan's formulation is that his anti-Hegelian twist is perhaps all too sudden. We are not dealing here with determinate negation in the Hegelian sense, while the latter comes out of the apparent positivity of the concrete and circulates through contents that are always determinate. Our notion of negativity depends on the failure in the constitution of all determination. 8. What, however, if the infamous Hegelian determinate negation aims precisely at the fact that every particular formation involves a gap between the universal and the particular, or, in Hegel's, that a particular formation never coincides with its universal notion, and that it is this very gap that brings about its dialectical dissolution? Let us take the example of the state. There is always a gap between the notion of the state and its particular actualizations. Hegel's point here, however, is not that, in the course of the teleological process of history, positively existing, actual states are gradually approaching their notion, until finally, in the modern post-revolutionary state, actuality and notion overlap. Hegel's point, rather, is that the deficiency of actually existing, positive states with regard to their notion is grounded in an inherent deficiency of the very notion of the state. Thus the split is inherent to the notion of the state. It should be reformulated as the split between the state qua the rational totality of social relations and the series of irreducible antagonisms which, already on the level of the notion, prevent this totality from fully actualizing itself. The split between state and civil society, on account of which the unity of the state is ultimately always experienced by individuals as imposed from outside, so that individual subjects are never fully themselves in the state, are never able fully to identify the will of the state with their own. Again, Hegel's point here is not that the state which would fully fit its notion is impossible. It is possible. The catch is, rather, that it is no longer a state, but a religious community. What one should change is the notion of the state itself, that is, the very standard by means of which one measures the deficiency of actual states. The struggle for ideologico-political hegemony is thus always the struggle for appropriation of the terms that are spontaneously experienced as apolitical, as transcending political boundaries. No wonder the name of the strongest dissident opposition force in the former Eastern European countries was solidarity, a signifier of the impossible fullness of society if ever there was one. It was as if, in those couple of years, what Lacan calls the logic of equivalence was brought almost to its extreme. Communists in power served as the embodiment of non-society, of decay and corruption, magically uniting everyone against themselves, including disaffected honest communists. Conservative nationalists accused them of betraying Polish interests to the Soviet master. Business-orientated individuals saw in them an obstacle to their unbridled capitalist activity. For the Catholic Church, communists were amoral atheists. For the farmers, they represented the force of violent modernization which disrupted their way of life. For the artists and intellectuals, communism was synonymous in their everyday experience with oppressive and stupid censorship. The workers saw themselves not only exploited by the party bureaucracy but, even worse, humiliated by claims that this had been done on their behalf, in their own name. Finally, disillusioned old leftists perceived the regime as the betrayal of true socialism. The impossible political alliance between all these divergent and potentially antagonistic positions was possible only under the banner of a signifier which stood, as it were, on the very border which separates the political from the pre-political, and solidarity was the perfect candidate for this role. It was politically operative as designating the simple and fundamental unity of human beings which should link them beyond all political differences. Now, however, when this magic moment of universal solidarity is over, the signifier which, in some post-socialist countries, is emerging as the signifier of what Lacan calls the absent fullness of society is honesty. It forms the focus of the spontaneous ideology of ordinary people caught in the economic social turbulence in which hopes of a new fullness of society which should follow the collapse of socialism were cruelly betrayed, so that in their eyes, the old guard, ex-communists and ex-dissidents who entered the ranks of power joined in exploiting them even more than before under the banner of democracy and freedom. The battle for hegemony, of course, is now focused on the particular content which will give a spin to the signifier. What does honesty mean? For a conservative, it means returning to traditional moral and religious values, as well as purging the social body of the remainders of the old regime. For a leftist, social justice and resistance to rapid privatization, and so forth. The same measure, returning land to the church, for example, is thus honest from the conservative standpoint and dishonest from the leftist standpoint. Each position silently defines honesty to accommodate it to its own ideologico-political position. It would be wrong, however, to claim that the conflict is ultimately about different meanings of the term honesty. What gets lost in this semantic clarification is that each position claims that their honesty is the only true honesty. The struggle is not simply a struggle between different particular contents, it is a struggle inherent to the universal itself. Point 9. So how does a particular content succeed in displacing another content as a stand-in for the universal? Lacan's answer is readability. In a concrete situation of post-socialism, honesty as the signifier of the absent fullness of society will be hegemonized by the particular content which makes the everyday experience of engaged individuals more convincingly readable, which enables them more effectively to organize their life experience into a consistent narrative. Of course, readability is not a neutral criterion, it depends on ideological struggle. The fact that, after the collapse of the standard bourgeois narrative in the Germany of the early 1930s, which was unable to account for the global crisis, Nazi anti-Semitism rendered this crisis more convincingly readable than the socialist revolutionary narrative is the contingent result of a series of overdetermined factors. Or, to put it in another way, this readability does not imply a simple relationship of competition between a multitude of narratives/descriptions and the extra-discursive reality, where the narrative which is most adequate with regard to reality wins. The relationship is circular and self-relating, the narrative already predetermines what we shall experience as reality. One is tempted to propose a way of simultaneously thinking of Lacan's notion of ideological universality as empty, as the frame within which different particular contents fight for hegemony, and the classic Marxist notion of ideological universality as false, privileging a particular interest. Both of them bring into play the constitutive gap between the universal and the particular, albeit in a different way. For Lacan, this gap is the gap between the absent fullness of the universal and a contingent particular content that acts as a stand-in for this absent fullness. For Marx, it is the gap within the particular content of the universal, that is, the gap between the official content of the universal and its unacknowledged presuppositions, which involve a set of exclusions. Let us take the classic example of human rights. The Marxist symptomal reading can convincingly demonstrate the particular content which gives the specific bourgeois ideological spin to the notion of human rights. Universal human rights are in fact the right of white, male, private owners to exchange freely on the market, exploit workers and women, as well as exert political domination. Tendentially, at least, this approach considers the hidden pathological spin to be constitutive of the very form of the universal. Against this quick dismissal of the universal form itself as ideological, concealing an unacknowledged particular content, Lacan insists on the gap between the empty universality and its determinate content. The link between the empty universal notion of human rights and its original particular content is contingent. that is to say, the moment they were formulated, human rights started to function as an empty signifier whose concrete content could be contested and widened. What about the human rights of women, children, members of non-white races, criminals, madmen? Each of these supplementary gestures does not simply apply the notion of human rights to ever new domains. Women, blacks, can also vote, own property, actively participate in public life, etc., but retroactively redefines the very notion of human rights. Let us recall the gist of Marx's notion of exploitation. Exploitation is not simply opposed to justice. Marx's point is not that workers are exploited because they are not paid the full value of their work. The central thesis of Marx's notion of surplus value is that a worker is exploited even when he is fully paid. Exploitation is thus not opposed to the just equivalent exchange. It functions, rather, as its point of inherent exception. There is one commodity, the workforce, which is exploited precisely when it is paid its full value. The further point not to be missed is that the production of this excess is strictly equivalent to the universalization of the exchange function. The moment the exchange function is universalized, that is, the moment it becomes the structuring principle of the whole of economic life, the exception emerges, since at this point the workforce itself becomes a commodity exchanged on the market. Marx in effect announces here the Lacanian notion of the universal, which involves a constitutive exception. The basic premise of symptomal reading is thus that every ideological universality necessarily gives rise to a particular extimate element, to an element which, precisely as an inherent, necessary product of the process designated by the universality, simultaneously undermines it. The symptom is an example which subverts the universal whose example it is. Point 10. The gap between the empty signifier and the multitude of particular contents which, in the fight for hegemony, endeavor to function as the representatives of this absent fullness, is thus reflected within the particular itself, in the guise of the gap that separates the particular hegemonic content of an ideological universality from the symptom that undermines it, say, separates the bourgeois notion of just and equivalent exchange from the exchange between capital and workforce as the particular exchange that involves exploitation precisely insofar as it is just and equivalent. We should therefore consider three, not just two, levels: the empty universal, justice, the particular content which hegemonizes the empty universal, just and equivalent exchange, and the individual, the symptomatic excess which undermines this hegemonic content, exchange between capital and workforce. One can see immediately in what sense the individual is the dialectical unity of universal and particular. The individual, the symptomatic excess, bears witness to the gap between the universal and the particular, to the fact that the universal is always false in its concrete existence, hegemonized by some particular content which involves a series of exclusions. Let us make the same point from yet another perspective. Some years ago, Quentin Skinner pointed out that a possible discussion between a traditional liberal and a Marxist radical about the scope of the term political involves more than the meaning of that term. Point 11. For the liberal, the sphere of the political is restricted to a specific sphere of reaching decisions which concern the administration of public affairs, not only intimate, sexual, interests, but also art, science, even the economy, are outside its scope. For the Marxist radical, of course, the political pervades every sphere of our lives, from the social to the most intimate, and the very perception of something as apolitical, private, and so on, is grounded in a disavowed political decision. Both standard philosophical versions, realist and nominalist, fail to account for this struggle for the universal. According to the realist account, there is a true content of the notion of the political to be unearthed by a true theory, so that once we gain access to this content, we can measure how close to it different theories of the political have come. The nominalist account, on the contrary, reduces the whole problem to the different nominal definitions of the term. There is no real conflict, the two parties are simply using the word political in a different sense, conferring on it a different scope. What both accounts miss, what disappears in both of them, is the antagonism, the struggle inscribed into the very heart of the thing itself. In the realist account, there is a true content of the universal notion to be discovered, and the struggle is simply the conflict between different erroneous readings of it, that is, it arises out of our misperception of the true content. In the nominalist account, struggle again arises out of an epistemological confusion, and is thus neutralized into a peaceful coexistence of the plurality of meanings. What gets lost in both cases is the fact that the struggle for hegemony, for the particular content which will function as the stand-in for the universality of the political, is groundless, the ultimate real which cannot be further grounded in some ontological structure. Here, however, one should add again that if the Marxist's operation is to be effective, it has to involve the symptomal reading of the liberals' position, which endeavors to demonstrate how the liberals' constriction of the scope of the political has to disavow, to exclude violently, the political character of something which, according to the liberals' own definition of the term, should enter the scope of the political, and, furthermore, how this very exclusion of something from the political is a political gesture par excellence. The standard example, the liberal definition of private family life as apolitical naturalizes, and/or changes into hierarchical relations grounded in pre-political psychological attitudes, in differences in human nature, in a priori cultural constants, and so on, a whole set of relations of subordination and exclusion that actually depend on political power relations. Enter the subject. How does subjectivity enter this process of hegemonic universalization? For Lacan, the subject is the very agent which accomplishes the operation of hegemony, which sutures the universal to a particular content. Although Lacan's and Badiou's notions of the subject seems to be very similar, in both cases, the subject is not a substantial agent but emerges in the course of an act of decision/choice that is not grounded in any pre-given factual order. They are nonetheless separated by different stances towards deconstruction. Lacan's move is deconstructive, that is why, for him, the operation of hegemony in the course of which the subject emerges is the elementary matrix of ideology. Hegemony involves a kind of structural short-circuit between the particular and the universal, and the fragility of every hegemonic operation is grounded in the ultimately illusory character of this short-circuit. The task of theory is precisely to deconstruct it, that is, to demonstrate how every hegemonic identification is inherently unstable, the contingent outcome of a struggle. In short, for Lacan, every hegemonic operation is ultimately ideological. For Badiou, in contrast, a truth event is that which cannot be deconstructed, reduced to an effect of an intricate, overdetermined texture of traces. Here Badiou introduces the tension between the necessity of a global situation and the contingent emergence of its truth. For Badiou, in his anti-Platonic mode, despite his love of Plato, necessity is a category of veracity, of the order of being, while truth is inherently contingent, it can occur or not. So if, against the deconstructionist and/or postmodern politics of undecidability and semblance, Badiou, to paraphrase Saint Just's well-known comment on happiness as a political factor, wants to assert truth as a political factor, this does not mean that he wants to return to the pre-modern grounding of politics in some eternal neutral order of truth. For Badiou, truth itself is a theologico-political notion, theological insofar as religious revelation is the unavowed paradigm of his notion of the truth event, political because truth is not a state to be perceived by means of a neutral intuition, but a matter of, ultimately political, engagement. Consequently, for Badiou, subjectivization designates the event of truth that disrupts the closure of the hegemonic ideological domain and/or the existing social edifice, the order of being, while for Lacan, the gesture of subjectivization is the very gesture of establishing a new hegemony, and is as such the elementary gesture of ideology. Point 12. In a way, everything seems to hinge on the relationship between knowledge and truth. Badiou limits knowledge to a positive encyclopedic grasp of being which is, as such, blind to the dimension of truth as event. Knowledge knows only veracity, adequation, not truth, which is subjective, not in the standard sense of subjectivism, but linked to a wager, to a decision/choice which in a way transcends the subject, since the subject himself/herself is nothing but the activity of pursuing the consequences of the decision. Is it not a fact, however, that every concrete, socially operative field of knowledge presupposes a truth event, since it is ultimately a kind of sedimentation of an event, its ontologization, so that the task of analysis is precisely to unearth the event, the ethico-political decision, whose scandalous dimension always lurks behind domesticated knowledge. 13. We can also see now the gap which separates Badiou from Lacan. For Badiou, an event is a contingent rare occurrence within the global order of being, while for Lacan, to put it in Badiou's terms, any order of being is itself always a sedimentation of some past event, a normalization of a founding event. For example, the Church as the institution of order is sediment from the event of Christ. Say, every positive ontological order already relies on a disavowed ethico-political decision. Lacan and Badiou nevertheless share a hidden reference to Kant. That is to say, the ultimate philosophical question that lurks behind all this is that of Kantian formalism. The horizon of Lacan's central notion of hegemony is the constitutive gap between the particular and the universal. The universal is never full, it is a priori empty, devoid of positive content. Different particular contents strive to fill this gap, but every particular that succeeds in exerting the hegemonic function remains a temporary and contingent stand-in that is forever split between its particular content and the universality it represents. Do we not encounter here the paradoxical logic of desire as constitutively impossible, sustained by a constitutive lack, the absent fullness of the empty signifier, that can never be supplied by any positive object, that is, by a constitutive out of joint of the particular with respect to the universal? What, however, if this impossible desire to make up for the lack, to overcome the out of joint, is not the ultimate fact? What if, beyond, or, rather, beneath, it, one should presuppose not the fullness of a foundation, but the opposite striving, an uncanny active will to disrupt? It was Hegel who, apropos of understanding, emphasized how, instead of complaining about the abstract, negative quality of understanding, how understanding replaces the immediate fullness of life with dry abstract categories, one should praise the infinite power of understanding that is capable of tearing asunder what belongs together in nature, positing as separate what remains in reality joined together. And is not the Freudian name for this active will to disrupt the death drive? In contrast to desire, which strives to regain the impossible balance between the universal and the particular, that is, for a particular content that would fill the gap between itself and the universal, drive thus actively wills and sustains the gap between the universal and the particular. Why are ruling ideas not the ideas of those who rule? Our conclusion is thus that the ruling ideology, in order to be operative, has to incorporate a series of features in which the exploited/dominated majority will be able to recognize its authentic longings. 14 In short, every hegemonic universality has to incorporate at least two particular contents, the authentic popular content and its distortion by the relations of domination and exploitation. Of course, fascist ideology manipulates authentic popular longing for a true community and social solidarity against fierce competition and exploitation. Of course, it distorts the expression of this longing in order to legitimize the continuation of the relations of social domination and exploitation. In order to be able to achieve this effect, however, it nonetheless has to incorporate authentic popular longing. Ideological hegemony is thus not the case of some particular content directly filling in the void of the empty universal, rather, the very form of ideological universality bears witness to the struggle between, at least, two particular contents, the popular content expressing the secret longings of the dominated majority, and the specific content expressing the interests of the forces of domination. One is tempted to refer here to the Freudian distinction between the latent dream thought and the unconscious desire expressed in a dream. The two are not the same, since the unconscious desire articulates itself, inscribes itself, through the very working through, translation, of the latent dream thought into the explicit text of a dream. In the same way, there is nothing fascist, reactionary, etc., in the latent dream thought of the fascist ideology, the longing for authentic community and social solidarity, etc., what accounts for the properly fascist character of the fascist ideology is the way this latent dream thought is transformed/elaborated by the ideological dream work into the explicit ideological text which continues to legitimize social relations of exploitation and domination. And is it not the same with today's right-wing populism? Are not liberal critics too quick in dismissing the very values populism refers to as inherently fundamentalist or proto-fascist? Non-ideology, what Frederick Jameson calls the utopian moment present even in the most atrocious ideology, is thus absolutely indispensable. In a way, ideology is nothing but the form of appearance, the formal distortion/displacement, of non-ideology. To return to the worst imaginable case, was not Nazi anti-Semitism grounded in the utopian longing for an authentic community life, in the fully justified rejection of the irrationality of capitalist exploitation, and so on? Our point, again, is that it is theoretically and politically wrong to condemn the longing for authentic community life as such as proto-fascist, to denounce it as a totalitarian fantasy, to search for the possible roots of fascism in this very longing. The standard mistake of the liberal individualist critique of fascism, the non-ideological utopian character of this longing is to be fully asserted. What makes it ideological is its articulation, the way this longing is functionalized as the legitimization of a very specific notion of capitalist exploitation, the result of Jewish influence, the predominance of financial overproductive capital, which tends towards a harmonious partnership with workers. And how to overcome it? By getting rid of the Jews, of course. Crucial for a successful ideology is thus the tension within its particular content between the themes and motifs that belong to the oppressed and those which belong to the oppressors. Ruling ideas are never directly the ideas of the ruling class. Let us take what is arguably the ultimate example, Christianity. How did it become the ruling ideology? By incorporating a series of motifs and aspirations of the oppressed. Truth is on the side of the suffering and humiliated, power corrupts. And re-articulating them in such a way that they became compatible with the existing relations of domination. And the same holds even for fascism. The fundamental ideological contradiction of fascism is that between organicism and mechanicism, the corporatist organic aestheticized vision of the social body and the extreme technologization, mobilization, destruction, wiping out, of the last vestiges of organic communities, families, universities, local self-management traditions, at the level of the actual micro-practices of the power exercise. In fascism, the aestheticized organicist corporate ideology is thus the very form of an unprecedented technological mobilization of society which disrupts organic links. Point 15. This paradox enables us to avoid the liberal multiculturalist trap of condemning every call for a return to organic, ethnic, etc., links as proto-fascist. What defines fascism is, rather, a specific combination of organicist corporatism and the drive to ruthless modernization. To put it in yet another way, in every actual fascism, one always encounters elements which make us say, this is not yet full-blown fascism. There are still inconsistent elements of leftist traditions or liberalism in it. However, this removal from, this distance towards, the phantom of pure fascism is fascism tout court. Fascism, in its ideology and practice, is nothing but a certain formal principle of distortion of social antagonism, a certain logic of its displacement by a combination and condensation of inconsistent attitudes. The same distortion is discernible in the fact that, today, the only class which, in its subjective self-perception, explicitly conceives of and presents itself as a class is the notorious middle class, which is precisely the non-class, the allegedly hard-working middle strata of society, which define themselves not only by their allegiance to firm moral and religious standards, but by a double opposition to both extremes of the social space, non-patriotic deracinated rich corporations. On the one side, poor excluded immigrants and ghetto members on the other. The middle class grounds its identity in the exclusion of both extremes which, when they are directly counterposed, give us class antagonism at its purest. The constitutive lie of the very notion of the middle class is thus the same as that of the true party line between the two extremes of right-wing deviation and left-wing deviation in Stalinism. The middle class is, in its very real existence, the embodied lie, the denial of antagonism. In psychoanalytic terms, the middle class is a fetish, the impossible intersection of left and right which, by expelling both poles of the antagonism into the position of antisocial extremes which corrode the healthy social body, multinational corporations and intruding immigrants, presents itself as the neutral common ground of society. In other words, the middle class is the very form of the disavowal of the fact that society doesn't exist. Laka, in it, society does exist. Leftists usually bemoan the fact that the line of division in the class struggle is as a rule blurred, displaced, falsified, most blatantly in the case of rightist populism, which presents itself as speaking on behalf of the people, while in fact advocating the interests of those who rule. However, this constant displacement and falsification of the line of class division is the class struggle, a class society in which the ideological perception of the class division was pure and direct would be a harmonious structure with no struggle, or, to put it in Lacan's terms, class antagonism would thereby be fully symbolized. It would no longer be impossible/real, but a simple differential structural feature. The political and its disavowals. If, then, the notion of hegemony expresses the elementary structure of ideological domination, are we condemned to shifts within the space of hegemony, or is it possible to suspend, temporarily, at least, its very mechanism? Jacques Rancière's claim is that such a subversion does occur, and that it even constitutes the very core of politics, of a proper political event. What, for Rancière, is politics proper? 16. A phenomenon which, for the first time, appeared in ancient Greece when the members of demos, those with no firmly determined place in the hierarchical social edifice, not only demanded that their voice be heard against those in power, those who exerted social control, that is, they not only protested the wrong tort they suffered, and wanted their voice to be heard, to be recognized as included in the public sphere, on an equal footing with the ruling oligarchy and aristocracy. Even more, they, the excluded, those with no fixed place within the social edifice, presented themselves as the representatives, the stand-ins, for the whole of society, for the true universality. We, the nothing, not counted in the order, are the people. We are all against others who stand only for their particular privileged interest. In short, political conflict designates the tension between the structured social body in which each part has its place, and the part of no part which unsettles this order on account of the empty principle of universality, of what Balibar calls Egaliberd, the principled equality of all men qua speaking beings. Politics proper thus always involves a kind of short circuit between the universal and the particular, the paradox of a singular universal, a singular which appears as the stand-in for the universal, destabilizing the natural functional order of relations in the social body. This identification of the non-part with the whole, of the part of society with no properly defined place within it, or resisting the allocated subordinated place within it, with the universal, is the elementary gesture of politicization, discernible in all great democratic events from the French Revolution, in which le troisième état proclaimed itself identical to the nation as such, against the aristocracy and the clergy, to the demise of ex-European socialism, in which dissident forums proclaimed themselves representative of the entire society against the party nomenclatura. In this precise sense, politics and democracy are synonymous. The basic aim of anti-democratic politics always and by definition is and was depoliticization, that is, the unconditional demand that things should go back to normal, with each individual doing his or her particular job. And, as Rancière proves against Habermas, the political struggle proper is therefore not a rational debate between multiple interests, but the struggle for one's voice to be heard and recognized as the voice of a legitimate partner, when they excluded, from the Greek demos to Polish workers, protested against the ruling elite, aristocracy or nomenclatura. The true stakes were not only their explicit demands, for higher wages, better working conditions, etc., but their very right to be heard and recognized as an equal partner in the debate. In Poland, the nomenklatura lost the moment it had to accept solidarity as an equal partner. These sudden intrusions of politics proper undermine Rancière's order of police, the established social order in which each part is properly accounted for. Rancière, of course, emphasizes how the line of separation between police and politics is always blurred and contested. In the Marxist tradition, say, proletariat can be read as the subjectivization of the part of no part elevating its injustice into the ultimate test of universality and, simultaneously, as the operator which will bring about the establishment of a post-political rational society. 17 Sometimes the shift from politics proper to police can be only a matter of a change from the definite to the indefinite article, like the East German crowds demonstrating against the communist regime in the last days of the GDR. First they shouted "We are the people. Wir sind das Volk," thereby performing the gesture of politicization at its purest. They, the excluded counter-revolutionary scum of the official whole of the people, with no proper place in the official space, or, more precisely, with only titles like counter-revolutionaries, hooligans, or, at best, victims of bourgeois propaganda reserved for them, claimed to stand for the people, for all. A couple of days later, however, the slogan changed into "We are a/one people. Wir sind ein Volk," clearly signaling the closure of the momentary authentic political opening, the reappropriation of the democratic impetus by the thrust towards the reunification of Germany, which meant rejoining Western Germany's liberal capitalist police/political order. In Japan, the caste of untouchables is called the Burakumin, those who are involved in contact with dead flesh, butchers, leather workers, gravediggers, and are sometimes even referred to as eta, much filth. Even now, in the enlightened present, when they are no longer openly despised, they are silently ignored. Not only do companies still avoid hiring them, or parents allowing their children to marry them, but, under the politically correct pretense of not offending them, one prefers to ignore the issue. However, the crucial point, and the proof of the pre-political, or, rather, non-political, corporate functioning of Japanese society, is the fact that although voices are heard on their behalf, we could simply mention the great and recently dead Susumi Ai who, in her impressive series of novels The River with No Bridge, used the reference to Burakumin to expose the meaninglessness of the entire Japanese caste hierarchy. Significantly, her primordial traumatic experience was the shock when, as a child, she witnessed how, in order to honor the emperor, a relative of hers scratched the toilet used by the visiting emperor to preserve a piece of his shit as a sacred relic. The Burakumin did not actively politicize their destiny, did not constitute their position as that of singly or universal, claiming that, precisely as the part of no part, they stand for the true universality of Japanese society. 18. There is a series of disavowals of this political moment, of the proper logic of political conflict. Archie-politics, communitarian attempts to define a traditional close, organically structured homogeneous social space that allows for no void in which the political moment event can emerge. Parapolitics, the attempt to depoliticize politics, to translate it into police logic. One accepts political conflict, but reformulates it into a competition, within the representational space, between acknowledged parties/agents, for the temporary occupation of the place of executive power. 19. Marxist, or utopian socialist, metapolitics, political conflict is fully asserted, but as a shadow theater in which events whose proper place is on another scene, of economic processes, are played out. The ultimate goal of true politics is thus its self-cancellation, the transformation of the administration of people into the administration of things within a fully self-transparent rational order of collective will. 20. The fourth form, the most cunning and radical version of the disavowal, not mentioned by Rancière, is what I am tempted to call ultrapolitics, the attempt to depoliticize the conflict by bringing it to an extreme via the direct militarization of politics, by reformulating it as the war between us and them, our enemy, where there is no common ground for symbolic conflict, it is deeply symptomatic that, rather than class struggle, the radical right speaks of class, or sexual, warfare. 21. What we have in all these four cases is thus an attempt to gentrify the properly traumatic dimension of the political, something emerged in ancient Greece under the name of demos demanding its rights, and, from the very beginning, i.e. from Plato's Republic, to the recent revival of liberal political philosophy was an attempt to suspend the destabilizing potential of the political, to disavow and slash or regulate it in one way or another, bringing about a return to a political social body, fixing the rules of political competition, and so forth. 22. Political philosophy is thus, in all its different forms, a kind of defense formation, and perhaps its typology could be established via reference to the different modalities of defense against some traumatic experience in psychoanalysis. It may seem, however, that psychoanalysis, the psychoanalytic approach to politics, also involves the reduction of the proper political dimension. That is to say, when one approaches politics through the psychoanalytic network, one usually focuses on Freud's elaboration of the notion of the crowd apropos of the army and the church. This approach, however, seems to provoke justified criticism. Are not the army and the church precisely examples of the disavowal of the proper political dimension, that is, the two forms of social organization in which the logic of collective deliberation and decision on public affairs which defines the political space is replaced by a clear hierarchical chain of command? Is this not a proof by negation that psychoanalysis is unable to define the properly political space? The only form of sociability it can articulate is the totalitarian distortion/obfuscation of the political? Hannah Arendt seemed to point in this direction when she emphasized the distinction between political power and the mere exercise of social violence, organizations run by direct non-political authority, by an order of command that is not politically grounded authority. Army, church, school, represent examples of Violenzgewalt, not of political power in the strict sense of the term. Here, however, it would be productive to introduce the distinction between the public symbolic law and its obscene supplement. 23. The notion of the obscene superego double supplement of power implies that there is no power without violence. Power always has to rely on an obscene stain of violence. Political space is never pure, but always involves some kind of reliance on pre-political violence. Of course, the relationship between political power and pre-political violence is one of mutual implication. Not only is violence the necessary supplement of power, political power itself is always already at the root of every apparently non-political relationship of violence. The accepted violence and direct relationship of subordination in the army, the church, the family, and other non-political social forms is in itself the reification of a certain ethico-political struggle and decision. A critical analysis should discern the hidden political process that sustains all these non- or pre-political relationships. In human society, the political is the englobing structuring principle, so that every neutralization of some partial content as non-political is a political gesture par excellence. The uses of appearance. Within these four disavowals of the political moment proper, the most interesting and politically pertinent is the case of metapolitics, in which, to put it in the terms of Lacan's matrix of the four discourses, the place of the agent is occupied by knowledge. Marx presented his position as that of scientific materialism, that is, metapolitics is a politics which legitimizes itself by a direct reference to the scientific status of its knowledge. It is this knowledge which enables meta-politics to draw a line of distinction between those immersed in politico-ideological illusions and the party basing its historical intervention on knowledge of actual socio-economic processes. This knowledge, of class society and the relations of production in Marxism, suspends the classic opposition of Sein and Sollen, of being and the ought, of what is and the ethical ideal towards which the revolutionary subject strives is directly grounded in, or coincides with, the objective, disinterested scientific knowledge of social processes. This coincidence opens up a space for totalitarian violence, since in this way acts which run against the most elementary Norms of ethical decency can be legitimized as grounded in the insight into historical necessity. The mass killing of members of the bourgeois class is justified by the scientific insight that this class is already in itself condemned to disappear, past its progressive role, etc. That is the difference between the standard destructive, even murderous, dimension of strictly adhering to the ethical ideal, and modern totalitarianism. The terrorism of the Jacobins in the French Revolution was grounded in their strict adherence to the ideal of Égalibert, in their attempt to realize this ideal directly, to impose it onto reality. This coincidence of the purest idealism with the most destructive violence, analyzed already by Hegel in the famous chapter of his Phenomenology, cannot explain 20th century totalitarianism. What the Jacobins lacked was the reference to objective/neutral scientific knowledge of history legitimizing their exercise of unconditional power. It is only the Leninist revolutionary, not the Jacobin, who thus occupies the properly perverted position of the pure instrument of historical necessity made accessible by means of scientific knowledge. Point 24. Here Rancière follows Claude Lefferts's insight into how the space for communist totalitarianism was opened by democratic invention itself. Totalitarianism is an inherent perversion of democratic logic. Point 25. First, we have the logic of the traditional master who grounds his authority in some transcendent reason, divine right, etc. What then becomes visible with democratic invention is the gap that separates the positive person of the master from the place he occupies in the symbolic network. With democratic invention, the place of power is posited as originally empty, occupied only temporarily and in a contingent way by different subjects. In other words, it now becomes evident that, to quote Marx, people do not treat somebody as a king because he is a king in himself, he is a king because and as long as people treat him as one. Totalitarianism takes into account this rupture accomplished by the democratic invention. The totalitarian master fully accepts the logic of I am a master only insofar as you treat me as one, that is to say, his position involves no reference to some transcendent ground. On the contrary, he emphatically tells his followers, in myself, I am nothing, all my strength derives from you, I am only the embodiment of your deepest strivings, the moment I lose my roots in you, I am lost. His entire legitimacy derives from this position of pure servant of the people. The more he modestly diminishes and instrumentalizes his role, the more he emphasizes that he merely expresses and realizes the strivings of the people themselves, who are the true master, the more all-powerful and